times when I couldn't see. There were times when I thought this was all I had. But I guess I ain't the same man, 'cause now I'm living in a very different world with you. Into my senses, the deeper I go, I fall, I fall. The closer I get, the one thing
What's up, guys? Welcome. Apologies for now. It's just me. I haven't got my northern compadre with me. He is currently on his way back from B&Q, I do believe, with his missus. So potentially for the first couple of maps, it's just going to be me. But if you are new to the channel, welcome, guys. We've got Challengers Cup number 7 here. We unfortunately weren't able to put together the community broadcast, so it's just going to be myself running production and casting, and then Mr. Pablo will be hopping on board with us very, very shortly. But we've got an absolute banger here in winners final to get us started off with these two teams. So if any of you don't know what the bracket currently looks like, this is what we're looking at here in Challengers Cup number 7. So our game here that we have got between the Spanish Titans of ROKKR Academy up against Ultra Academy. So battle of the two teams that you love to see that have been picked up. And the boys of ROKKR obviously looking to add another notch onto their belt. They've won 4 currently out of the 6 Challengers Cups. So they're going to be looking to win yet another one. And the only lads that have managed to do it were Denz's lot previously of Revenge Tour. For anyone who doesn't know, this is currently what our map set is going to look like with our series here in Winners Final. So we've got a Gavutu Hardpoint, a Berlin Search and Destroy, Tuscan Control, Berlin Hardpoint, and Bokar Search and Destroy. And I want to quickly shout out Mr. Ollie. Thank you very much, buddy. And Tabby as well for the gifted subs. And Gabe, the huge host of 173 viewers. What a handsome man that man is. But yeah, guys, we are just lobbying up straight in towards map number 1 here between these two, which is obviously going to be that Berlin Hardpoint. So we should be able to... excuse me. God, I'm choking on all the excitement. We should be able to start it very, very shortly. How are we, squad? Hey, Lou and Lisa. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, guys, we should be pretty much good to go now between these two here. As mentioned, I don't have my my northern compadre in Pablo with me, so you are going to have to listen to me waffling on as we cover this one between these two teams. But hopefully, it should be an absolute banger here between these two. We've seen plenty of series between these two go back and forth, but a lot of game 5, so we'll see how this one unfolds. And a man who's actually been under the spotlight quite recently has been Mr. Beans. He had an incredible set of games in the Elites for anyone who doesn't know, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can help stave off the Spanish Armada of ROKKR Academy. So Gavutu in map 1 here in winners finals. Remember, guys, if they do lose this one, they do drop in towards that losers bracket. It isn't game over for whoever isn't able to come out on top of this one. But good work already from the boys of ROKKR. 20 seconds on the clock as Lucky's going to take down another kill, and so too is the young phenom in Real. So good work here. Early doors on the boys of ROKKR, and it's going to look as though they're going to still look to push this lead out even more as Real gets another important kill. You can already see there's a lot of bodies over towards this next hill, and a big 1-on-1 on the previous hill, but Real able to win it. So a strong start here from the boys in Spain. Looks as though it's going to be ROKKR again with a few bodies here. It's going to be Lucky on the hill, but Beans takes him down. Good work from Beans, and he's now on a 4 streak. So Beans continuing his recent form that he's had in Elites. Currently 8-2, 4 in a row. Nade over the top's going to take up 1, and there's another kill for Beans. So 5 in a row now for him, and he's going to finally get taken down by the AR of Lucky. But it looks as though the boys from Spain are going to try and punch their way straight in towards the hill once again, and Furious, he's going to look to try and get involved as Lucky just drops straight in front of him. So there's a freebie for him, looking to try and get on towards the point. Ultra still trailing by around 30 points at the moment, as again the time is still going on the board here. And if Ultra Academy essentially get the likes of Stevo, the likes of Furious firing on all cylinders, this will be a very, very close map between these two. ROKKR, an incredibly efficient team at times, of just soaking up kill time even when they don't necessarily have the amounts of kills, and when they still start to snowball, that's when it starts to really, really get dangerous. Already there's a few players looking to try and clear out a few players. It looks as though Real might have a gunfight here, a very important one actually, as as well. Up against Steve-O. Can he manage to win one? There's one for him all, and Furious is going to do enough to trade him out. So now this is a prime opportunity here. ROKKR Academy to look to try and get some more important time. There's only 13 seconds remaining before they start to even this one up. It looks as though ROKKR Academy are going to be on the back foot again here. There's one for Steve-O. There's two for Steve-O. There's three for Stevie Vortex. That's exactly what we know that he can do. And this time, with the AR in hand, cuts down all of Lucky Royale and Metals. And ROKKR have now got the lead themselves here. So a really strong start from ROKKR has now completely gone. ROKKR Academy have now put them in the blender on this hill. And they are really starting to soak up the time on this money hill. Harry is just doing such a good job of keeping his head down. You can already see 40 seconds of objective time just for him. There are going to be a couple of players, but Harry able to win one gunfight. Still got another one up against Royale. And can he manage to win the second? Yes, he can. Good work from Harry. And these individual gunfights at the moment that they're just able to win are really starting to show now. You can already see, though, that ROKKR are looking to try and stave off areas of the map. And it looks as though it will be Royale on towards that initial time. You can see the aggression on the minimap coming through from ROKKR. They are really pushing out the lanes in the middle portion of the map. And ROKKR are going to do well even to try and get close towards the hill at the moment. It looks as though they're going to try and bottleneck them over towards this cliffside. We tend to see a lot of teams do this, and Metals, meanwhile, just lurking at P1. He's just going to stop any players transitioning over through that middle portion of the map. And now Lucky, how many can he grab? There's one for Lucky, there's two for Lucky. And just like that, ROKKR Academy managed to bounce back with some important kills themselves. Lucky now working 3 in a row, currently standing at 10 and 6, and there's 4 now. And can he make the 5th onto Beans as well? The wall bang isn't going to be quite enough on that occasion. But you can see the positioning that they've got at the moment, and Lucky at the moment is just going on an absolute tear through these ROKKR Academy players. He's now on a 6 streak. Nothing is stopping him at the moment. And he might catch Furious out in transition. He's not going to manage to finalize the kill, but 6 in a row for him is now going to put the lead back straight in ROKKR Academy's favor now. So back and forth between these teams like we're used to seeing. Now the calm before the storm. Over towards P5 we go. It will be Furious on the hill at the moment. He is really struggling at the moment, is Furious, but he's doing his job in terms of getting on. Royale isn't actually going to spot him on the hill, so he's doing a really good job, Furious, of just keeping his head down. Royale's going to look to try and grab a kill. He is going to get one. Harry and Beanslow going to reply with a couple of kills on their own, and Journey's going to help just to try and stave off this push from ROKKR coming through this side of the map. There are still going to be a fair few bodies, and Steve-O going to be one of them. There's a freebie for him. Beans has managed to work his way into shutters, but he's going to get cut down as well. So ROKKR now, this is where it starts to get really dangerous when you play this team. When they get kills and they get momentum, they are so incredibly difficult to stop. And Journey as well, just going on a roam at the moment through middle map. Can you get another one onto Beans? Whoa, not on that occasion. Beans putting the boys in the backpack, especially in terms of slaying at the moment. 17 and 12 on the cards for him. ROKKR are still looking to try and push this lead out, and it is now back at 40 points. So the lead that Toronto ROKKR Academy managed to pick up has completely disintegrated, and it's now gone in favor from the boys in Spain, as we're used to seeing so often on these hard points. They are just so good at getting momentum and shifting it. So Journey's going to go for a flank. He's going to get pinched and taken down. So this is a really strong setup currently from ROKKR Academy. They've got all the lanes locked, and Lucky's actually going to get a team kill there onto his own man in Royale. So a difficult start on this P1 from ROKKR. It's just going to be stopped right in its tracks. Nice work there from Beans. Pre-fire, though, isn't going to come across to anyone, as all those players from ROKKR Academy are going to look to try and push up this beachside. Royale going to be first man to potentially engage here, but look at the presence that ROKKR Academy have got here. ROKKR, they just need to try and punch their way through, but they're not going to be able to. Lucky, though, he's able to grab a couple. Steve-O, though, and Furious are just going to re-pinch here, and this is a huge one-on-one potentially for Lucky. He needs to try and win this gunfight up against Steve-O. Round and round they go. Manages to catch him out with a couple of shots. They do exchange a few, and he comes out on top. So that scrap time will be it. Oh, Lucky there with the trigger finger of dreams. 5 in a row now for him. And I don't believe we've got any kill streaks. We do actually have a strafing run from Lucky from that previous 6 streak, but we aren't going to get a glide bomb. So we'll stay on board with Lucky. Can he get any more? No. He's going to get taken down on that occasion. And ROKKR Academy now still with a sizable lead. Potentially not for long here. And the boys of ROKKR claw this lead back. Harry just watching over the middle lanes. Furious is going to look to try and get involved and help him out as well. So, going to spot Journey. Furious takes down one. The latest addition, obviously, this ROKKR Academy roster. And when he goes off, this team definitely performs incredibly well. And there's another one for Furious. A lot better there from him. 2 in a row now. As players look to try and climb towards the hill. And Furious, hello. He's now arrived to the party. 3. Can he make it 4 onto Journey? No, he can't quite able to grab yet another one. Those players still looking to try and flood in. There is nothing separating these two teams at the moment. Journey shots into one. There's first kill. Furious and Royale are going to both get kills for their respective teams as well. And a nice bit of work there from Real. Quiet game so far from him. On a map like Avuto, if you're running SMG, you've really got the short straw. Doing his job at the moment. Ultra. This was the hill that they held so well before. They're not going to be on the initial time. Furious is going to look to try and at least take Journey down out of the hills. Just trying to keep his head down, but potentially the FMJ might come back, take him down. But never mind, the kills actually come through here from the boys of ROKKR. They are just locking this down exactly like Ultra did on the previous rotation. And now this lead is really starting to get pushed out now. Currently standing at around 30 points, pushing out to 40 now as Metals is just watching over the top of his teammate. Oh, but Harry, big nade over the top. Isn't going to be able to do enough, though, to take Journey out of the hill. And while all this madness is going on, Journey, he's just keeping his head down. He's doing his job. He's soaking up the time, and he's forcing all that responsibility on Ultra to try and work their way in towards the hill. Furious is going to get as close as pretty much they've managed to so far, but Lucky just watching the cross isn't going to allow anyone to try and work their way through. We're going to see the nade over the top from Real, but what a hold that was there from the boys of ROKKR, and it now puts them only 35 seconds away from taking this map 1. Furious and the boys are going to be locked here, but this needs to be a really strong hold here from Ultra Academy. They need to hold this hill and potentially the next one for pretty much the full whack. ROKKR, they're still edging their way in, though. Journey takes down 1, but Harry and Furious holding the front of 4. Good work from those lads. And Beans now has got a big responsibility here on this left-hand lane. He needs to win this gunfight, because if Real pushes down this left-hand lane and spawns them out, it's going to be a worrying time here. And now Beans is all of a sudden the last man up in the back. Spots Real, though. Takes down 1. These are really big kills here for Beans. He just needs to try and delay those players as much as possible from getting over towards the hill. You can see Furious as well. He's just going to be here to help him out. But again, it's just Beans in the back. His players do spawn up on him. But now these next kills are huge. Beans move the contest. Beans with 1. Can't get any more. The boys of Ultra, they really need to try and punch their way in quickly here, because at the moment the time is just pushing forwards here for ROKKR Academy. Only 20 seconds remaining now before this map 1 is done. And nice work there from Real. He's going to stave off any more players, and it's only 8 seconds worth of scrap time. But it puts them within touching distance of map number 1 here. Can ROKKR manage to make the play? Journey just flies straight across and wins 2 initial gunfights. And Lucky's now on a streak. Look at the combined 10 streak now between Real, Lucky, and Journey. They are cutting through Ultra Academy players left, right, and centre. Somebody needs to touch the hill. The bodies are flying through. They do manage about to just touch the hill, but now Lucky is just going to try and fly onto the hill. Can he get it? Yes, he can. And it is going to be ROKKR Academy taking map number 1, 250 to 174. And the momentum shift with kills that comes with this Minnesota ROKKR Academy team is just there for all to see. See there. Beans, really good map from him, but it's not going to be enough. And it is going to be the ROKKR Academy lads going 1-0 up here in this series. Just got out the old map scores as well. 2, 3, 7, 4. There you go, guys. There's just confirmation of map number 1. So the boys of Minnesota ROKKR, Spanish talent comes through once again in a respawn, as you come to expect from this roster, to be fair. They now lead the series 1-0 here in this winners final. Obviously, we'll try to keep you guys updated as and when we can. We'll see. We're getting ready now for map number 2. And, oh, Mr. Cares, thank you very much for the sub, buddy. Thank you very much, mate. There, guys, map number 1 done and dusted. And we're now getting ready for that Berlin search and destroy. And obviously, as we're used to seeing from these lads, they do request the mini-map blocker and the old X-ray. So we will have to sort that one out. The respect of the players. Those nameplates. But yeah, guys, good map 1 from ROKKR Academy. Ultra, though, we've known them in the past for being a very good roster on Search and Destroy. Obviously, the addition of Furious as well. We've seen him have some really good maps in Search and Destroy, and they look very good in that elite set of round-robin games. So we'll see if they can manage to tie it up 1 apiece. And for anyone who is jumping on board with us and you haven't seen the bracket, this is currently what it's looking like at the moment. So we are taking hold of that ROKKR Academy versus Ultra Academy game at the top in that winners final game. Elsewhere, though, we've got Sukri's Bakery, understandably, seeing them here once again on Sunday up against Doge Nation. And then R&G, who I believe are the Vitalized lads, if I'm not mistaken, up against Vengeance. So are down to 6 teams. And obviously, whoever wins this one does go through in towards that grand final. So a big series here between these two. Just waiting for the lads to get lobbied up. So map number 2. It feels weird. It feels weird. I mean, It's good to chat to the chat for once, because I ain't got Pabs with me. But yeah, as mentioned, guys, Pablo will be joining me as soon as possible. Currently on his way back from B&Q, so as soon as he comes back, we'll be back to the old Duocaster setup. The main thing was just getting the old Call of Duty on the screen for you guys. Can't have a cup without some coverage. It's not doable. Not doable. Yeah, guys, if you did miss map number 1, 250 to 174. The boys of Minnesota ROKKR. Wait, the lads. Bobby up for map number 2. But make sure you get your channel points in, guys, to redeem a few of these. I won't be able to do them mid-map, obviously, where it's a Challengers Cup. I'll be looking to try and do them in between the maps rather than during them. So if you do redeem them and I do miss them, apologies, guys. Just give us a shout and I'll make sure that I do them correctly. You don't miss out on them. You guys lobbying up. I don't think they are just yet. Yeah. Pablo just confirming that he'll be here eventually. Bit of a break. Obviously, it's a long day of Call of Duty for these guys, so that's when they need breaks, food breaks. We'll try and keep tabs on those loser bracket games as they come through. Obviously, if you guys get any updates on them, feel free to pop them in chat. We're a bit of a one-man band at the moment. I've got Mr. Prezi in the background updating the bracket. Pennsylvania is. But in the meantime, if you do know any of the scores, keep us updated and feel free to do it. And obviously, we'll update the bracket accordingly as the teams go through. So depending on how the other games pan out, we're guaranteed at least 3, potentially 4 series, depending if the second best of 5 comes through. Right. Yeah, so obviously those loser bracket games, if they line up and we can hop on potentially, if this one, say, ends in a 3-0, we'll obviously try and jump on those loser bracket games to bring you guys as much as possible. But sometimes the times don't exactly line up, so we will be guaranteed winners final, losers final, and obviously the grand final as well. But if this one, say, ends quickly and the other series in that losers bracket gets delayed a little bit, I might just try and message the teams to see if we can hop on board with one of their games and join halfway through. As mentioned, guys, if you are just jumping on board with us here, Challengers Cup number 7 here in the winners final between ROKKR Academy and Ultra Academy. Obviously, Sukri's Bakery versus Doge Nation. Doge Nation, if you are a betting man, you're probably going to assume that Sukri's Bakery might take that one potentially. But obviously, you can't count out Benza's boys, Doge Nation. And then RNG up against Vengeance. There's still some juicy games going on at the moment. Obviously, we can't cover every single one of them, but do our best to do as much coverage of them as possible. And it looks as though the guys are now lobbying up, and we should be ready to go for map number 2. As mentioned, guys, that is going to be a Berlin Search and Destroy, and Ultra. Very good Search and Destroy team. Whenever they've played the Spanish lads, they have tended to pinch the Search and Destroy here or there. We'll see if anyone missed that cup number 1. That was the boys of Ultra Academy. They got through the grand final, but weren't able to take it. ROKKR Academy at the moment have a very, very good record in these Challengers Cups. LP Sports, how are we doing? I think I saw a taken. Yeah, Team Singularity tuning in. How you doing, guys? Welcome, welcome. Cheering on the boys of Ultra. Yeah, guys, we are now hopping in to Berlin Search and Destroy for map number 2. Can't deal with 160p. Is the old 4G letting you down, Lisa? So, guys, we are now hopping in towards the Berlin Search and Destroy here. We'll see if Toronto Ultra Academy can tie this series up, or whether ROKKR are going to put themselves right in the driving seat. If they go 2-0 up here, it's a rare occurrence that you tend to see these boys let anything slip. We'll stay on board here with the chosen man in metals. Know what ROKKR Academy can be like on this map. We've seen Lucky Rock the Sniper a fair few times at First Bloods. Very, very important on this map. As mentioned, guys, we do have the mini-map blocker. And, oh, there you go. Speak of the devil, Lucky with the sniper down over towards the B side. The bomb is going down already, though, from Steve-O. Obviously, you guys can't see it, but he is now sticking the bomb here. And it looks as though Journey's going to look to try and work his way in towards here. He does know that he's in here, and Steve-O's going to get taken down. So First Blood is going to come through for the Ultra Academy lads. See the presence that they've got inside there, but they've now got the issue of trying to shift Harry out of the back of Warehouse. There are going to be couple of players lurking in towards the side, but they're just waiting to try and stick the bomb here. But while Harry has just got this on lockdown, it is going to be so difficult for them to even try and work any sort of kill. Metals with 19 seconds left on the clock. Surely they're going to have to try and protect the man on the bomb and try and stick it. But Furious is coming all the way around the back. How many can he grab? There's one for Furious. There's two for Furious. He knows that the third's out in this outer lane, and the barrel is going to tag up Real. I don't even think he's going to try and stick the bomb. He's not going to be able to regardless. And Ultra, they are going to come out the blocks with a very strong opening round here. 1-0 up. They will go. And good work there from the lads. Sticking the bomb, positioning everyone over towards that back warehouse. Pretty much the bread and butter play that we tend to see here on the Berlin. Good work from the lads, nonetheless. Being Furious there, picking up the pieces. So good work there from those guys. And see what the boys, ROKKR Academy, have in store for us. This opening attacking round. Journey's going to be the man in charge of bomb. It looks as though they're going to be trying to emulate a similar push and nade all the way over the top, potentially. Might land in the back pocket. Furious. Not going to on that occasion. It's actually going to be Journey heading over towards this A site, and his teammate Real pushing up quite heavily over towards that A site. Is going to get taken down for first blood. So at the moment, Journey is a little bit stranded over towards the side. It looks as though they've got a really even split at the moment, but a gunfight for Journey, which he's able to win. The trade does come through, and now by dropping that bomb, it puts it in a really awkward spot here for Metals and Lucky. Furious has got some really good timing here onto a couple of players. Potentially, can he get... No, the windy shots, they're not going to be enough there to grab the kill. So now it's just going to be Lucky all on his own. Harry was able to trade Metals out. Now Lucky. Responsibility for 1 versus 2. Mentioned that bomb is over towards Ticket, over towards the left-hand side. Spot one player there. Be careful, though, because both players are above him. Really gets good timing here. Oh, he tags up one player, but the double chow comes through, and nice work again. Ultra Academy really efficient on the search so far. 2 rounds on the board. Early days from these lads. Good work once again. Steve-O just helping his teammate out there. A little bit of a bait and switch comes through. We're tending to see quite a lot of teams now start to play a lot closer together in these 1 versus 2s. Right at the start of the game, we saw quite a lot of teams with a really large spread of players. When it was a 1 versus 2, you'd stick one over towards the A site, one over towards the B. But at the moment, it looks like Ultra Academy, they are just playing in each other's back pocket at the moment. Really paying off here as Harry's now worked himself on towards a 4 streak here. Again, bomb in the hands of Steve-O. They are going to try and head it over towards this site. There's going to be a couple of players from ROKKR just waiting outside. Number 5 and number 8, Lucky and Journey. Both going to be here, and Lucky's surely going to have the first engagement anytime soon. There is so many players waiting to move, and it looks like work a wrap here. And Journey, he's the only man that would have been able to spot it here. Is he going to manage to grab the player up top? Because there's one player above him, and Steve-O is going to take him down. So now first blood goes in favour of Ultra Academy. Once again, some shots are coming through there. I believe from Metals across the other side of the map. And Lucky again, just watching this left-hand side of the map, though. He's not going to grab a pick, but he does get that all-important info. And Metals being over here as well. Going to at least grab some info, but Lucky replies with a kill. But now can this nade manage to connect? Wants the man out the back. No, number 3, Steve-O just worms himself away. Harry's still on streaks at the moment, so he does have to be careful with this. They get that all-important glide bomb. We know what that can do over towards the B side, but Steve-O takes down 1. He's now on a 4 streak as well here, so combining for 8 currently. Steve-O and Harry, but he's going to get taken down. So now Harry and Beans still need to try and defend this site, and Beans grabs an important kill now, and Harry manages to get the 5th as well. So 5 in a row now from Harry. Ultra with another round on the board. That is 3 in a row now without a single response from ROKKR. Not every day you see that. And Harry now only 1 away from the strafing run. Obviously 2 away from that glide bomb since it was changed from 5 kills to 7. And thank you for the follow, David, Luty, Abstedy, and Pino. Thank you very much, guys. Into round number 4 we go. ROKKR on the attack. Just keep an eye. Harry at the moment with those streaks potentially. Or number 3 around the corner. Steve-O's going to get some bullets straight to the face there. He gets taken down. And now Harry going to be transitioning over towards mid. There is a man actually right on his left. Beans is going to reply with a kill on towards Real. So still 3 versus 3. next to him. He's going to get shot in the back. He's going to get shot in the back. Metals takes him down. No streaks for Ultra. And this could be potentially a map-saving round here for the boys of ROKKR. But there's another kill coming through from Beans. So now 2 versus 2. See, there's a split. Furious and Beans, they're on their own at the moment. And Lucky's going to make Furious pay for it. Beans got the man out to the left. He does spot him, but he knows there's going to be another man nearby. He's just going to try and finesse his life. He'll do well to stay alive. Oh, but the double push comes through. Oh, I thought he got it. Oh, my goodness. I thought for a second he managed to get the second as well. I thought for a moment he had it, but he's not going to be able to. ROKKR, blimey. That got a bit nervy there. I thought Beans was going to absolutely batter them on that one, but he's not going to be able to. ROKKR steady the ship. And geez, just about enough. Flow is here. Oh, so I'll try and get you in after the search, Pablito. Ready the push over towards the A site. There's going to be 2 players here from ROKKR Academy. And they get that first blood. No, Steve-O's going to get taken down again for first blood. So 2 rounds in a row. He has been the victim from ROKKR Academy shots. Looks so Real. It spots the man over the top. Real with 1. Harry, though, really quick trades coming through. But Journey, likewise, is going to do exactly the same. So now Beans, last man up. 1 versus 2 required. Is he going to manage much up here? If he gets this round, ROKKR not going to be happy with this. Only unlucky. Keeping an eye over towards its A site. Lucky, though. Oh, there it is. Whack straight in the kneecaps, it looked like from here. But it's going to be enough to take him down. And ROKKR, 2 rounds on the board. This is why you don't count this team out. Whenever they seem to be under the pressure, they come through with big moments there. And Lucky with the sniper, as we've come to expect from him. He's just going to absolutely clatter him. Take him down. And now all of a sudden, that 3-round advantage has completely gone. Now into round number 6 we go. Again, there is the first blood. Now how important it can be on any search and destroy, but Berlin, if you can especially get that first blood and drop the bomb in an awkward spot for the attacking team. But Real, there it is, manages to take down 1, and now this is the opportunity that they need to try and get in towards the site. You can see Journey just really worried. 1 HP. He manages to get down 2, and there you go. Harry cleans him out with the nade. We know how difficult it can be, but Metals, a big pick, takes down Harry. So now 3 versus 2 in favor of ROKKR once again, and Metals is going to look to try and potentially catch out 1 player on the cross. You can see, though, the split. Steve-O going to be working down to warehouse. Meanwhile, Beans is all the way over towards that back crane. And Beans is position. Might be the opportunity for Steve-O to maybe work a bit of an angle, but Beans is going to get taken down. Never mind. This looks a bit bleak now here for Steve-O. They're searching for him. They're hunting for him. They get the kills, and another round again for the boys of ROKKR. Manages to tie it up. 3 apiece. Ultra, they're going to be kicking themselves if they start to let this one slip. If ROKKR get 4 rounds on the bounce, this is going to completely shift the momentum. Lucky, been a pivotal part to it. 4 in a row now for him. See if he's going to be rocking the sniper once again. So he is. There's a couple players relatively close to that P2 side. There's info of players over towards that. So there's such a huge stack of bodies over towards this middle building, and Metal's first blood again comes in favor of ROKKR Academy. They have just adapted so well to what Ultra Academy were doing in the early stages of this search and destroy. And now all of a sudden it's going to be another man advantage here for ROKKR. Maze and tacticals being lobbed here, there, and everywhere. And Steve-O, that's a bolt chow, just flies straight out the top, and he manages to tuck himself away in towards the corner. So Metals isn't going to get that instant trade, but he knows that Steve-O is still nearby. Is he going to check underneath him, though? Oh, he's dancing with death, and Real makes him pay, but Furious, nice shots there with the MP40. The bomb will go down, though, so now The position for the boys of ROKKR. Try and work their way towards the site, and Real, another big pick comes through from him. The man that has been touted as one of Europe's hottest prospects at the moment with another important kill. But now can Furious as well do the same. Takes down one, but it looks as though number 7 Metals is going to be behind him. Oh, but Furious gets the second as well. I thought for a second he was dead to rights, and Furious, with a huge moment there for ROKKR Academy, manages to snap onto the second, onto Metals as well. What a play from Furious. And that is a huge round there for the ROKKR Academy lads. Right when they needed it, he comes through clutch for the boys, and now they retake the lead. What was the score in the hardpoint? 250 to 174, Jack. Stevo over towards the A site. It looks as though ROKKR are going to try and work a push over here. Real is going to be on this outer lane as well. Those boys fly around the corner. Bean's going to be forced to back up there. The nade is going to clatter him straight in the face. There is a huge amount of bodies over towards this back area, over towards P3. No, Stevo's in here. Stevo's going to at least try and tag up a few of them and potentially wait for some trades to help. Is it going to come through? No, it's not going to come through quick enough. Beans is going to look to try and get involved now, but he's not going to check the right-hand corner, and Real is just sat there waiting for him at the moment. Furious able to take down one, so now it is a 2 versus 3, and Harry grabs an important kill as well, but now the bomb is going down. Journey going to plant it over towards the A site, and now the duo of Journey and Lucky. And they managed. Oh, Lucky's going to get some god timing here. The flank going to come through from Harry isn't going to be enough, and the Spanish lads come through with another important round. When it looks like it's slipping away, they just hold on time after time. And a good work over towards that warehouse side, just reading the wrap there of the ROKKR Academy lads. So they are now going to tie it back up 4 rounds apiece, and this is what me and Pablo talk about all the time. The waft. The infamous waft of round 11, and the way these two are going at the moment. It is just so close between these two. On Lewis, thank you very much, buddy, for the sub. Sui. Thank you very much, Lewis. Man. So in towards round number 9 we go. Furious. Gonna get some info. Lost some players out there. Going to be gunfight. Metals. He's going to get taken down. There's going to be another player ready and waiting. Beans. He's going to grab one kill onto him, but surely the trade comes through. Yes, it does. So good work there from the lads from Spain. And look at the presence that they've got pushing over towards this side of the map. Furious is going to be so busy. There's one. Is he going to grab one kill at least here? He's going to tag up Lucky. Is the trade going to come through, though? Because Journey's working his way around the back. Surely it does. So now it's all going to be down to Stevo. Can Stevie Vortex make it work? No, he can't. They're going to manage to grab the kill onto him. They're going to grab the defuse. And ROKKR are now going to be 1 round away from taking this map number 2 and going 2-0 up here in this winners final. This is going to be such a big moment here. If they go 2-0 up, as mentioned previously, these boys rarely let a series slip. And Arthur with the follow. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, and it's just ROKKR Academy, lads. They just seem to go on absolute tears individually. 4 in a row for Journey. Now going to see his lads 1 round away. Taking this map still on Berlin. Really tepid approach here from ROKKR. It looks as though they seem happy just to play for info over towards this B site, and then obviously they get the info that they need. Oh, Furious ducks his head down in the nick of time. You can see the Kobe nade, though. They're going to try and land onto him. Isn't going to be enough. Journey just going to try and edge his way up with this bomb, and there's the first blood. Beams onto Furious, rips his head clean off his shoulders, but Stevo over towards the A site manages to grab a pick as well. So Journey, bomb is going to go down. This next pick is going to be huge. And they get this next pick, Toronto. Oh, shots being exchanged, but Harry wins the gunfight, so now it's a 3 versus 2. But they've only got 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got to be quick. Metals is out the back. Lucky is just lurking in towards mid. Looks as though he's going to try and work this wrap here. The Metals while all this madness is going on in the back. It surely looks as though he's going to get traded any second now, but is he going to get the second? No, he's not. So now, surely, Lucky, can he make the play? 17 seconds left on the clock. They need to stick the defuse here, Ultra, and they are going to try to do it. Takes down one Lucky. Is he going to manage to get the man off the bomb? He manages to get Harry off the bomb. Harry's been baited off of it. If he stuck it, he might have had it. And there's one kill. There's 2 kills for Lucky and ROKKR Academy. They managed to pull it out the bag once again, right when they need it. A 2-piece at the end. And more importantly, they go 2-0 up in this series. Lucky by name, lucky by nature. 2 important kills there for him. 9 and 5 in the end from him as well. And it is going to be the ROKKR Academy boys now 2-0 up. So I think now I might be able to get Pablo on. Let me try and ring him. Might get him on. If he's there. Try and get him on. He's looking at his computer. I don't know if he's playing Call of Duty or watching it. He's not there. Oh, Pablo, why are you like this to me? Well, we'll try and get Pablo on a little bit later. He's not paying attention. Oh, Pablito. So, 2-0, the ROKKR Academy. And I'll quickly just sort out the maps. Graphic here. Go, guys. So, 2-0 now to ROKKR. And now we go in towards the Tuscan control. There he is, Mr. Pablo.
How goes it, my friend? Apologies about being late. You know what I'm like. It's better late than never. I'm nearly fully dressed up for the occasion as well.
Nah, it's all good, mate. It's all good. Let me. I'll try and sort out your pass stuff before the boys get it going in towards the next.
That's looking like it's shaping up to be a quite disastrous moment right now for the boys from Toronto.
Yeah, they've come. I think that search was important for them. Can you change your camera height as well, Pablo? 178 was before, wasn't it?
Yeah, let me just try.
Changed you the old pass, I think.
128 or something.
Yeah, it was 128. That was it.
Yeah, you should get that seconds coming through now.
There you go, clear.
Yeah!
On the fly production, I'll just make sure you can see the right screen. That always helps.
I just need to go back to OBS Ninja and change the height. Man, it does not feel right.
Yeah, it's fine, mate. Fine. Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
Is
that better?
No.
Wait, I've got a screen somewhere that I can see the parsec on camera. Oh yeah, so that's fine. Let me just sort that out.
I just need to up the camera a little bit. On the fly production.
Yeah, you know this. I've actually got the other screen on now, so... Oh wait, I've gone the wrong way. Apologies. My brain is literally still in gym mode.
Have you listened to B&Q?
Hey, there we go.
Dude.
I look human. Oh my god.
I
look a
think
mess.
I just got a donation come through. It hasn't come through on my activities. I just got a donation. Have I missed that? I think I'm tripping. I think I just got a donation come through from someone and it's not come up on my OBS. Apologies for it.
Oh, OBS is
Whoever's in the chat, please tell me that you please tell me who donated that, because I do not want to miss that one. Right, good to go. There we go, guys. He's back on the screen. Pablito is here with us once again. And yeah, just a shout out to whoever donated that. Thank you very much. They donated £10 for a Greg sausage roll. Thank you so much, man. What an absolute legend. But yeah,
that's a lot of Greg sausage. That's like 5 Greg sausage rolls, isn't it? More? Actually, aren't they like £1.20? You're down south though, aren't they? So they're like $2.50.
Inflation, mate. Inflation. Yeah, whoever dropped that donation, please drop your name in the chat, because it's not come through on my activity feed for some reason. So thank you so much for that donation, man. It really means a lot. One absolute legend. It's worthy of a few of them.
It's worthy of a major Sisu there, right there.
Yeah, guys. So we are getting ready for map number 3. Yeah, Tabby, you're not able to see what happens behind the scenes. We've got to keep that confidential. But yeah, at the moment, Pablo, ROKKR Academy, they're doing pretty much what we're used to seeing them do, really, I suppose, at this stage. They just seem so efficient, don't they, at this point on?
Yeah, I mean, we've got kind of like a little bit of access to the detailed stats that Easy Mac from FaZe gives us from the round robin through the week. And, you know, before this began, it would have been quite an interesting one because there's quite a bit of parity between the two teams. You've got one player out of each side racking up quite big numbers in Beans and Real, both, you know, hitting 1.17 and above. Beans actually probably producing the stellar performance of the week. And then you have a player in each side who's not done so well, and Metals it was for the guys from ROKKR this week. And let me just jump back over to the stat screen. I can't remember who it was for. Where are we? Ultra Academy. So yeah, we had Steve Vortex dropping less than a 1KD, the same as Metals this week, and then the other two players doing. So coming into this, it was looking like there's going to be a bit of parity, but a 2-0 again, it just looks like ROKKR just able to go through that extra gear that we've talked about a million times. They're just able to just find that extra bit of pace and accuracy that some teams just can't keep up with. And again, 2-0. You know, you would probably say with the acquisition of Furies that the S&D for the boys from Ultra would take a step up, but again, those last two rounds were just outstanding performances, and Lucky seems to make his own look the best most of the time.
I suppose this is kind of, if one team was picked up by, like we said, the CDL orgs, and one team wasn't, then you would probably say, like, one team, yeah, you would expect them to improve with the help of all the analysts and the coaches as well. But because it's both teams there, it's almost like Ultra Academy have probably improved quite a lot since being on this organisation. But ROKKR, again, they've got the same kind of system, really, haven't they? They've done exactly the same themselves. So it's kind of like, as one team goes up, the other team goes up. And obviously ROKKR have always seemed to just have that little bit of an edge over the Ultra Academy lads, obviously with a couple of changes in the roster that Ultra have had here and there, whereas ROKKR, since day one, they've been an absolute unit. They've obviously stayed as a group as well. So it's a case of you can kind of argue both sides, really, I suppose.
And you've got to think, like, when ROKKR get picked up, there's probably not a huge amount to improve on. That little bit of stability's probably helped them. It's probably just, you know, that Real probably the one player that needed the most support coming into it. A phenomenal player, just needed a bit more discipline, and he seems to have got that. Also, I mean, you'd argue as well, I mean, they just needed that little bit of stability and support to just edge over. Again, though, you'd argue that the players from ROKKR are just a solid 4 at the very peak of their performance. There's some awesome players right there, and again, you always feel like that Ultra team is like a Vortex team, and then he's got other players around him just trying to, you know, with him and Harry, I don't think he's ever quite managed to replace you know, Gizmo and Nasty from last year. I just don't think he's been able to do it and effectively. And that's no slight on the players that have joined him. It's just going to take time. So whereas they had like, and the other problem is that you face all the time is that you're making a comparison on the back of what was one of the most dominant seasons from a challenger team ever. So yeah, it's like it's so difficult for them. They've left such a good legacy that it's right now. It just you're constantly like, are they really good enough? Well, they finished second so many times that you just feel that maybe towards the end of the season they're just going to kick things over and just get so much better, and I think Furious is definitely going to help them. Yeah,
because it felt as though obviously when Denza left, it felt as though nothing would just go right for them, but with the addition of Bean, he's really stepped up, to be fair. Beans, especially in respawns, we've seen it a few times in Elites. He's had really good maps in Ultra Academy. Furious as well, he's had big moments in the Search and Destroy. He had a big one there in that one which they weren't able to win on the Berlin, where they managed to get the 1 versus 2. So as a core 4 now, you're hoping kind of really, obviously now they're under the umbrella of Ultra Academy, they're going to really want to try and pick this 4 and work with this 4, and obviously that's going to enable them to kind of develop over time, really, as a core 4, because as much as it is good to get different players in and try different things, kind of that constant chopping and changing eventually is going to kind of take its toll on some of the teams that are sticking as a 4 and developing and just refining all of their plays, all of their gameplay, rather than starting not from scratch, but kind of getting in another position where you've got to try and get everyone on the right wavelength again with each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've no better example than Sucre's Bakery, who've just gone leaps and leaps and bounds. You know, they've had a couple of games where they've they've been put under pressure by teams they probably shouldn't be put under pressure by, particularly that GWR Signs game. But yeah, that's a great example, is those four sticking together and just looking really, really strong. And every time you see them and cast them, they look great. But definitely an opportunity for Ultra Academy. This is the big moment. They really need to shine, and not particularly on a great map for them and against a team who do always look strong on Tuscan. This could be a massive game.
Yeah, and big shout out as well to Alpi for the sub. Thank you very much, brother. One absolute legend. Constant support for the man himself. Thank you very much. What a handsome man. The ROKKR Academy obviously looking to try and see this one out in a 3-0. We've seen a lot of teams do it, and a lot of those teams who come under that Spanish umbrella. Obviously, Suki Bakery, an incredibly talented team as well. But good work there from the Ultra Academy. They're obviously on that defensive side, Pablo. We know how difficult that B point is to take. Obviously, teams now start to switch it up a little bit, try slightly different strategies. It looks as though the Ultra, though, have managed to at least solidify their aggression over towards B and at least only stop just the one tick from coming through at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve and Beans just doing great work there over towards B, and just, you know, that's what you want to see. Those handful of players, 2 players, being able to stop a full push from the team, and that's going to be good for them in terms of kills. They've managed to keep it reasonably close, and right now, not even a tick over towards A. We are going to see that just go over right now. Progress just finally getting there, but with 43 seconds, the guys from ROKKR not giving themselves a whole heap of time to try and get that final B point. Right now, there is only a 1 life difference, but you've got to look to Steve-O in particular. He seems to have picked up the pace really well. Beans as well. Beans had a stellar performance through the week, Major, dropping a 1.38 KD overall, so it tells you the kind of form he's in right now, guys, and definitely a player to look out for.
Yeah, no, good work on the defensive side. ROKKR do have that 1 life advantage, but they are starting to rack together a fair number of kills at the moment. Number 1 in Real is going to look to try and get out towards the back. He does have Lucky nearby to help him out. You can still see the presence here from Ultra Academy. They are locked into position, and we know how difficult this position can be to take, as Furious is going to be up towards Pat, but his teammate Harry able to grab 1 pick. So the AR presence for the moment from Ultra is looking pretty strong. Steve, another kill coming through from him, so it looks as though the boys of ROKKR, they're just going to have to try and regroup here. This is the difficulty with Tuscan Control, isn't it, Pabs? It's like you drop 1 man, you've got to try and regroup, or at least hit something, or expect almost like a magical play, because those players, they can come off of respawn on that defensive side so quickly.
Magical play is probably the apt word. You need to get a team wipe. You just need to be able to kill the entirety of the opposition and keep your players alive, so that you can stack the hill almost as quickly as possible and get that attacking set up. So when that final push does come, the defensive push, you're able to deal with it. And that's huge plays again by Steve-O, who's looking to just make up for the kind of problems they had over, you know, towards the end of the S&D. And obviously it was at 250 to about 180 in the hard point. It didn't get the score, but it was that's quite a big differential for teams that should be a lot closer together. So still probably advantage to Ultra Academy, despite that 2 life disadvantage. The defensive side is reasonably strong for 2 or 3 kills, so big moment for Ultra Academy to get 1 on the board. But again, Major, the question is, you know, with ROKKR being as strong as they are the boys in purple going to be able to even get an attacking round under the board? Are they going to break serve? Yeah,
this is where we talk about kind of the kills. A lot of people have been calling actually for the things to be changed to picks rather than kills. We do tend to see this very patient defensive gameplay, and it looks as though at the moment the boys in purple of Ultra Academy, they are doing really well in terms of kills, and it's now 3 lives remaining for the boys from Spain. But there's another kill coming through from Steve-O. A really strong map from him so far, and a strong round from Ultra does leave them with a bit of an advantage in terms of lives. So as far as you're going, if you're an Ultra Academy fan, that's pretty much what you want from those boys in that opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got a lot of kills to make up for through the week, not having a great game and not having a great 4 games, you should say. So 11 and 7, looking solid right now. The proof in the pudding, though, Major, is going to come in these attacking rounds. Are they going to go for that kind of standard A push? It does look like it's going to be a split. I think they're going to try and get some attention over towards that B side. It's going to be a 1v1 almost, potentially, between number Real and Steve-O. So that should be interesting as well. 2 players at their very peak at the minute. But again, it is going to be the tick on its way over. Beans managing to get that pick. And the guys in purple doing a good job of just holding. They've got that middle ground. Big fight about to go down to middle. We're on the point of view of Jenny right now. He's just going to play with his food a little bit. He's in U. He is going to get tagged up. And that's still going to remain a little bit of geography going the way of Ultra Academy, and they're going to be able to get further progress, Major, and it's looking solid. And you know, if they're able to get that final tick over as soon as possible, they're going to give themselves potentially a good 2 minutes in order to capture B. And right now, with a 3 life advantage, that's looking really good for them.
Yeah, Steve-O on a 5 as well, so these streaks potentially We've seen a few strafing runs over towards that B point, which have actually clattered a fair few players. So if he can get even just one kill here, not even necessarily the glide bomb, and he uses it wisely, might potentially work out for them here. Stevo still on the hunt for that next. Will he get one? Never mind. Beans is going to take down one. So Lucky out the back, though. Is he going to spot Stevo? Because they're going to clash heads any second now. Can he win the gunfight? Yes, he can. Stevo. 6 in a row from him now. Big wins from Mr. Stevie Vortex. And Metals is going to be out the back as well. Stevo just holding his angles and letting his teammates get the progress. Out the back he goes. Stevo. Oh, he's going to get absolutely fried. I'm not sure whether that was team shots or not. But he got dropped in a blink of an eye on that occasion. But Ultra Academy still leading lives at the moment. They're picking off players left, right, and centre at the moment. But they just need that all-important person on the point to secure it, Pablo, because they've only got 25 seconds left and they've not even got the A point yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And this has gone from being what was a very, very strong position. You know, the guys from ROKKR have done an amazing job. And that big kill over towards the back again, Stevo has just hampered Ultra Academy something ruthless. And you're quite right that they're just trying to get picks, just trying to get some of that attention over towards that B site. And they're going to push them over, finally get that A secured. It's only going to give them 1 minute 12 though, Major. And that is not a lot of time with only 1 life advantage. And Real looking to even things up over towards Ultra Academy spawn. That's going to provide a great headache there for the team in purple. Journey also in church now. Again, this silent play from him. He's going to get that 2-piece. No, it is indeed Real, Major, who's gone onto a 5 spree, and right across the board there we nearly saw an 11 spree across ROKKR Academy, who are doing exactly what they need to do in defense.
Yeah, you see the aggression that they've got as well, just pushing these lanes out, and Journey's going to get some pretty good timing. Got a couple of players here. Oh, they're going to hear him down towards these top steps of P5 because he might cut through all them all here. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. He's not going to get the 4th because Stevo shoots him straight in the back. But Journey, with the godlike play, the godlike positioning, just to make the read and re-pinch those players through P5, is going to be absolutely pivotal. And while all this madness is going on, Real, he's on a 6 now, so he's now got a straight run to work with. There's 7 from Real. He's going to tag up Beans as well, who's going to be forced to back down. But with 12 seconds left on the clock, this is looking like pretty much a bread and butter defensive hold here. Beans is going to shut down Real and finally take him off that streak. But this is looking like, again, another strong hold for the defensive sides.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Ultra's journey into where round 3 has been complete, and it's going to be ROKKR Academy managing to go big on that defense. And honestly, that looks like they're potentially as close as possible to being tied up on it in terms of defensive lives. So coming into a couple of big rounds, again, we're not going to see a break of serve. I think these teams are just a little too strong to allow the kind of bias towards B to get kind of, I don't know, overplayed in any way. I don't think they're going to get overwrought. So I think, again, Major, we can sincerely start to smell the waft of a round 5 in this control, and they're going to take it to the very edge. It's one of the things we've seen time and time again. After when we cast these guys, they take it to the very, very edge. And right now we're just seeing some superb performances, particularly out of the young phenom in Real, 14 and 9, Major.
Yeah, another important thing as well. Jose has just mentioned that the strafing one is supposedly G8, so obviously you're going to make it more difficult for teams to be able to take that defensive point with a streak that they now only have 1 available to them, which is going to be 7 in a row. So it's going to be a glide bomb, and that's it for ROKKR as they try and work their way through the attacking side. Furious though, let's go this side, and he's doing a really good job of just roaming around middle map here. The Spanish boys are trying to lurk and track him down, but Lucky, for a second there I thought he was going to win that one as well. It looks as though the boys of Ultra are just going to try and just in the fact that they're not going to potentially stop this A push from coming through. The inevitable pretty much seems as though it's going to happen any second soon, as that pressure is now coming from Lucky. It is a single man on the point at the moment, and it's something that I've actually seen quite a lot of recently, Pablo, is players and teams kind of leaving just 1 man on the point to almost buy themselves a bigger window of opportunity to get the kills that they need. Because obviously if they quickly capture that one, they only get the minute of added time, whereas if they leave that 1 player on that hill, they stop the timer. It obviously goes up really slowly and allows the rest of the team to try and just roam around and almost like work some picks and try and work some lives as well. Yeah,
to really try and take advantage of the life count as well, because obviously if you get yourself a nice 5 or 6 life lead, that especially on the attack, it starts to play into the minds of the team. On the defense, they start to worry that, given the fact that they could potentially then be under the cosh for 2 minutes, that could go down to a TDM. And it's something we didn't see very often. We never really saw that happen at the very start of the introduction of control. So big plays from Journey as he just bunny hops his way through the Ultra boys, and again just awesome plays from ROKKR Academy. Lucky and Journey teaming up to just absolutely annihilate the team in purple right now. does look like another big defense led by Furious. From his point of view, he's going to try and get that player down. Don't think he manages to do it. It's Beans in the end who drops metals. Steve-O does take down Lucky. So right now, again, just a slight advantage to Ultra Academy defense. Major looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and Steve-O just going to be locking down this middle lane. Will Lucky spot him? Yes, he will. So Lucky takes him down. And now another opportunity here for these players to push through. Journey and Lucky combining for 2. And there's the 3 kills. There's the green light that they need to get on towards the point. But will we see the stack come through? We're going to see a glide bomb come out of Real. So Stevie in towards the death penalty. He will go. He gets taken down. And Furious is going to look for kills. But they're still on this point. They're still stacking it. The next gunfight's huge. But Harry somehow manages to pull 2 out of the bag. Beans is going to drop Real for the 3rd as well. And it looks as though Ultra Academy, they do just hold about by the skin of their teeth.
Wow, that's going to be a big sigh of relief there for Ultra Academy. I mean, ROKKR did absolutely everything right. The glide comes out, Jenny gets a 3-piece, they get a team wipe, they stack the hill, and it just shows you how difficult it is, even with those advantages, to try and take that B point and eventually get pushed out. It's crazy to think just how much work they put into that. With only 26 seconds remaining, they're at a 3-life disadvantage despite the work from the boys from ROKKR. And again, they're going to try and flood the hill. Harry is going to be in radio with an opportunity to look over. Steve-O gets that all-important kill. We have still got 1, 2 on point. They managed to get the kills. Real and Jenny, who managed to tie things up. It's going to be Furious who jumps on. He's going to get the 2-piece. So close, Major. That must have been at 98%. And they were so close. 13 seconds remaining. Lucky closest to hill right now.
Yeah, Furious. Literally, that was a hair away from being complete over towards that B point, and now all of a sudden ROKKR on the back foot. They've got one last go at this. This comes through. Lucky, big pick, takes down one, but they've only got 3 seconds to get bodies on the hill, and it looks as though it's going to be down to Real. He can't touch the hill. Ultra Academy holds strong, and wow, huge moment in the potential tide of this map here, Pablo, because if Furious didn't get those 2 kills right when he needed to, that round would have gone in favor of the attacking team, and we know usually what happens when that happens.
Yeah, that would have been a massive break of serve, and you know, Ultra is staring down the barrel of a 3-0, which is something that, you know, they come up against these guys. It doesn't matter if it's a 2K, a scrim, or whatever. They want to win. They need to prove that they've you know, turned the corner almost in terms of quality, and just not able to do it there. But nice defense, and Real was in the air, falling towards the hill as the time and ticker went down. So big opportunity right now. Ultra Academy have got to do the impossible and try and break the serve. But we will be heading into, well, we're going to be heading into a game 5 anyway. They need this attacking roundo so desperately. So big play is going to be needed out of that man right there that we've just seen in Steve-O. Right now we're on the POV of Furious as he looks to try and just push up a little bit, and Major, it is going to be him who's left on that A point. So again, quite right to point out that kind of evolution in strategy that we've seen, where you just try and get this huge spread of geography across and get that map control. And it's nice to see this evolution happen. And obviously one other thing we've got to consider, at some point we're going to get another map choice potentially, so that will throw the cat among the pigeons one more time.
Yeah, so Johnny out the back. There'll be 2 players here. Spots the gun of Harry. The push is now imminent. He knows there's 2 here. Harry in transition. There's 1 for him. Can he get the second? No. Furious is going to grab the kill, and you can see out the back he will go now. So he's going to try and disrupt some of those spawns and bottleneck them over towards that field side. So now Furious out the back. Can he manage to delay this long enough? Journey, though, makes swift work of him, takes him down. Beans, though, is still lurking in the back here, and he's on a 5 streak as well here, Beans. So can he get an additional couple of kills? It looks as though they're going to have Steve-O in towards that side, but Metals, there you go.
Metals.
Much better from him. I believe he was 11 and 21 at one point. He is going to get taken down for his 24th death of the control so far. Ultra, though, 8 life count advantage, Pablo. 1 minute 30 on the clock. This is pretty much the perfect situation that you would want at this stage, but it's just whether or not they can push through as a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. With 123, with that life advantage, you would expect them to try and push and maybe get a handful of team wipes. And this comes down to more about lives than about that B control, which is still going to be incredibly difficult. They have pushed up, and again, the work they did round the back just comes to nothing at all. No fruition there whatsoever, and it's going to be ROKKR nicely set up, and you can see Jenny just getting a couple of easy picks. Finally gets taken down by Beans. We do see that kill feed still very evenly split between the both teams. That is a beautiful shot right there from Beans on Metals. Metals been on the struggle bus all week, Major. Obviously didn't quite see the stats from the other 2 games, but this is one player in a little bit of a confidence bubble right now, and it's going to be Beans who jumps onto the hill. We start to see a little tiny bit of time go down towards B. That's another huge kill on a 4 streak. He leaves himself reasonably exposed, finally gets taken down by an exploding truck. Major. It is still a life advantage and only 8 lives remaining for ROKKR Academy and 39 seconds left for the team in purple to do something magical.
Yeah, 7 lives left. And they hit this quickly enough, ROKKR. But is at the moment, they're just waiting for the right time to strike here. They really need this next wave of kills. Metals Real, they get a couple of kills. Beanso will get one. Real, they know that he's here, and he stays alive. Lucky, the teamwork's really coming through again, but Beans takes down 1, so now they're only down to 5, but they don't have a body nearby. Harry's pretty much the closest man. 12 seconds remaining. He's going to have to try and at least touch the hill and delay this timer. All they need, though, is the kills and the timer stop. Harry, this is a huge moment. Can he stay alive? Yes, he can. He takes down Real. The trade's going to be there. They need to touch the hill, though. Oh, and the hip fire from Steve-O's going to come through for the second. He's going to try and get on towards the hill. There's only 1 second remaining, but they get the kills. And Ultra Academy take the attacking round, and more importantly, Pablo, they take the map.
Man, you would not have been able to read that. It was so close. How can they manage to defend with only 2-3 lives remaining? And you absolutely see these players going off. They're so close to getting the foot on the hill. And what it comes down to, Major, is time in the end. And despite Metals only going 20 and 28, it's the performances out of Lucky and Journey that eventually see them over. Some massive heroics there from the boys from Ultra. But again, the scoreline maybe not reflecting the quality between the two teams. But 3-0 is not exactly where you want to be if you are the Ultra Academy boys. And again, it's back to the drawing board and back to the lab, as they just seem to be totally incapable of I don't know, they just can't unlock that.
Yeah. So they will breathe a sigh of relief. It will be done 3-1 to the boys of Toronto Ultra Academy. So they are still in this series. They breathe a huge sigh of relief. And we go in towards map number 4, Berlin Hardpoint. It's going to be another respawn. So they did well to take that one. This is the difficulty, though, isn't it, with the ROKKR lads, Pablo? You take one respawn off of them, you think you've done an absolutely worldy of a thing, and then all of a sudden you've got to do it again. And Berlin Hardpoint, we know these lads are very, very good at Berlin Hardpoint. I don't think they even... Was it... I think it was the ROKKR lads that didn't lose a Berlin on Hardpoint in the elite stages in the first set. I don't think at all. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but... Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, they know they're in for a difficult map here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about this time and time again, their ability to kind of understand how to commit really well to the new kill. And then you've got a player like Lucky who can drop 2 or 3 bodies on when players are pushing for scrap time. It's a really difficult one to break down for opposition, especially. They're just so strong. And when you've got players like Lucky, you can do that. But this has got to be a good opportunity for Ultra. Metals is definitely off his pace at the minute and not having the kind of performances that we've seen him have in the beginning of Vanguard and beyond. So good opportunity. I think I'm going to need to have a reset and regame, Major, because my brain is fried already. But yeah, it's never mind. We'll just start again. I'll put take the SIM card. I'll put the new one back in. We'll be all right. But yeah, it's a good opportunity still for Ultra to maybe take advantage of that. You know, we're used to seeing ROKKR just firing on all cylinders across the board, and this is a good opportunity for them to maybe just up their game again. You've got to look to those in-game leaders like Steve Vortex to really go big. Hardpoint, you would suspect, is a great opportunity for him. He loves respawns, and you've Beans as well, who's been awesome all week. This is a good opportunity, but Berlin definitely not the easiest hunting ground to take the Spanish lads down on.
Yeah. No, we're going to have to look to see whether or not they can get the likes of Beans and Harry, especially those ARs, Pablo. We know kind of Berlin, how AR heavy it can be at times. Obviously, the SMGs, they look at this map and they breathe a bit more of a sigh of relief than in comparison to Gavutu, because especially those really good SMG players. I mean, Real, we know, is incredibly cracked at this map. He just seems to work the right lanes. You feel a lot of teams get their SMG players kind of caught out in those open areas, whereas the likes of Real, he just never really seems to get caught in a difficult spot. He's always where he needs to be, inside the hill, or at least hugging like a wall to be able to transition around the map pretty well. And I mean, the AR players on the side of Ultra Academy, if they do get even just a sniff of potentially grabbing picks in mid-map, they're going to need the likes of Beans, the likes of Harry, firing on all cylinders really at the moment, because we know what ROKKR Academy are like. They're pretty much what you would argue is almost the full package in terms of respawn when it comes to Hardpoint especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that could probably transition into the CDL without any real problems and do reasonably well. I think they would put Paris into the blender quite easily. Real, I think, is just we make a lot of comparisons between Real this year and Eric Boom last year. Real's just so much more disciplined. I mean, you will see him have a game like Control where he goes off, and at one point he was like 15-9, and he just puts up these huge numbers. And then the next game he'll drop like a balanced KD, but he'll get like 140 in a hard point and just be completely disciplined and let the rest of the team do the work. That's one thing that we do see out of him. This is, I think, why he's being lauded quite so heavily, is that he isn't like this player dropping 40 bombs all the time. He actually wins games as in whatever way possible. I don't think he actually cares if he drops 15 kills, 20 deaths, as long as he's getting the time on kill and the game is won. So it becomes really difficult to break down, as the opposition. It becomes difficult to deal with when you've got players that committed to winning the round and not necessarily putting up good numbers. Ultra Academy, though, I mean, they have got their beans is flying right now, so they've got loads of opportunity to be able to do this. Again, this one for SMGs obviously isn't as daunting as Gavutu, because there isn't that kind of open elevation and control that you can get from maybe P1 or maybe even from Boat, whereas Berlin's got a lot more opportunity, as you say, to peek corners and hide a little bit more effectively. So yeah, again, I think this comes down to that weird kind of P2, P3 rotation, so making that one correctly. We've seen so many games won and lost. People seem to think it's that huge trek that you have to make over towards the train yard side, but more often than not, it's people just getting caught in a war of attrition in P2, not realizing that they need to rotate. And then, so it'd be interesting to see how both teams approach this and what kind of timings we see out of them. And again, it's always super interesting to see how these two teams in particular just approach this map.
Yeah, and obviously, speaking of series that have been won and lost, we do have the updated bracket, and Sukri's Bakery going to take Doge Nations. That's obviously Whalers and the boys. They managed to come through on that one in a 3-0 fashion. So obviously Henry, BB Connor, Whalers and Abuser. They've looked good in stages, actually, Pablo. So it was quite surprising that one was a 3-0. Obviously, we know kind of what the lads of Sukri's Bakery have got in offer for us. Again, another team of 4, which you'd say is more consistent in terms of staying together. Obviously, now they've got Mr. Eric Boone back in the team. Can't really fault that move, because it's just been very, very good for them ever since they've kind of cemented themselves in that top 3 area. And unsurprisingly, we see them progress through that losers bracket, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see them in that losers final as well, because when they're on the top of their game again, the Spanish lads, they're just very, very good at the moment. Spain.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think outside of ROKKR, Super is probably the best player in Europe. And again, I would probably put him. He's a player I think could probably transition to a team like ROKKR quite well. He's like Mr. Consistent. I don't think he doesn't really put up bad numbers when he does play. He's always effective as well. So it's not like he's putting up big numbers and the team are losing. He's usually part and parcel of a win in Sukri's Bakery. So that's whoever drops down to the bottom have not got an easy ride. We've seen it before, though. This is almost a triumvirate that we have seen in the past. These 3 kind of mixing it up as best as possible. Occasionally, the likes of Denz's team just throwing in as well. But it'd be really great to see Sukri's Bakery maybe make that leap and into that next level and start to put the likes of Ultra and ROKKR just under a bit more pressure.
Yeah, and news coming through as well. Let's see, Mr. Vega. So Denza and the boys, they have won at 3-0, so they will go through and fight the boys of Sukri's Bakery, and hopefully, if they don't start it too soon, we might be able to hop on board with that one as well, if not halfway through, if the lads are generous enough. So we could jump on board and obviously keep you guys updated with that series as well as it goes. If not, we'll obviously keep you guys posted with the scores. But back in towards this series here between ROKKR Academy and Ultra Academy. Battle of the teams that have been picked up by the CDL. See a lot of bragging rights here potentially between these two once again. Looks as though, there you go. Well, it says Metal killed himself, but it definitely wasn't him. The stun comes through, loads the barrel, takes him down. And Ultra Academy at the moment, Pablo, you would argue probably on the more preferred side with a strong start here.
Yeah, and they pushed right through as well and tried to get as much control as possible. So clearly been working on their performances in Berlin. You can see Furious in the mix right there. He gets taken down eventually. That's a huge kill from Real. But Real is traded out. Nice by Harry, and it's going to be Lucky in and around the front of the hill, trying to just wait for his team and get the push correct. He is going to nade that front. And yeah, preferred side started from Ultra. Managed to get themselves a solid amount of time, and it's going to be 31 seconds before the boys in white have even managed to get close. So this is about as good a start. And not just that, we can see at the back, number 7, Steve-O, already in that kind of preferred side. He's going to get into a fight right there, and that is huge for that P2. And again, we talk about this commitment to you, and this P2 is going to be massive and major. You couldn't ask for a more purple kill feed than that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, well, that's a start that ROKKR Academy would have wanted. They are ready to go on P2, and they have now got a 50-point cushion. And we'll see if they can manage to push it out even further. But the gunfight's coming through Real. Able to win one. Another gunfight coming shortly up against Beans. Beans with the pistol is going to take him down. So ROKKR at the moment, they're really struggling just to try and touch the hill at the moment. They've obviously got a couple of bodies working their way all around way back. Journey with one, looking for potentially some more, as Beans is still going to be tucked up in the corner, and his teammate in Real going to take down Beans. So now, can they push in here efficiently? ROKKR still here, though, and the trigger finger of Harry. Oh, hold the second as well. Lucky is going to get absolutely battered there. Harry with 2. With quick succession with the pistol is just going to see ROKKR Academy in position. And again, we talk about big gunfights. Pablo Beans wins another one out towards the back. And this, at the moment, is pretty much a stellar textbook performance here for the boys of ROKKR.
Yeah, somewhere there is a V-Sport Josh just absolutely smiling his head off right now as he sees an exemplary way of how to deal with ROKKR on Berlin. We talked about how strong they are. Metals is finally going to be able to push through. He managed to get some shots over into the hill, but it's going to be Harry here on the defense. Finally gets taken down. And Major, you'd have thought a P3 with 40 seconds that we see ROKKR finally hit 10 seconds of time. I definitely wouldn't have been able to predict that Vanguard. Again, just giving us the madness that we expect. But ROKKR Academy just looking really, really strong, and not only are they going to be pushing to try and get the scrap time, but they're going to be in an absolutely superb position for P4 and potentially be able to push the lead out even further.
Tell you what, though, that was a really important break from ROKKR, because if they didn't manage to get it, that would have been a huge deficit that they would have had to claw back now. So ROKKR still going to have that 50-point lead there or thereabouts as we go in towards the next hill. They are going to be ready to go. Beans way in the back. Can't go back any further on the map. Going to shoot the toenails of Lucky there. Not going to be quite enough to grab the kill, but he's just going to try and duck. Oh, I hope he gets inside quick enough. Never mind, it's either bullets or inevitable death outside the map. He will fall, and Harry just going to be trying to lock out the backside here because there's a few players ready to go. And number 2 Journey going to look man off the hill, but going through tickets is going to catch up Furious, so he's managed to get the kill, and he might grab Steve-O as well. So Journey with some fortunate timing. Beans wasn't quite able just to take him down soon enough, and Real will punish him for that kill as well. And ROKKR Academy back in towards that warehouse side. Pablo in a good position to hold another good amount of time here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great break, and they've managed to push the boys in purple off, but they've not been able to get onto the hill. And one thing ROKKR have done really, really well is just maintain the fight. So right now, they haven't been able to take any real time off this P4. A lot of that time that we see on the board for ROKKR has come from that previous P3 hill. They finally do get someone to touch the hill with only a handful of seconds remaining, Major. I think this is going to be a every second counts kind of game right now for ROKKR Academy. They have brought the deficit back to around 50, but it is still very strong performance from ROKKR Academy. And again, we talk about this crazy P5. We've seen this from both these teams where they've been able to just take an enormous chunk of change from it, get the fights down, and finally it is going to be ROKKR Academy who managed to get onto the hill, but it is going to be the boys in purple again set up. So one thing you got to say is they've definitely been putting the hours in the background and into the lab to try and get control of this Berlin hardpoint and not allow ROKKR, who have done this in the past, to bully them in any way, shape or form. And as I say, that Lucky absolutely bodies everyone mid-map, and that is going to be still ROKKR Academy. But Major, that kill feed is getting very white, and that time, that lead that they've got is slowly but surely dissipating away.
Yeah, they just need to stop ROKKR from doing what we are so used to seeing them do, which is just get streaks, get momentum, really start to stack the time, because now with that 10 seconds of scrap time, that 50-point deficit has now pretty much halved itself, if not more. Now it's only going to be around 5 points separating them out, working way on streaks. 2 though for that glide bomb. There's one. There's another man still lurking. He's just tagged up. For the time being, he's going to come back through potentially, and he might get some good timing onto Beans, but good kill there coming through from Beans. He's having another strong respawn. Theo having a quiet one by his standards at the moment, currently sat at 8 and 14, but at the moment it looks as though it will be ROKKR Academy again, looking towards this P1, which we saw them hold so strongly before, Pablo, to try and get some more important time and push this lead out back once again, which it looks as though they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, right to point out Steve Vortex right there, 8 and 15. You'd think that if this player was able to put a lot more, even in terms of time, right now he's on 37 seconds. If he's able to maybe, you know, become a kill kitten in any way, this could be huge for Ultra Academy to bring this back to 2-all, or at least start to get kills to you know, to support his team. But right now, we're going to go back to around about 25 seconds. This has been huge. It's almost kind of got a feel of Bocage in the way that the time is just being swung around, kind of like a ragdoll almost. The hill time that they got at the start was so minimal, and they flipped things around from that P4. And as we head into P2 on the second rotation, it's you would suggest, with only, you know, a handful of seconds separating the teams and the way the kills are going, it's advantage ROKKR right now. The ascendancy and momentum feels definitely with them.
Yeah, so again, deficit exactly possible here for ROKKR. We know what they can do when they get some kills streak together. Really curious on towards the time spots. Metals on the outer lane. He's not going to win that one. It looks as though the kill feed is just going back and forth at the moment, and there's a huge 1-on-1 now, leaving Harry as the last man standing. So big kills coming through from Harry, and Journey, he's just always there. Sometimes it feels as though the boys of ROKKR, it feels as though they lose gunfights time after time, but they just still have one person lurking there to come through with a big kill and a big moment. And with this scrap time, that all-important lead change is going to come through for them once again. Rayal getting tagged up by pretty much everything. Surely it's just the stun that's going to kill him. He must be so weak, Rayal. He's finally going to get taken down. Beans with an important pick. Furious is going to grab one as well. And it looks as though boys of Ultra, they are going to be out the back. Can they win the engagement? Steve-O, big work there from him. Takes down one. He's now going to look to try and push out towards fire. Can he get a second onto Journey? Much better there from Stevie Vortex. His teammates will now have still a couple of players out the back, but you can see Rayal, the aggression coming through from the young man. Takes down one, and Rayal does exactly what Rayal does all the time, which is just fly through, grab the kills, and all of a sudden, ROKKR Academy, they now have the spawns themselves.
And it's just such important kills as well. It's like those three at the back. They absolutely set Ultra up for a solid performance. No one's still reading that he's out in the back. No one seems to care. That was a huge moment in this Berlin, and they're potentially about to flip into the lead from a position of just being so far behind. It's just textbook play from ROKKR. And one thing we see time and time, you cannot allow them to get into a rhythm. They're just so well paced. They're just so accurate that if you allow them back into the game in any way, and particularly you've got to look, Metals 19 and 16 looks like the Metals of old. He's on a 5 streak right now. This is potentially quite worrying. We do see a nice team wipe there. It's going to be Metals as the only player still rocking around. He is on that 5 streak though, Major, so 2 kills away from a potentially Berlin control and glide bomb. It is going to be 6. He's going to get taken off though, and obviously with that the strafe from being J8, it's kind of pointless for him right now. Bean's going huge though, and they are going to take that back over him, Major. We are seeing this go back and forth. This is definitely the kind of game that we expected to see from the outset.
Rayal, oh, he's going to anticipate a player there. Didn't see him track back, and then he was actually there indeed. So Metals out the back, can't win that engagement on towards Beans. So Ultra still with just a really slim lead, but now Lucky, they know that Beans is out the back here. He's going to try and push him out, and even the Beans there aren't going to be enough to take Beans down off the back. You see Journey still looking for him. Beans is just lurking out the back. Beans such a nuisance, and he gets yet another kill. Beans has been absolutely menacing down that side of the map, and his teammates do get a couple more seconds worth of scrap time. There's not much separating these guys still as we go towards the next one, but Beans, another kill comes through. Journey is going to trade him as the players and on both respective teams just looking to try and flood players in and try and get some map control. We know how difficult this hill can be to hold, but at the moment it looks as though both players on both their teams are just trading back and forth and almost trying to grab pretty much any second they can.
Yeah, massive kill on Steve-O by I think it was Lucky, yeah. It was Lucky in over towards middle. It was a massive one. He was lurking around the statue looking to try and get a little bit of leverage for the boys from Ultra, and he got tagged up, and that's really allowed the boys in white to get some access to the early part of that hill, and that's, you know, giving them that opportunity to stay within 20 seconds. Again, Beans using the bottom of the railway, the train yard to get some tags onto that player and time up, so it's been a clever performance as well in parts. Beans drops a 30 bomb as well, 30 and 22, and with a minute on the hill, that's a stellar performance right there, and a 2-14 to 1-7-6. It's going to push over, Major, to that P3, something we don't often see on a Berlin. But it is going to be Harry tagging up players. He manages to get the tags, but not able to drop that player. He is going to be thoroughly weak, though, and Furious is going to finish him off. And that kill feed looking very, very purple right now with only 25 seconds. Furious on a 5-speed. It's looking very, very good for Ultra to get that thing that we see so often start to smell, Major. That game 5 is on its way potentially.
Yeah, but tell you what, ROKKR, they have managed to just about punch in right when they needed to. The Ultra, it looks like they might just try and lurk nearby and maybe get some scrap time here. Metals making the read, though. Steve-O snaps onto him and grabs the pick. Lucky still inside the hill, though. He's got a big couple of gunfights potentially. No, he's not going to have any players spawning out the back now. And you can see that's going to be the green light now for ROKKR Academy to try and get towards the new hill. But Real, can he do what he does all the time? Not on that occasion. Gets taken down. The kills coming through, though. Steve-O, big wins. And they've still got to deal with Metals here on the steps. But Metals stays alive. He's just being a real pain at the moment by lurking here. Can he take down Beans? No Beans. He's going to come through with yet another important pick here for the boys of Ultra Academy. The time is ticking, though. Beans with a pistol, and there's another kill coming through from Beans. And now going to look to try and get on the time. 15 seconds remaining. The boys of ROKKR, they need to go, and they need to go quickly here. There's not much time remaining for these lads to make the play that they need to do. Lucky manages to grab one. Beans, though, still staying alive in the hill, but Lucky with a second. Going to get shot in the back, and now with only 5 seconds remaining, it looks as though this might be going in towards the game 5. Metals, he needs to go so quickly. He can't manage to do it. I don't even think they're going to touch it. They're not going to. An Ultra, they do what we say is not exactly easy to do, Pablo. They take the hard point and they force the game 5.
Man, that was an absolutely superb performance right from the outset, getting a huge lead. And Major, it just goes to show how important putting that distance between Ultra and between ROKKR at the very start. I mean, that has ultimately won them the game. It's like a 38-second difference, and that was massive at the very beginning of that. It just tells you the kind of emphasis and effort that you've got to put in if you want to deal with a team like ROKKR Academy. And also a really good indication that that kind of support and stability is just allowing them to really start to work, and you know, they were seeing the results come their way. And we are at a game 5 from what they were potentially staring down the battle of a 3-0. Despite my failure to read the third game, it is we're going to hit that game 5, and what a game 5 it's going to be. We go from the relative kind of snail's pace of Berlin, albeit probably the fastest snail's pace you've ever seen, to the mayhem of a Bocage S&D.
Man, well, I don't know what it is with us in Challengers Cup, Pablo, but we just get absolutely riddled with game 5s. I mean, you couldn't ask for 2 better teams, really, to have yet another one here in Winners Final. So game 5 is going to be underway here, and we will just quickly update you guys on that bracket. So there's just confirmation there. So Vengeance at the moment currently playing Sucre's Bakery in that losers semi-final. Obviously, we'll try and keep you guys updated with that as it unfolds. If any of you guys in chat do know how that one is going by map, we'll chuck it in the chat. We'll keep everyone informed as well. But a really, really good series so far between these two at the moment, and it's going to mean that me and Pablo get nice big smiles on our face. We have a nice game 5, Pablo, on a Bocage. We've seen a lot of mixy things on Bocage with teams 5-2 up getting swept out at the end. So, I mean, regardless of God, I don't know what you're going to feast your eyes on, the game 5 or the sandwich. That's the question for you.
My wife just brought that in. She slid it in at the side, and I was like, a sandwich for game 5 power. Yeah, absolutely. It's I mean, we absolutely get battered for these game 5s. These 2Ks, you know, for at the start of the year they didn't count, and then they did count, and then it's not enough for points. And yeah, but the guys, when they get to these days, these Sundays, they put absolutely everything on the line. They put everything into their play, and you know, it's great to see this, and this is why we want to get these days casted as much as possible, so we can see this level of talent. And right now, I mean, no better example of how good the Challengers players are than they get picked up by CDL sides. And you know for a fact, obviously, potentially, you know, maybe not so much Toronto Ultra, who've got a very solid 4-piece, but any of the teams that have picked up Challenger players, whether it be from, you know, Asia Pacific, or whether it be from Europe or LATAM or whatever, or even NA, you know, those players who are sat on CDL rosters right now need to be playing at their peak, because they are going to be easily replaced. There is such a breadth and depth of talent right the way across the board. So, and we've seen it, the best players in the league right now are some of the oldest veterans and some of the newest players. So it's a great time right now. You know, it would be better maybe if they expanded the franchise a little bit. That would be awesome. But make game 5, let's go.
And also the thing is, with the likes of Ravens and Ultra doing so well in the CDL, everyone's going to be looking and going, oh, hang on a minute, well, they've just picked up 2 EU COD previous Challengers players, and now they're ripping it up over in America in the big league. So again, it's going to be another issue where if, say, ROKKR's main team starts to struggle, where are they going to look? Right at the ROKKR Academy team, who are very, very good and very consistent in challenges at coming out with big results. So again, if they get this cup, potentially, obviously it's still a long way to go, and obviously they're now in a game 5 potentially where they might drop down into that losers bracket. But I mean, if you're any team at the moment in the CDL and you've seen the EU talent has shown it when it's finally been picked up and it's finally managed to come through. I mean, Gizmo and Nasty at the moment have been absolutely incredible from what we've seen from
Nasty
those two
was
lads.
a beast
Yeah,
yesterday.
exactly. So it's a case of like, hello, EU talent, wave the flag. We're doing pretty well over here. So it's just, yeah, this is why we have to have these games almost broadcast, really, because when you see these games and you see these talented players on display, you just got to sit back and smile and admire it, really, because you just can't ask for anything else.
I mean, I do hate to beat a dead horse, but you've got to ask the question: where would Paris Legion's team finish in a 2K on a Sunday with these like 4 or 5 teams? Where are they going to finish? I think they're going to be struggling to break the likes of Suki's Bakery, and obviously Ultra and ROKKR would probably play with them like food. So again, I just, you've got to ask the question. It's difficult for some of these big franchises to maybe make that kind of take that risk almost, but they've seen just how successful right now the teams that have taken risks in the past. Ultra, as much as that's a settled side, they were rookies that come from the EU, and then you look at the Ravens as well, who are just absolutely smashing it right now. I think it's time now for the other, obviously there are a couple of organisations like FaZe and Optic who probably just be like, we can have the pick of whoever we want whenever we want, but there's a couple of those organisations at the lower end of that ladder right now, and their players really need to be thinking, we are potentially going to get replaced here by Eric Boom at some point. It's just going to happen. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Not that I'm willing this to happen for Eric, but no, it is going to happen. These players are just playing at such a high level. It's ridiculous how well they're playing, and this is why we've got these amazing games.
Can you imagine if you just have like a Paris Legion academy team, and it's like Paris Legion's bakery, and then they like open a shop somewhere in France with like Sucre's face on the front of it.
Paris Boulangerie.
Yeah, literally, it'd be absolutely beautiful, like a nice little patisserie for the Spanish.
I wouldn't even be surprised if the 2023 world champs is just literally these 3 teams. It just wouldn't surprise me at all. Like Ravens, Ultra, somehow these other 8 players, it wouldn't surprise me if we see these players right now. We are going through a heavy transitional period. We're seeing a lot of the older players in the scene who are still in CDL rosters start to have one eye on retirement and moving into content creation. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see these players that we're watching right now. And obviously we know those 2 teams that we're casting right now have already made that kind of switch. Yeah. But it wouldn't surprise me to see Super Eric Boom, Sucre and Yako start to make that progression. And again, you've got to look at Denzer and Mythics and Kezzer and players like that are potentially able to make that transition as well. This is a great time for EU challenges.
Well, this is the thing, you can make a case for so many of these teams. I mean, the top 4 consistent that you mentioned, obviously the ROKKR Academy, Ultra Academy, Denzer's lot, and then the other boys in Sucre's Bakery. You could make an easy argument for any org to try and pick those up as an academy team, because it would not surprise me. Obviously, with the boys of Sucre's Bakery, I mean, they're just a team of 4 that just, in terms of chemistry and pacing, you just look at the core 4. You just say, put the 4 in. Like, you wouldn't say one player.
Oh, yeah. Don't break them up.
Yeah.
Do not break that team up.
That's the thing. When you've got these teams in amateur COD that have played as a core for so long, you're kind of relying on the chemistry to be good when you pick maybe 1 or 2 players. Obviously, Royal Ravens, to be fair to them, obviously with Gizmo and Nasty coming through, they look as though they've just hit the ground running with those. Obviously, the EU COD lads anyway, they know each other very well, where they can move about from team to team or just playing with each other, 8 scrims, that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you can keep a team as a 4 and move them in, I mean, this is why the LAN tournament that we'll see in that ROKKR Academy tournament in a few months' time, that's the one where we're going to be like, please, EU boys, play well, please. Because if they come through and they smash that, everyone's going to be thinking, right, okay, well, that entire narrative of, right, the NA players are probably the priority just gets put straight on its head. If ROKKR Academy come through and absolutely smash teams, and the Ultra lads get through into a high standing, or pretty much, imagine if we get our last 6 teams are all EU, or last 4 teams are EU. It's like, it'd be a madness.
Well, you got to think as well, like some players that we haven't mentioned. You look at like Sachaxter, right? A player like he's not controversial, but sometimes he plays really well and sometimes he plays quite badly. But you put the right handful of players around him, he finishes 2nd in champs. They finished second with Amelia Strays, and you've got to think that was against one of the most dominant teams that's played in challenges. So the depth and quality doesn't just end at those teams. It's right, there's players kind of littered between them. If you put them in the right kind of environment, can play really, really high level Call of Duty, probably higher than we're seeing at the bottom end of the pro ladder. And we know handfuls of individuals that can have big moments. And the other thing that we see that maybe a lot of the players who aren't as kind of like aren't watching the challenger level, we can see them coming through the ACCL as well. These players that have yet to either make the age kind of limitation or just get that recognition they deserve. So I mean the depth of talent is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and well, couldn't ask for more. Game 5 here between the two academy teams of Ultra and ROKKR. In the Game 5, as mentioned, guys, we do have mini-map blockers and X-rays turned off. And, Fonzie with the, thank you, he said Game 5. Ooh, thank you very much for the sub. So, Game 5 underway here between these two. We know how important first bloods can be on this one. It looks as though the boys of Ultra will be baiting out a couple of players, but lucky. The nade comes through straight away, and Journey manages to grab a pick as well. So, all of a sudden, Steve-O and Beans on the back foot. Yeah,
really nice kind of patience there from Lucky just to hold on to the nade. Normally we do see a massive spam out of every player, but he holds firm and he manages to get that pick, and it is going to be a 4v2 in this first round. ROKKR looking to make a statement out the blocks. It is going to be Beans last alive as he gets dropped by Real, and Beans left in a very, very difficult position in what is one of the fastest, tightest maps in the game. And I think it's going to be a lot to ask. He manages to drop one. He's going to have players around him almost immediately, and ROKKR Academy are going to take the lead 1-0, Major.
First round on the board for the ROKKR lads, and somebody said, "Oh, is it 3 weeks? Does that come around that quickly? The ROKKR Invitational? Is it really?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah,
Jesus,
it's pretty
well,
close.
Happy days. I'm going to sit back and get my popcorn ready. I didn't realise it was that close. It's just all the cups and stuff have been flying by for us. So happy days. We'll get to see them sooner the better, really. So good round there.
We're in the mix.
It's mixy here for EU card, but ROKKR first round on the board. It's going to be a first blood that obviously pays off for them, and it's a map, really, isn't it, Pablo? Where first bloods they really do fail on blockage. We know kind of how like minimal some of the opportunities are for players to work a lane and sneak into a particular part of the bomb site. So if you can get that first blood with a good nade or just an opening pick, it really does make life a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, it really does open up the map as well. That's the most important thing. We do see Journey fall, so there's going to be Harry who manages to get that on Paul first blood, but again, it opens up the map as well. You get that really strong map control. You need metals. Rolling back the years, beautiful AR shot as he takes the head clean off Klaus. And it's going to be a 2v3 right now. It's still advantage Ultra Academy Major, but Real now all alone, and he has bomb. Big ask right now, though.
Yeah, so now Harry Beans against Real. Play out a few players with noises. Right, straight round in towards bottom granny. He's not able to win it. Ultra going to reply with a round of their own, so it's going to be tied up. Obviously early days, but the slow scent of the waft slowly starts to head towards the stream. But Harry,
that's not game round 11, mate. That's just me coming back from the gym.
No pain, no gain, mate. No pain, no gain. So round number 3, going to see the boys Ultra Academy back on that attacking side. Harry, though, on a 3 streak. Licking his knuckles, getting ready for the action, but we'll see now again if they can manage to grab some all-important first bloods. It was a round where ROKKR looked to say they might be on the front foot, and then Ultra Academy, the patience just kind of paying off for them a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. They really did take advantage of that first blood. They needed to. It is going to be Journey. It's kind of Journey gets a 2-piece. Very, very chaotic play there from Ultra Academy as they just kind of storm the A site. Almost the kind of strategy that we saw at the beginning of Vanguard's season. So crazy plays right there. And Ultra put themselves in a very tricky situation. There's only a 1 life advantage, Major, but it is still 2v3. And Journey, Real, and Lucky, you can see just how well set up they are. We can see that player at the back looking for some information. Potentially, Ultra need one more pick if they're going to be able to take advantage of this round.
I mean, Lucky, no, he's good with the pistol, but that was very optimistic. I think he just had the wrong weapon out at the wrong time, and he's going to get taken down. The Harry is going to manage to pick some bad timing here. Beans, he shots in, does manage to take down one. He knows where the other player is, so he knows that Real is still lurking nearby. Shots go in, and Beans with the beams. There you go. Good kills coming through from him once again. Ultra Academy take another round, 2 on a row now for them, and Beans again. Really good work from him. Good reads onto Real. He saw both players cross, picked them both off, and his team now have that 1 round cushion.
Man Beans continues to bring the spice right the way through the week. He's been absolutely awesome right now. 3-1. Harry on a 5-1. He's counting the kills between them right there, and they are on a 7 streak between them. 2 potentially away from what would be a game-changing glide bomb. 2-1 right now to ROKKR Academy. Looking solid, but Major, they've been in this position not only before, but within this series as well. They've got to do the one thing they haven't been able to do, though, and see this S&D out.
So first blood again. The all-important one. Looking up something special. Bakery style. Isn't going to grab anyone towards that side, but Metals gets the first blood. So ROKKR Academy in a much better position than they have been in previous rounds. So they're going to try and nade over towards this tree side, and Beans is going to get forced to back up. Get really busy for Harry. There's a few players ready and waiting right around him. He spots the whole lot. There's one. How many can he grab? Harry at least manages to take down one before he does get traded out. So now 2 versus 3. Beans and Furious. It looks as though number 6 Real is going to look to try and get this bomb down, but the wrap coming through. Beans and Furious need that all-important next pick.
Man, I mean, I'm dead against prone. I mean, it's going to be a player over towards the back. This almost feels like a hardpoint setup, but it's going to be a player over towards the back. He manages to drop that player. Lucky falls. It is going to be 2v1. Beans with a lot of work to do, but it's not impossible. 30 seconds still left. He is going to look to reposition, potentially get a better sight of these plays. He's going to get one. It's going to be a 1v1 with 21 seconds. He is going to get tagged up, though. And ROKKR Academy are going to bring this back to 2-all. And Major, was starting to see almost a kind of replica-style performance from the initial S&D, where the boys from Ultra looking really strong out the blocks and then just get tagged up time and time again.
It looks as though the patient play at the moment does seem to be the optimal one between these two from what we've seen so far. Again, that first pick is going to, like, Harry at the moment is doing such a good job picking players off with this AR. We know how good he is with it anyways, but at the moment, boys side Beans. So big moments coming through from ROKKR Academy individually at the moment, but now can they manage to secure the more important rounds as a team? Pray out. See any sort of information. He's going to get taken the force back, though. Gets shot a little bit in Beans. I don't think he's going to read this. There's a man coming right around the back. Metals. There's a free pick. Takes him down. Number 4 Furious looking for some trades. He knows one player's in stables, but there's going to be a double chow. And it's actually going to be 3 players that shoot him all at the same time. And Journey gets another one as well. So now Harry, last man up. As good as he's been, can he manage to get a couple? Oh no, Harry. He's managed to get both. Makes it a 1 versus 2. Surely not. There's still 2 players lurking around him. Oh, the timing. Oh my god, Harry! He's got 1! It's now 1 versus 1. The 1 versus 4 is on. Oh my god. Oh no, the timing is on the tank. Oh, is he gonna get him? No, he's not. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to work the searingly near impossible, but he's not going to be able to. ROKKR, blooming hell, they breathe a sigh of relief after that one.
Oh, dude, you would be fuming. Lucky goes into like the most exposed position he could possibly find himself in. Finally, he's able to get the kill, but Harry was so tantalizingly close to that impossible mission right there. It's so rare that you see such a big clutch, man. But 9-3, Major, he's gone absolutely off, and right now really not being rewarded for the effort that he's putting in, because Steve and Furious are 1-5 between them. That's 10 deaths and only 2 kills. You would suspect that if they were able to get a little bit more involved in this game, this would be a completely different game. And Klaus, very quick there. Major succession of kills. Very, very rapid kills. Klaus going off. Metals, Major last alive.
Yeah, Furious just pushes that middle lane so aggressively, and the timing works out perfectly for him. So it's going to be another round on the board for ROKKR Academy. They're starting to show signs of round 11 here, these 2 at the moment. Beans, last man, taken down there right in front of him. Good work there from him for his 6th kill. And at the moment, Furious still continue to contribute like he did just then. And it's going to be looking like an optimistic set of rounds here for these boys. But good work there nonetheless. Tie it back up. Steve at the moment, he's just chilling at the moment. The boys are doing all the work around him. But 3 apiece, you feel if Steve starts to heat up a little bit, ROKKR might start to get a little bit worried.
You know, it's a conversation we had a little while ago where obviously the meta for this was a lot of the time was SMGs, but the ARs just seem to start to take over this map, both in hardpoint and in S&D. And I just don't know whether Steve-O's just managing is just feeling that little bit of a change right there. But I mean, 1-5, you would expect them to potentially pick things up. They've managed to get that bomb down, and Harry Major gets the all-important first blood.
Oh, next gunfight's big. Steve-O's able to win it. There you go. It's only his 2nd kill so far, but it's a huge one that comes through from Steve-O. And now in towards the site. Journey and Lucky are going to have to go.
Oh, that's big Harry on Journey.
They're going to take Journey down. So now Lucky Last man up. And he worked the 1 versus 3. Takes down the first. So quickly here, and the bomb is in such a difficult spot. They're just pre-firing through. They know he's got to try and hop the bomb. I think he's just going to try and go for the kills here. He knows it's pretty much damn near impossible. Does manage to take Harry down, but with only 8 seconds remaining, Beans just has to play the time. He's playing it smart. He'll check the bomb right when he needs to, sees he's not on it, and it will be another round on the board for Ultra Academy, Pablo. They're looking a bit more efficient now in this middle stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kill for Steve Otex is going to be huge for his confidence just within this game. We know he's a hugely confident player, but just as a kind of a microcosm of that particular round, I think that's going to be good for him to get some hit markers and see that player fall. So this could be huge for Ultra. Also starting to see Furious get really aggressive. Those 2 kills that he got potentially helping him out. But look at this. We're seeing the sniper come out. No, decides to change his mind. Decides to make me eat my words and change the AR. Cheers for that, Lucky. But yeah, right now, I mean, again, it's really on the back of those 2 players, Beans and Harry. So if the other 2 players can come through, Beans and Steve-O with the first blood and a second blood. So advantage right now with Ultra Academy and Major. This is huge for them if they can get this round.
Real, I'll tell you what, he shouldered that and he saw literally every single player and decided, no, probably not the best idea to run around that corner. So he's just going to dip back for the time being. Does still have the bomb in his hands, though. To make sure that there's nobody currently there. If it doesn't fight, he will go and he will get this bomb down. So opportunity for Lucky Real and do those road type things. Make it work here. They got to be careful though, because 2 players essentially straight right of Real here. He hears probably a door open. He's going to open it and see pretty much everyone. So, and he managed to grab one. Oh, he's got one. Oh, Real's got 2. Now he's going to be there. He's going to be there for the trade. Lucky though, with 25 seconds left, just has to play the timer. He's just got to play this smart. And he managed to get the man off the bomb. Spots one. He takes the man. Last man's on bomb. Can they clutch up? Oh, the shots aren't going to come through. And Harry's going to get the defuse. A huge moment for Ultra Academy for a second there. I thought Lucky was going to manage to come through by his name and nature, but he's not going to be able to. And now Ultra only 1 round away.
Man, this is the biggest round of the season so far. Not, there mightn't be as much on the line as there are on the elites, but right now this is in terms of confidence and in terms of potentially having that kind of like that result to say that you're going in the right direction. This is huge right now for Steve Vortex and Ultra Academy. They've got that support. They've been given that kind of confidence boost and that acknowledgement to say you guys definitely can, go all the way with this from the Toronto Ultra, organization. This is massive right now for them, and they really do need to step up and take this round. And they're going to do it against probably one of the best S&D sides in the world, ROKKR Academy right now. And again, Major First Blood is going to be vital.
Gunshots already being exchanged from distance, as you come to expect it. Devo is going to head beast. Just toy with the opportunity. Okay, bomb down. Oh, the timing on Lucky's really bad. It was so bad. He just goes around the corner at the worst time, gets taken down, and now Steve-O's going to put the bomb down over towards B, something which we're not used to seeing, but now Harry spots 2 players in transition. Can Steve-O get out? No, he can't. He's going to get taken down. They've actually got a bit of control of the site now, but they need to try and stick this bomb. Real's got a man right around the corner. He takes down Furious, so now it's all going to be on Harry. 13-5. If there's ever a man you want on this, it is Harry. Can he manage to get some god timing? Well. He's on the bomb. He takes a man off the bomb. Oh, is he going to read the right direction? No, he's not. Real's going to come through. He's going to get the kill, and they are going to push it out to at least that round 10.
Oh my days, I thought Harry was going to relive that clutch that he came so close to getting, not able to do it in the end, and unfortunately it tells you how difficult it is to do that. He checks the wrong angle. I mean, you would think Tree, maybe L, that there's going to be a play there, but it is going to be indeed Real flying from the top rope and able to take him down, and it's going to be 5-4 Major. This is insane right now. If these boys from Spain get this next round, man, I don't know if my brain's going to be able to cope. We might be back to control where I'm just making up the scores as we go along.
Oh gosh, round 11. Tell you what, Ultra Academy win this one. They owe Harry quite a few beers because he's having the game of his life at the moment. 6. But again, talk about it all the time. The info, he spotted that man just crossing over towards the corner. Can he get the kill? Harry with his 15th kill, and Furious gets one as well. So now it's a 2 versus 4 for Lucky and Metals. Can they manage to work some magic here? They are in towards the site, but there are Ultra Academy players absolutely everywhere at the moment. They know where Metals is. He's going to be forced out of position. This next kill's huge. He's going to have an aid land right next to him. He's going to manage to dip out, though. The bomb's going to help him. He's going to be forced, though, to reposition potentially any second now, and this next kill potentially is huge. They need this kill, ROKKR. If they don't get it, it's pretty much curtains lucky. Is he going to check the right corner? He is. Lucky doesn't win the gunfight, though. Harry is just not missing a bullet. He gets another kill, and now Metals has now got stuck left in the 1 versus 3. Oh, my goodness. Surely not, right? 30 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have the bomb. He gets taken down, and there it is. Confirmation. Ultra Academy will progress through in towards the grand final, Pablo. Something which we haven't said for a long time against the ROKKR lads.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen this very result happen. It's always gone the way of ROKKR, but finally Ultra Academy showing their class, showing their ability, and showing what they can do. But man, you are so right. Harry needs a pint right now. 12 non-traded kills. Jesus. Huge performance right there. Harry drags Ultra Academy through that game 5. And you know, it was so close. Every game tantalizingly close, and it could have went either way. You gotta look to that Berlin, though, man. I mean, the control was important. That's 3 on the bounce as well. It's one thing again that we haven't seen them do, which is take those 3 rounds almost, you know, back to back against the ROKKR boys. Control from the outset, they just looked unbelievable in that, and then we go to that Berlin hard point and they get that early, like, what was it, 80-second lead, and not just able to see them despite the rhythm loss partway through, able to see them through. And then they go into S&D where they looked really good, but again, you've got to ask the question, you know, if Harry doesn't go big in that game, what is the score in that? It's crazy to think that we saw, you know, both Furious and both Steve-O at one point on 1 and 5 each. So again, there's a lot of questions still to be asked, but it looks like they're answering slowly but surely, and they've managed to unpick the puzzle that is ROKKR Academy.
So there you go, Ultra, team that everyone in Europe knows and loves. Their academy team will now finally break the curse of beating the ROKKR Academy lads. They will progress through in towards that grand final. So ROKKR Academy, they will drop down into that losers bracket, and I will quickly try and frantically update the bracket. Oh, Mr. Prezzi's done it. What an absolute legend, what an absolute baller. So big shout out there to Mr. Prezzi. So I should be able to get the graphic up for you guys very shortly. I think there you go. Yeah, so guys, there's confirmation. Ultra Academy, they will go through in towards that grand final. And obviously, Sukri's Bakery currently playing Vengeance at the moment. We will cut it to a short break, guys, and we'll try, if we can, to hop on board with that Sukri's Bakery game. If not, though, we will be back with that losers final very shortly. We'll obviously keep you guys updated in the chat. In the meantime, for Ultra Academy, they managed to do what they've struggled to do for so long. They push it through in towards the grand final. So don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back very shortly, just after this break.
I got a massive baked booty. Oh shit, full of X's.
DJ, what's going on next? Like when I'm on a mic, I'ma rip up the vibe. My DJ is rinsing live. When I'm on a rhythm, I'm bust up the deck. My DJ, what's going on next? 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 My DJ, what's going? 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 Bust them sounds. Bust them sounds.
What's good, guys? Welcome back to the rave. We're back once again, this time with losers semi-final. The guys haven't started the series, so a big shout out to them, because obviously we can then cover every single map that we would most likely want to, Pablo, to be honest, between these two. Obviously, Sucre's Bakery and Vengeance, obviously a roster that we know. Obviously, the team's kind of changed their name. We know kind of Sucre's Bakery very, very well, but the Vengeance boys, Wee Man, Maple, Mr. Denza, and last man escapes me. Wardy. How could I forget Wardy? Right,
it was a W.
Yeah, I was like, is there another one with a W? But yeah, obviously, Sucre's Bakery up against Vengeance here in losers semi-final, and our maps pretty mixy ones, kind of a bit of a mixed bag again. Slightly slower pace series, I suppose, because we don't have a Boccage in there, and we've only kind of got 2 Tuscans. We've kind of been accustomed to seeing almost triple Tuscans with some of these series at times, haven't we? But it's a pretty balanced one by any means. But I mean, regardless of the maps, we know what we're getting with both of these teams. We're probably going to get a game 5, if I'm honest. But it should be a good series.
It wouldn't surprise me entirely if Vengeance were just like, there is no way that we are going to face Sucre's Bakery on Gavutu. It's just not going to happen. They're just they're one of these very strong Gavutu sides, particularly with Gavutu control. So it doesn't surprise me at all to not see it in there. Tuscan, at least we get 2 Tuscan Siege though. It's like reared its ugly head. And again, I just think it's entirely down to the lack of a deep map pool more than anything else. And then we potentially going to end the series out onto the 2 Berlins, which slower maps, but it's perfect Call of Duty maps. They're great for strategy and stuff. So it's going to be a really interesting game. With kind of like you've got Denzer, who's not had the best week so far. In fact, I think he would probably be absolutely kicking himself. 0.83 for the week. That is a 3, isn't it? Sorry, 0.83 for the week, and it's not that kind of performance we expect to see from that player. He's been stellar since he moved away from what is now the Ultra Academy. He's been stellar with the Revenge Tour, and then obviously they've kind of gone their separate ways, and now you've got this Vengeance team, and he's been consistently okay. And then this week he just seems to have hit a bit of a mixy patch, and he's not alone. Obviously, we've seen Metals in a similar position, and now again we've seen Steve Vortex himself have a couple of iffy maps. So it's a weird week, and Vanguard does this to us time and time again, where it becomes really difficult to predict with one way or another. Yep. If we go with the stats, you would suggest Sucre's Bakery, who've been playing really well all week. Yakko is the same. They've got the same issue. 2 players kind of doing okay. One in Super doing stellar, and one playing really badly in Yakko. So this again just going to prove really difficult to kind of predict. But if Yakko can raise his game again, we know he's that kind of player that can take over a map sometimes. Particularly Berlin S&D. If we get to that game 5, don't be surprised if you see this player put up crazy numbers. He plays at quite an extreme pace. But then again, Major, we've got the same issue with Denzel, another player who could put up crazy numbers.
This is the thing with this Vengeance roster. You have players on this team. You can pick any of the 4, and we've seen it so many times where Wee Man has just gone incredibly double positive on maps. Denza does it as well.
Yeah,
when Maple's on the top of his game, again, if he's putting up big numbers, this team usually batters teams.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
I mean, you pick them off. I remember the last time we casted over this lot, Wardy as well. He had some really, really good maps himself. So it's a matchup where we've seen it previously in the past. I think they've won game 5. I'm pretty sure they have when we cast these guys before, when they were obviously under a different name. But it wouldn't surprise me if we get a game 5 here between these two. One thing we do know though is Sucre's Bakery, when they show up and their clicking and pace is working for them, which we tend to see happen quite a lot on those faster paced maps. And obviously you flagged up Bigavootoo, but we know what they can be like on Tuscan as well. I mean, at any moment, we've just got another set. It feels like we say it every series. We're just using the same phrases, but every single map will have an opportunity for at least one of these 8 players to probably go absolutely massive. And it's just going to be a battle of who can really come out flying here between these two, because both teams have the ability to just as much win the Series 3 as they do have it to take it towards that Game 5. But Sukri's Bakery especially are looking towards, say, the likes of Super, the likes of Eric, to be incredibly fast, incredibly quick, and really try and string together kind of that tactical play alongside the gun skill, which we know they have.
Yeah, I think if you're particularly from Sukri's Bakery perspective, Desert Siege is going to be huge. I don't think it's a map they're particularly fond of, and I think that could be a moment right there in the game if they do play to their potential and take that map 1 at a Tuscan hardpoint. Going into map 2, don't be surprised if we see them completely fall apart, because Desert Siege isn't their best friend. And then we get into that Tuscan control, and we know that both teams are very, very capable. We've seen Sukri's Bakery, come back from being almost defeated in this to just absolutely turning the map on its head. So again, proven very difficult to predict. I mean, I'm going to plant my flag early and say potentially Sukri's Bakery, if all of them players can play to good form, they should potentially be able to put these to bed. But again, you're right. It's just really, I think what you pointed out before, if Maple has a great game, that this could be another game 5.
Yeah, I think this one will be battle of the ARs. I think if you look at the likes of Maple, we've already started off with a good couple of kills right off the rip.
Nice.
And you look over towards the likes of Sukri and those boys. If Super can have a big game as well, kind of running an auto, it's one which you can make a case for either team. Obviously, Maple at the moment, fresh out the gates, 4 in a row now, straight for him, looking for the 5th as well. Oof, almost manages to get 5 in a row off the rip. He's still got a couple of players around the corner, actually. This might be an early opportunity potentially for Streaks, but Eric going to shut him down, and there you go. There's Mr. Boom, straight to the party, 3 in a row, shuts down pretty much everyone, but a strong start from Vengeance nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got the time on the board. They've given themselves a 20-second cushion, and really great play from Maple, the player we literally pointed out as someone that needs to go off. Whether he's going to be able to maintain that pace is another thing. Right now, the kill feed is entirely blue. But again, Wardy really slow off the pace, and not like him. Usually, he's reasonably quick to get kills, but 0-4 right now, and he's got a lot of catching up to do. And again, it's just slowly but surely Vengeance able to take an early lead, despite the fact that Wardy isn't exactly hitting any kind of form right now, and big kills at the back. Wee Man just showing us exactly what he's capable of, and as you pointed out before, he can put up some absolutely ludicrous numbers, and Wardy Major finally off the mark.
Yeah, really strong start here from the boys in goal. Vengeance at the moment, they're really starting to put them through their paces here. Eric's going to try and get onto the point, but he's going to get taken down again. The teamwork at the moment from Vengeance, they just seem to be trading really efficiently, and that is a very strong start here from the boys of Vengeance. Really good kills coming through from pretty much everyone bar Wardy, who is going to get taken down there by Eric Boom. So the race over towards the transition will now commence. Maple with a strong start. He needs a big couple of kills here. Takes down one. Sukri, though, going to be there for the trade, but it looks as though Vengeance will have control of that tile side. Wee Man, though, big kill coming through from Sukri. Just going to stop him from getting out towards that back anchor position.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a nice set of kills there. Suki goes big with not just the AR shots, but able to get a nade over as well. It's going to force the players from Vengeance just to be a little bit further back, and that's going to be almost a team wipe over towards tiles, so they're going to potentially get a little tiny bit of control as the momentum swings towards that team in blue. That's a huge kill from Suki, who's managed to pull 11 on the board, and we're only at P3. That's a huge performance coming out of the blocks right now, and it looks like the rest of his team does need to catch up. Yako, who we kind of lauded at the start of the map, just having a really, really awful time. 2 and 9 right now, almost mirrored right there by Wardy. So again, these teams literally, you know, in terms of kills, not a lot to separate them. Maybe a Suki, but great time for Vengeance, being very efficient in getting that kill time right now. Wardy managing to get a pretty easy kill, and that's going to be control swinging all the way back round to Vengeance as we head to this close quarter. Church Hill, and that's going to be a big fight. Wardy just now seems unstoppable as he starts to drop players. Still double negative, but again, just looks like he's just on the ascendancy.
Yeah, the more important thing now is Denza is one away. Oh, thought for a second he was going to get it. He's not going to, and Sukri still continues the absolutely annihilating start that he has had to this map. 14 and 7 at the moment from him as his team now look to try and claw back this lead. You can see Yako is slowly starting to arrive now a little bit later than expected, but 4 and 9 at the moment. If he can start to come into the fruition a little bit, it might be a little bit dangerous here for Vengeance. Yakko is going to manage to take down 1 to manage to make it 3 in a row. Him and Sukri now combining to 6. So a bit of a momentum shift at the moment. Sukri only going to be able to get shots into 1, but the yellow arrows there from Vengeance just fly straight round the corner. Eric going to look to try and grab potentially a couple more because they are all stacking that hill, and it looks as though the stack has paid off. 15 seconds remaining of scrap time on this hill. That all-important rotation there, you can see Stukri. He's ready to go. But one man they've got to be careful of in the back, Pablo, is going to be Wee Man.
Yeah, he literally was watching players just fly through, and he's managed to get those spawns tile side. And this is going to be a big P5. And realistically, Sukri's Bakery are going to need to take an enormous amount of time here, because when we flip into that second rotation, we know how contested that P1 is going to be. So a big moment right now, if you're that team in blue, you're on that less preferred side, and you've got to get a big chunk of change out of this hill. You can see already Vengeance got players over towards steps, and they've got that lower control. I say that the player just comes barging through just to make me eat my words. And Sukri goes absolutely huge. Yakko finally started to get a couple of kills, and from a player who was 2 and 9 before, he's managed to get himself onto a reasonable streak. He's 8 and 11, Major, with a 3 streak in the pocket. Still a long way from that glide, but starting to really put this team under pressure. More importantly, Major, bring it back to within 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think Yakko hit and straight to go now with the grenade. Then he managed to kill him just on impact with it, let alone the explosion. So he must have been so incredible.
Testicle death?
Yeah, literally the most painful one you could possibly imagine. But Vengeance at the moment, that lead now has pretty much been cut down as Sukri's Bakery. They are really starting to kick into gear now, and this is where you worry for Vengeance. They can't keep up with the playing power. Sukri's Bakery are so renowned for having at times. There's another one for Super. Is going to get traded out. You can see though, there's already another player here, Eric. Going to try and make that position. The shots are going to be good enough as Stukri helps him out. The control in towards middle map at the moment is very ever-present here for the boys of Stukri's Bakery. It looks as though Yakko might be going for quite a quick flank here, and he might manage to catch one player. Oh, but Wee Man, the shot punch absolutely on point, takes him down, but they are really struggling to even get near towards this P1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they've done a really good job of maintaining control, but not just that, getting a solid chunk of change in it, which is what we saw Vengeance do after the break. But this second rotation already looking to see a momentum shift. Eric Boom not having the greatest game, but putting up some nice time. 44 seconds on the hill, 10 and 17. Not the kind of performance we usually see out of them, but maybe a bit of a change there for him as he manages to rack up the time. Super, though, Mr. Consistent, caught up to Sukri, 20 and 15. He's never going to put up an enormous amount of time, but he is going to get those kills and provide cover for his SMGs. Number 4 is going to be Eric Boom. Opportunity for him potentially to get a 2-piece. He does get taken down by Denza. Kills really hard to come by for the young phenom from Spain, but Vengeance managed to bring this back to about an 8-second deficit. And again, they're just showing the kill feed goes blue though, but regardless of the slaying power of the team in blue, that lead just not stretching out as far in terms of the kind of kill to hill time efficiency that we would normally see.
Yeah, at the moment, there's no Vengeance. Be very grateful that they've got on towards the point, and Wardy, good work from him. He's able to get 4 in a row before he does finally get dropped. This is a lot better now. Coming through from Vengeance. Eric though looking to try and mop up a few pieces. Denza, you know how difficult it is to stay alive, and Eric, good work, takes down 2, looking for the 3rd onto Maple, but he's going to arrive and put enough bullets in him to take him down. So Stukri's Bakery again with around 10 seconds of scrap time. Vengeance though, they've now got a prime opportunity, Pablo, to pretty much get everyone into position for this next hill.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got that mid-map control. They've managed to get the player over towards tiles, and they're going to get set up quite nicely. If fight goes down, that's huge from Dens as he drops, you know, a flailing Eric Boom, who's not really, you know, found his stride in this game at all. Manages to get a couple of big Sukri with big kills towards Wardy, but you can see just how much of a setup the team in gold have got. And it's going to be a player over towards that small building, over towards the left. But again, this is going to be a pinch, but it's not going to get supported. We do see a kill come out of Eric Boom, but he is all alone, and this has been a solid turnaround. 30 seconds, really easy for them to get. We're going to see that lead change just flip over, and it's Maple again. You spoke about him at the start. He's able to put up big numbers, and when he plays well, Vengeance likely to play well as well. Well, he hasn't let the pace up whatsoever. And one player, Major, we talked about at the beginning of this game, who was massively on the struggle bus, is on a 5 streak right now, and he's 22 and 24, so he's very close to flipping and really making a resurgence in this game.
Yeah, so Wardy, 6 in a row, isn't going to see any gunfights anytime soon. Those players on his team are going to look to try and push over towards Church. See, Maple is just lurking nearby. Whether or not they know where he is, though, might be the different thing. Not quite able to mantle up. Looks like they would have hunt for his next kill. Maple going to probably be the bait in towards Church here to help him maybe secure some kills. And there's one for Wardy, so now he's got his glide bomb that he can use, and he's going to snap onto Super as well. So big kills coming through from Wardy. Vengeance, so they still don't have the control of the hill, but now can they manage to potentially utilize that glide bomb where it matters? It's a lot harder to get hold of nowadays than it was previously with that streak change. And Ayako at the moment, he's going to look to try and grab one of his own, and he's now on a bit of a streak, doing his best to try and stay alive at the moment. His teammates are still soaking up the time. This has been a really good hold on the hill, Pablo, which we know can get incredibly messy.
I think half the battle here right now is he going to get an opportunity to bring that glide in? I mean, it's going to take him out the game for a few seconds, and realistically, we're going into another covered kill. So, is he going to get an opportunity to use it? The team can flood in anyway. It's kind of an indoor one, and right now it's 214 to 191. Are they even going to see that P1 third rotation, which you would expect would be the next most plausible opportunity to use that? I think Vengeance are going to need to get solid control of this P5 before even the mention of that glide comes out. Right now they are just pushing through from bottom. Yako with really slow reactions gets bodied by Denza, and it is going to be a war of attrition almost, but it is advantage, I guess, in this P5 towards Vengeance as we see the contest come back in with 36 seconds remaining. Still an awful lot to fight for, and it is back and forth. There's no one really getting solid control right now. It is the boys from Vengeance finally make the way in. We might see that glide come out now just as things start to slow down, as we do head potentially to that P1. And Major, you might be right, that glide might come into play just about now.
Big win from Wee Man. That time might be pivotal here, and this one-on-one on towards this new hill might be make or break here. Maple's got to be careful though, because there is another man nearby, and there's a glide bomb coming down from above. Wardy's going to invest it. He's going to try and take Yako down, and he does manage to collide the glide bomb onto his head. But look at number 4, Eric. He's now near the hill. He's on the time, and now it's going to be down to Vengeance to try and get their way onto a hill, which we know can be so difficult to break through into. And we'll see another glide bomb come down as well as Yako manages to take down one onto Maple and Super. They're going to look to try and get this one done now. Wee Man around the corner. Eric takes him down. Denzel stays alive on the hill, and he's going to get traded out himself though. So they need to try and get the man on the contest, because only 15 seconds remain now for Sucre's Bakery to take this map number 1. Maple is just waiting for friends to come alongside him, but there's no one nearby at the moment, and surely they've got to go now. They've got to go quickly. It looks like number 8 Denzel's going to get taken down in mid-map. Wee Man is probably going to get taken down as well. He will, and Sucre's Bakery coming through with a vengeance, no pun intended, right at the end of that map. 250 to 226.
Man, when you're looking at a player like Eric Boom, who's had an absolutely, shocking game in terms of kills, he did get a good chunk of time, but he gets 2 huge kills on P5, which allows them to maintain control. Super drops a player, Yako drops a player, and they manage to take that in the end, 250 to 226. We've got to look again to those 2 players, Super and Sucre, absolutely going huge. Super again with just putting up ridiculous statistics, and despite the valiant effort, both out of Wardy and Maple. Wardy again, he was on the struggle bus right from the outset, managed to turn things around. It just wasn't enough, and the margins are so slight again, 24 seconds in the end, and it's just crazy plays. But we expected maybe the kind of pace coming out of Sucre's Bakery to do the damage. This is a great opportunity now, Major, for the boys from Vengeance to really start to elicit some pain in this Desert Siege S&D.
Yeah, it felt as though that middle portion of the game, Vengeance were doing a good job of keeping up kind of with that raw aggression and pace of Sucre's Bakery, but towards the end, I mean, they obviously both teams kind of investing as many streaks as they possibly could into it. We saw glide bomb coming through, which we know is a bit of a rarity nowadays, but both teams obviously kind of throwing the kitchen sink. We talked about that transition from P5 to P1. Sucre's Bakery, they managed to win kind of what you would consider the almost the map deciding gunfights when you've got that man locked up on P1 on the head glitches. It's so difficult to shift them out of position, especially if both teams have got a glide bomb, because it's kind of like for like. You take one man off the hill, the next one goes on, the other team uses theirs, and you're kind of back to where you were anyways. But Sucre's Bakery just managing to kind of clutch up right at the end, which we know this team can do time after time, Pablo. We flag them up for it pretty much all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of expected the pace just to be a little bit quicker, but sometimes that can work against them. They can be kind of a little chaotic at times. P1 are just problematic in terms of glides, because you tend to, you want to get yourself in a position where you're not going to get tagged up yourself. Get that glide out. By the time it's flying, most of the interactions have already gone down. It's quite a contesty hill, so there's no real control, and then you end up kind of killing players that are miles away from the hill anyway. And we saw that both Yako and Wardy managing to get peripheral players, and then the war of attrition begins again. So really not having a great impact on either side, but it comes down to these 2 big kills from Eric Boom at the end. He manages to just staves them away from the hill, and then in support we see Super and Yakko go big. So a team wipe at the end, just ticking over those last 15 seconds, and just a really solid performance towards the end of that. But you just saw, you know, how difficult it is when you're playing a team of that pace, and you look at the numbers that Vengeance put up. That is, you know, most regards a game-winning kind of performance. But again, when you've got players like Super going, you know, nearly 40, it's crazy. You know, it's just a massive performance from Sukri's Bakery.
Yeah, and it's kind of, we go from one extreme to the other now, don't we? We hop into a Desert Siege Search and Destroy, where we know kind of the importance of kind of playing behind the snipers, playing it patiently, playing for that pick. So we go from kind of a madness on the Tuscan to one which is a little bit more controlled. And again, you look to the likes of Maple, we know how good he can be with the sniper, but then likewise on the side of the Spanish lads, we know what these boys can do with the sniper. We've seen seen Super bring it out on a Bocage, so it wouldn't surprise me here for a second if we get a couple of gunfights going across that no man's land even down the A side. We see a lot of snipers come into play on this map, so it's very much a more structured approach in this Desert Siege Search and Destroy in comparison to the kind of the madness that we see on Tuscan.
Oh, mate, 100%. And I think, you know, you pointed out right there, this is going to be fascinating to see Maple versus Super in what will be a guaranteed snipe off right there. The other 3 players are messing around with SMGs and ARs. We're going to see some world star moments. You know, Super probably, I don't know, it's a tricky one, especially over the last year, the better pedigree in terms of his sniping ability. But Maple, we've seen him go absolutely huge at times, and then we've seen him, you know, kind of drop off as well. So this is a good moment, and I think this is a particularly good map for the boys from Vengeance to get some control. We know Denz has, you know, got a lot of quality experience with S&D, and I just think this is going to be an opportunity for them to bite back, particularly if they can keep the likes of Yakko and Eric Boom quiet. And Eric does seem a little bit off the pace, but we know that a couple of these players, you know, they get warmed up before they start getting big kills.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Eric has a terrible map 1 and then comes through and gets 11, 12 kills here on the Desert Siege on a map.
Looks full Harry Payne.
Yeah, exactly. It's one where it's a map where SMGs, you've pretty much got that middle building. You don't want to obviously go anywhere kind of near that no man's land over towards that side of it. So you're kind of restricted in kind of where you can go. But it wouldn't surprise me here with Eric and his abilities if he manages to work some magic and manage to get this one. But obviously, boys on Bakery, check. We got a sniper of Super. Yes, we do. There you go. So he's obviously got the memo, and hopefully we get to see some cheeky snipes.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one thing we've been looking forward to seeing, is whether Super and Maple are going to go head to head in a snipe off. Obviously, one thing you can't really predict is which one's going to go which side. Wardy manages to get the first blood, and we know how vital it is in this game, you know, particularly in this map, because of the size of its geography. You're going to get a little bit of map control because of that, but it's still a little reticent to try and push through and get bomb down. It is going to be Yakko left with the responsibility. It is a 3v4, as Sukri has gone into round 2. 52 seconds remaining. This has been a very cautious Desert Siege so far.
Yeah, Yakko and Eric Boom managing to grab a couple of kills, so now it flips on its head. Now Denzer and Weeman, the lads outnumbered. Bomb is going down though. Denzer really perfection. Bomb is being stuck. So Yakko going to get caught trying to play, but he can't get the kill here. Oh, careful Denzer. Bit of a looming hole right down that side of the train, so he's not going to want to jump down that side, but Weeman. And he managed to work a pick here. Number 4, Eric, though, just watching this side of the map. Weeman's going to trade him out. He's incredibly weak. The trail comes through, and the boys from Spain take the first round.
Well, that was some flying work right there. Circus shots come out at the end. As we saw, Denzer nearly hit the abyss, and it's going to be a pretty easy kill in the end for Super. Decides to get the flying headshot, and that's going to be 1-0. And, you know, we went into this thinking maybe the Vengeance would be the team that could potentially have an advantage in this. Well, it is advantage Sukri's Bakery, and those 2 players we pointed out, you know, 2 of the quickest players in the EU, Yakko and Eric Boom. You don't want to be trying to face them. I've heard, you know, pro players, well, and AM players complain about how difficult he can be to play against. He's very unpredictable. He takes odd angles and things like that. So we can feel the shots go down. Super uncharacteristic miss, and it's Denzer Major with a first blood. As we see that racked up, Yakko manages to get one back on Wardy.
Yeah, no, bomb is going down. Oh, Yakko. He spots the
Get
man
this
getting away.
defused.
And this is the thing we talk about. This is the thing. Are they going to check this bomb?
He's
I tell you
gotta
what,
check it.
somebody.
He's got
Hello?
to check it.
Denza. He's defusing the bomb, lad.
What?
He's not going to have a clue
Is he
about it. And
asleep?
Yakko, there you go. The big brain play that we flag up so many times. If you get a split second straight after it's planted, just hop on the bomb. Teams won't anticipate it. And Sukri's Bakery, a really cheeky defuse coming through from those boys. And now they go 2-0 up.
Right, I'm not going to lie, I'm super confused. Like, how many times have we said, hop on the bomb as soon as it's planted and try and get the defuse? That means that if you've planted the bomb, go and check it. Actually go and check it within the first few seconds, because that's what teams are doing time and time again. It blows my mind. Yakko gets the shots out. It's going to be Eric Boom with the first pick on Wardy, giving Sukri's Bakery another first blood. They're already 2-0 up. It's going to be a 3v4. And we do Super finally gets taken down, so that World Store opportunity is not going to be there, Major, as we head into the minute on this round 3.
Maple, pretty sure he spotted the man cross. Whoa, the sniper bullet just whizzing past the head of Eric. He's still waiting to try and transit across. Still first 3 though. Death here. The corner of that.
Why is he
track.
expecting that?
Not able to see him. Are exchanging bullets at the moment, but no kills coming through just yet. They're still playing this patiently, and I tell you what, Weeman, he might be able to catch them out here. Spots the man going down the steps. He knows there's another man there. Weeman's tagging up both of them. Denza might use this as an opportunity to try and fly around the corner. He's going to fly around the corner. The shot's though not
they're
good
windy.
enough. Yakko manages to grab the kill onto him. So now Weeman and Maple 2 versus 3. The bomb still not going down. Weeman, though, it's going to be the exact same thing. Flies round the corner. Maple is now going to be the last man up, and he's going to get dropped. So it's going to be Sukri's Bakery with yet another round. This is looking like a clean search and destroy.
Man, and I'm going to get the bowler words out. I might as well start eating them now. We did say that if Vengeance wanted to do well in this map, we felt they could do. They needed to get to grips with the likes of Yakko, who's having an absolute, he's one of these players you expect to do really well in respawns, and he does. But every now and then, he absolutely takes over an S&D, and right now he's doing it. We're more used to seeing him doing it in Berlin, but right now, he's just having a blast, and he's on a 4 streak, and 4-0 right now. Flawless performance from the young man. Vengeance with a lot of work to do, and Denza is going to be that bomb carrier there. It's crazy plays right now between Yakko and Eric Boom. They've made Desert Siege an SMG map.
You see the corpse of Super just lobbed off the ledge there with the nade of Denza landing in his back pocket. Bomb has been dropped, and sort of info, but managed to get way round the back here. Looking for some sort of information on any players. Timing. Oh, there you go. There's one of them. Surely this is going to be a pick up. And the shots, they're not going to be crisp enough, and he's got to be careful now that he doesn't get caught out in transition. And that's exactly what happens. Eric just repositions, takes him down. They're just getting hit markers left, right, and center, it feels like, at the moment, and they can't seem to get the pick. And now Yakko still on this streak. They're on a combined 7 at the moment between him, Sukri, and Eric Boom. And this next pick, you feel, is going to be absolutely huge. And again, Pablo, it's in favor of the boys in blue. Sukri's Bakery, they are just not letting them move with absolutely anything at the moment. Yeah,
30 seconds remaining. It's a big ask from Weeman to get a 1v3 on such a big map where so much information can be gathered. And while you've still got, and then see Eric Boom roaming around the map, manages to get a big kill and manages to get bomb. But he's got to get 15 seconds and he's got to get this down. Is he get the kill? No, he is going to have a player right at the bottom waiting for him. And Sukri's Bakery, Major, put another round on the board. This has been a complete blowout so far from Vengeance, who's made some kind of interesting decisions. We've seen some windy shots, and it's just not gone the way at all of the team in gold.
Yeah, and a quick shout out to Davey. I missed Ali's and Sam's earlier, and Fonty as well. Thank you very much for the subs, guys. It's worthy of a few of those. Thank you very much, guys. So we're now going towards round number 5, and at the moment, Sukri's Bakery, they don't look like they are slowing down any time soon. It has just been all Spanish in this map too. Can they manage to get this done in a swift 6-0? We rarely see this at this level of challenges, but at the moment, they are not really putting a foot wrong. Wardy's still struggling at the moment just to even try and grab some sort of kills. So again, you're looking towards the first blood, and Weeman, that's a lot better there from him. Able to take Yakko off the bomb this time. We saw he had a lot of luck last time, but this time he gets shut down straight away.
Yeah, and absolutely big kill as well. Wardy, really needs to get off the mark, and I think it followed up by Eric Boom and Suki getting those. This is a big moment. They need to get the next kill. Denza, all important right now to tie things up, at least in the life count, so that they've got an opportunity to potentially do some damage. This next fight going to be huge. Eric Boom on a 5-speed brings it back to a 3v1, and Wardy, that player probably the least confident right there, gets absolutely annihilated. And this has been a masterclass, Major, in how to play Desert Siege S&D. You've got your SMGs running riot, supported by a really strong AR, and again, Super just, you know, hasn't had to wild start at all really in this game whatsoever. It's been one of the quietest kind of performances from him in terms of the sniping ability, and it's been crazy. 1 and 2, he's been able to put his feet up, Major, and just look back and relax in this game so far.
Yeah, and the man that we said he might have had a bad map 1, but it wouldn't surprise you if he has a good map 2. Eric at the moment, 6 in a row from him. 1 away now from the glide bomb, and this is going to be potentially 7th kill. 6 round on the board, but saying that 2 of his teammates
only
go
small
down
though, isn't
almost instantly. So first blood goes in the favour of Vengeance. A much better start to the round here from these lads. Again, still Eric playing for streaks. Going to play this carefully. He's going to get caught out. Wardy is going to get the godlike timing on him. It's only his 3rd kill of the search and destroy, but there's the 4th to go with it as well. And Vengeance, they managed to grab 2 important picks, and more importantly, Pablo, an all-important round, but they still need 5 more.
Yeah, there's a long way to go, and you know, we have seen this before. We've seen teams, you know, thread 4 on the bounce. I don't think we've seen a team thread 5 on the bounce to bring it back to around 11, but it isn't impossible. But right now, you would suggest that, you know, Sucre's Bakery on the ascendancy, a little complacent going into game 6. Eric just loses his streak, just got caught reloading and manages to get picked off. More importantly, Wardy able to get a few kills, so a little bit of a confidence boost for him. And just wonder whether this is going to change the approach from the team in blue. It might be just a tad, just a touch, Major seed of doubt in there. Wardy manages to get Yakko, but he is traded almost immediately by Eric Boom, who is almost immediately traded by Denza. So Major, we go into the final minute, and it's going to be a 2v3 with advantage to the team in gold.
Super sniper in hand, 1 kill to his name at the moment. He's had his feet up previous 6 rounds. See those 3 players now all on this outer lane. Oh, this is going to be bad timing again. He's going to get caught out. So Sucre now left in the 1 versus 3 with the Bakery. Folks, does have the bomb. Wait out. Please check it. Been spotted. Then spot him. Being really cautious. Somebody is in that back watch tower. Players hovering around the A site and the B site. Looks as though 25 seconds left on the clock. Maple surely any second will spot him. Question of can at least get maybe a pick or 2. Pretty sure he's been spotted now. Maple going to allow him. There you go. Off he goes. He's had enough. So it took a while for him to make the decision. He wasn't able to get a pick and just yeets himself off the map. And Vengeance 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, plenty of time for Sucre's Bakery potentially to regain and get 1 more round, but that's going to be another round on the board, and really well played from the team in gold. Not just getting the trades, but actually to make use of the man advantage as well. You know, Maple not quite as much on the struggle bus as his contemporary right there, and Super, who's 1 and 4. And a question we ask all the time, you know, when you've had a game like this where you aren't quite getting the kills that you would expect to get with the sniper, is it time to bring out the AR, see this game out, or do they feel that they've got enough by way of rounds to potentially do this a bit later on? I would suggest you want to get this round out the way as soon as possible, because Vengeance are creeping slowly but surely back into this game. Eric Boom with a big kill on Wardy. Weeman manages to get a strike back against Yakko and Major as we hit that 1 minute mark for the 7th time or 8th time. It's going to be a Weeman all alone. My days! Destroyed there. Sucre's Bakery makes short work of the boys from Vengeance.
There you go. Eric Boom has arrived. What a set of kills that was from him. We didn't catch the first one, but we caught the end of the 2nd and the 3rd as well. Absolute beams from Eric Boom. 9 HP, 14 and 5 there from Mr. Eric. And wow, what a performance there from him. Super was just like, cheers lads, appreciate you lads doing that one. And we'll go 2 up in this series.
Man, I'm not going to lie, Eric Boom with an AR is something to behold. You know, I think he doesn't need to get that MP40 out anymore. Just leave the AR on. He's an absolute demon with it. He's a terror on the map. But a man, Sucre's Bakery 2-0 up, and we're heading into a map which we would largely consider their hunting ground. Tuscan Control, we've seen them put ROKKR Academy to bed in this map, so we know how strong they are on it. And it's just going to be interesting to see what the boys from Vengeance are going to be able to do. We can't write them off. We know how deep the kind of discipline and the commitment is from the boys from Denzer in particular. So you cannot write them off. But Sucre's Bakery just look invincible right now. And I just don't know. You know, what do the boys from Vengeance really need to do? Because they need to get flying. Largely, they've been starting maps really slowly and then started to get back into them, which is usually the kind of way that Suki's Bakery play. But right now, they need to hit this Tuscan control as fast and as quickly as possible, and with some good momentum.
Yeah, so Tuscan Control is going to be the make or break map here, or the start potentially of the reverse sweep. Obviously, the series that we just had, Pablo, was a reverse sweep against the ROKKR lads. So Vengeance, you never know. I mean, with the luck that we get with some of these Challenger Cup games, you wouldn't put it past Denza's lot to maybe work a bit of magic here on this one. But yeah, you're looking to the likes of Wardy, the likes of Maple to really kind of come through in terms of slaying. Weeman's kind of one who's incredibly consistent. You know what you're getting with him. Same with Denza. Denza, you rarely see him struggling on a map, to be fair to him. So at the moment, though, Suki's Bakery going onto this map, we know how confident they can be on it. But it's just a question of can they get it done in a 3-0. But obviously, for anyone who is hopping on board with us, this is what our bracket is looking like for today. So Suki's Bakery against Vengeance down in that losers final. And Ultra Academy, if you did miss the series prior to it, I'll definitely make sure you take some time out and watch it again, because it was a brilliant series. Ultra Academy with the reverse sweep come back and win it 3-2 in that game 5. They are waiting in the grand final, and obviously whoever comes through this series, Pablo, is up against the ROKKR Academy lads. So it could be a Spanish face-off potentially, or potentially another one where Denza can knock the ROKKR lads off their perch a little bit, because at the moment, it's only really been his teams that have been able to do it, to be fair to him.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, this is probably I mean, they're in the losers final, but this has probably been their weakest performance so far. But do not be surprised right now if they turn things around. We've seen them play absolutely awesome Call of Duty over the past few months. So I wouldn't be surprised if in 40 minutes time we're sat in a game 5. But again, Suki's Bakery looking very strong going into a map where we know Yako and Super can dominate quite heavily. We already know that Eric Boom's on the ascendancy and backed up by an ever consistent Suki. This could be a very difficult moment for Vengeance, but again, anything can happen. We've got it's become like almost like a nervous twitch, the disclaimers that we have to put in, because when we head into these games, you know, every other Call of Duty has been reasonably predictable. Teams are really good at one map, but we know that they're going to dominate on a map, but we've been made to eat our words so often it becomes very difficult with Vanguard to just really predict it. Time to kill plays a factor. There just so many different elements that don't appear to have had that much impact on previous iterations of this game of suddenly just playing a huge part. And you know, we're getting this kind of, apart from the first, you know, 8 to 9 or 6 to 8 weeks of the season where ROKKR Academy dominated, we're now seeing this nice settled period where teams are starting to flourish a little bit more. And right now, Suki's Bakery flourishing all over Vengeance.
Yeah, so now can the boys of Suki's Bakery get this done in a 3? I'll tell you what, if they get it done in a 3, they'll be pretty confident going in towards that losers final game against the ROKKR Academy boys. We are just waiting for the guys to get it started. Everyone's in the lobby and ready to go. We're just waiting on that big red button. But Tuscan Control, Pablo, we talk about it every single time pretty much. If you get that attacking round, you're pretty much in the driving seat for the series. Obviously, the boys of Ultra, they managed to take it. Was it 3-1? I'm pretty sure it was. But they took that attacking round to kind of make that the one that I call it like the break.
Ultra took it 3-1?
The break of serve. So it was one. You're right.
I literally went out of the final control when they won it and was like, oh, and Ultra just haven't been able to break the puzzle that is ROKKR Academy. My wife, yeah, my wife put a bacon butty down literally at the end of that round, and I was like, Bacon Academy? Bacon, what is going? Literally lost my mind. So apologies to the viewership there. Every now and then I end up on the struggle bus. But yeah, we did see that really strong performance, as you pointed out, and especially in terms of breaking that one attacking round. We know Suki's Bakery are really strong on this map, Mage, and the question really is, what can Vengeance do? Who are they going to rely on to do it? We know Weeman's going to put numbers up. Wardy started off really slow in the S&D, but Maples looked kind of consistent right the way through. So this could be another good opportunity for them. I got to plant a flag, and I'm going to say Suki's Bakery, because I just think they are massively in the ascendancy right now.
Yeah, at the moment, it just looks as though this team are just on a completely different wavelength to when they become a very, very dangerous roster. But regardless, do not count Vengeance out. If any team can do it, it will probably be a Denza team. So, well, there you go. Denza's just going to manage to start off and snap straight onto 2 players. So, good start there from him right off the rip, and it looks as though it's going to be a typical A push from the boys of Suki's Bakery. That progression obviously coming through a little bit quickly. They have, however, decided to go for the double stack though, Pablo, so they haven't given themselves a huge amount of time potentially to go and work their way over towards that B side, because we know even with teams that have 2 minutes on the clock, there is still a lot of kills to go down, but the time, it usually tends to be the issue.
Yeah, I think the other problem obviously is that they're just not going to be able to get, because they've double stacked it. They haven't got the players to get the geography, then get the kills that they're going to need potentially to potentially turn it into a TDM. So right now though, the kill feed majority blue. They've got a slight lead. It's two lives, not much in it. But I think you're right. This B point even for Sucre's Bakery, the powers that they have in control, it's probably just going to be a little bit too much for them. But again, Wardy with a really slow start. 0-3, being supported by the rest of his side, and it's amazing that they've managed to keep it within a 1 life count, despite the fact that Wardy is yet to get off the mark. When kills are so vital, you need all your players firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, so can they manage to come through right when they need it to? At the moment, they're struggling to push their way up. Wee Man is going to work his way over towards this right-hand lane here, so let's see if he can manage a couple of picks. It looks as though they're going to be working their way through P5 here. So Dender's going to be a busy lad. He's going to have some stray shots there that aren't going to clear out anyone at all. Wardy is going to be located alongside him for the trade, but Eric, that's exactly what you want to see from him. Manages to fly through, and he somehow, I thought for a second then there was a firebomb there, but I think Sukri just shot the lamp that was behind the player on that occasion. But it looks as though they've got quite a lot of control in the back now, but it's just whether or not they can keep these yellow arrows away for long enough. Super able to take down one. There's still a few more players. Just going to throw a grenade just to try and cover his tracks for the time being. But Maple, at the moment, he kind of has a sixth sense that he's around this area. Looks to try and shut him down. Surely is going to do it, and he does manage to do it. So Sukri's Bakery, the life count isn't really much in their favor. It is now just in by 1, but it looks as though, again, 43 seconds, 10 versus 10, Pablo. They've got to be efficient now.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, it looks like they've got, you know, a decent amount of time, but 10 kills in that space of time is going to be very, very difficult. No time at all. Not even a foot has touched the hill of B so far. And, you know, this has been an exemplary defense right now from Vengeance, and it just shows you just how difficult it is. Once you've got that 8 points to get any time and even to try and get a life advantage, right now, this has been, you know, an absolute destruction in terms of defense. Maple manages to team up between Denzer and Wardy to get more ticks, and they're going to get a slight life advantage. You know, ultimately, this could be the thing that really unseats Sukri's Bakery as they go into this final 6 seconds with a 1 life disadvantage. Suki going to get a pick. Unfortunately, does fall down. Manages to inadvertently get on the hill in the process. With 3 seconds, it is going to be Eric Boom who manages to get onto the hill. It's a 3v3. Crazy plays right now.
This next kill's big. He's got teammates near him, but Denzer takes him off the point. Can the trades come through quick enough? No, they can't, because they take the man off the point, and Vengeance doing pretty much the standard thing here and taking that defensive round. So a good strong start from those lads. They do what they need to. They take the man Super off that hill. The timer is going to be the thing that comes in between Sukri's Bakery lads and taking that round. So now it's going to be the boys of Vengeance, now an opportunity for them to take the attack around. It almost feels as though the team that attacks has almost kind of got this like lack of weight on their shoulders, really, to take the attacking round. It's almost like they can sit back and say, right, we'll try a little bit of everything, and if it works, it works. If not, well, we'll just try and hold our defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I suppose what in the back of the mind, while it is about lives, the real key comes down to either not dying or try and get as many kills as possible, and just make sure that you do hold out your defensive duties, and then in the process, you're going to get that 5th round defense. So, yeah, right now, while we're in this kind of meta regarding lives, it does play like that. And oh my days, Eric Boom through the window manages to drop Wee Man. It is an immediate trade right there. Maple in support. Some windy shots there from Yako, who gets punished by Wee Man. And it is going to be a reasonable lead, 4-5 lives right now. And the boys from Sukri's Bakery look like they've warmed up somewhat. Just a really solid defense again. But it is going to be the boys from Vengeance over onto A. They haven't got a player onto the hill just now. I think he's just about to potentially take that over. That could be huge, though. Maple again manages to get the pick. And, you know, player you pointed out earlier on, 12-7 right now. And he's trying to drag this Vengeance team through this control, because right now he's the only player that's positive. And he's just trying, you know, they've got a handful of streaks now, just rocking 5 streaks between them. This could be an opportunity for them to get this 8 point and get a little bit of confidence into their tails as they do try and push on to B, but Suki is going to be there for the defense.
Yeah, that top radio control is going to be really important here for Vengeance. If they can try and get the attacking round done, they will surely get this 8 point done very shortly. Maple feels like he's been over here for an absolute eternity, but they do take him off at the point, so that timer is still ticking down. But I suppose the boys of Vengeance won't really mind, because they've now got Wee Man over towards this other point where the progression is slowly starting to come through, and Wardy at the moment is being a real pain in towards Church. So if he can just keep this up and try and delay those players and maybe get some kills to go with it, as Wee Man manages to grab 5 in a row before he finally drops, it looks as though that 8 point now surely is going to be complete. But again, they leave the 1 man on there. They allow everyone else to try and position themselves in a point where they can try and maybe get some back here. I don't think they know he's here at all. He did
No,
run
they
through the
didn't
point
see
and
him
they
get
didn't
on
spot
him.
him. So there's one onto Super. There's another man in the corner. Yako's going to fly around. He's going to manage to take down one, but the teamwork comes through. Denza helps him take him down. They've still got Eric Boom just up above here in towards P5. Wardy is still on the hunt for some more hit. Isn't going to spot him though. He does have a teammate nearby, but saying that, commentator's curse just jinxed him. But Wardy at the moment, good work from him. 4 in a row and 11 versus 11 with 1 minute 20 on the clock, Pablo. This is doable. Yeah,
it's one of the weird things is if you get a 3-man push up those stairs, you're not going to see a player push onto hill. You're not going to see those lights change, and more importantly, know that player's behind you. Wardy right now on a 6-1 off a glide major. That could be massive in this control game. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he manages to get taken off by Sukri off that head. It would have been an absolutely monumental play there to drop Sukri from that. Yako is going to push in and manages to get the kill. And there's going to be that defense as he drains that back to nothing. And again, Major, despite the heroics between Wardy, between Maple, you know, they're just not able to get a foot on the kill, and that's going to get drained back to almost nothing. And just shows you again, we've got harp on about it so much, that just how difficult this beats Tuscan Control. I mean, it's got to be one of the more difficult ones in any Call of Duty to try and get this B point secured.
Yeah, it is not easy. They've got everyone in position, but it's just so odd to move. Like, Super in towards Top Church. He can now transition obviously towards Top Radio if they drop down. It's one that's so difficult with all those different levels and angles for players to push through. And Wardy, nice nade though, opens up the gate. Yako's going to get taken down, so they will manage to progress their way down towards his back alley side, but nice work there from Eric. The trades come through though. Wardy with another big couple of kills. Wee Man is going to look to try and trade them out, and now Vengeance Stone down to 3 lives. If they play picks here and they play them smart, this might pay off, but Yako's on the flank. Can he manage to get some kills? It doesn't look as though they're going to really need him at the moment because they're dropping players left, right, and centre. Maple is now all of a sudden the last man up. 5 seconds remaining. He's going to get shot from pretty much every single angle imaginable. Takes down one, can't take down anymore, and Sukri's Bakery holding strong on the defensive side themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of like, you know, regular kind of players resumed as the defensive teams manage to take each round individually. And again, it's going to come down to life count, and each one's been relatively close towards the end. But despite the heroics of Maple at the end, just not able to get even any time over towards B, and what little time they did get was drained back. You know, great. I mean, in terms of, you know, slaying power, they are negative, but they're getting a solid amount of kills. So Vengeance, they're just not able to really break that serve that we talk about. And again, Sukri's Bakery in a very similar position. Despite Eric Boom going absolutely huge, it's just not going to be enough to see an attacking round, and you would suggest that it's probably just enough in terms of these teams being almost equal in that sense, that it's going to be right the way to the wire. And Major, do not be surprised if we hit this game 5, and it could go either way. So we haven't been quite taking any notice of the life and death count overall, but right now it is going to be Yako again, just looking to get that 8-point secured. And this is a totally different strategy as well, we see, where they have kind of stacked it to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Sukri down the left-hand lane, snaps onto Wardy there, and that 8-point is done very quickly here for Sukri's Bakery. They look to try and press their way up on that Maple though, still just lurking. Going to be forced to drop down though, so they will have control of Top Radio, and this is a good opportunity for them to maybe push their way in. Can they manage to take down those all-important picks? Yako, oh, they know he's here. Wardy though, again, another couple of kills coming through from him. 20 and 17 at the moment. Wardy is definitely in the forefront in terms of kills. Denza, surprisingly, flagged him up as being a man who's not really one who has a difficult series, but at the moment, he is struggling for the time being. But meanwhile, Maple and Wardy really carrying the team in terms of slaying. It looks as though the boys of Vengeance, they are just going to look to try and get themselves in towards a position to hold strong. But at the moment, Yako is just kind of doing what we know he's very good at, kind of lurking and roaming around the back. They will finally take him out, and at the moment, it's looking like a very strong defensive hold from Vengeance on this B point.
Yeah, that's a very yellow kill feed right there, and they've done a really solid job of just keeping the boys in blue back. And right now, Wardy just going on another big roam. 21 and 18. He's had a marvelous game so far, supported strongly by Maple. Those 23 and 12 with a 4 streak right now. That is going to get taken down. Wee Man going to be the only player with a streak on the side of Vengeance, and that's going to be another big kill as he manages to get himself to 5. The question is he going to be able to get that glide, which you would think could be a game-breaking glide at this rate? Eric Boom with a huge kill, but he does get taken down as Denza trades him back out. And Denzer, that player we've talked about, he's carried the form that he had, you know, from that midweek into the weekend. He hit a 0.83, I think, through the week, so not playing particularly well. And right now, it does look like he's reflected that in his weekend's performance. 12 and 22. The young Belgian probably needs to just step things up, but right now doing a good job of holding the team in blue-black. They are kind of almost predominantly over towards that tile side, so just going to retransition, look to shape up. There's going to be a handful of players. Don't think they realise how open B is right now. They're just going to try and get control, Major. But look, those yellow arrows right the way across the middle.
They're just going on the hunt. Like, Wee Man has been absolutely battering Sukri's Bakery's players, and the life count at the moment, 5 versus 16. Sukri Bakery, they were just trying to play out of their base to get some picks, but they are getting absolutely chopped down by none other than Wee Man, who does manage to get him streak out on towards 9. He does finally fall, but the damage is done, and the life count, that is really going to be a huge factor there for Vengeance to try and take that defensive side. So they go up 2-1, but my goodness, they absolutely battered them towards that latter round.
Yeah, that was a huge play. That was, honestly, that is exemplary map control right there, though. They have one player, you know, for the large proportion of the game who's hunting around and getting those occasional picks, and then by the end of the game, they've got complete control across middle map. We saw that line almost stretching from U right the way through towards P5, and they just pick players at will. And, you know, we went from a position where they had only one player who was positive. Right now, they've got 3 players rocking that positive, and it is only Denzer really on the struggle bus right now, and you wouldn't surprise me if he was able to put up, you know, some big figures in this. And right now, Vengeance in a great position, potentially maybe to try and look to break that serve we talk about, being led right now, the kill leader in the game. We're just behind Eric Boom, sorry, Wee Man 25 and 18, looking to that Eric a little bit too small to make that jump over towards that top balcony. Is going to get a pick, pretty easy one on Wee Man right there, and this is going to be a solid little defense. But right now, Major, we've got 2 players over towards B, and the question is, can they get anyone onto the hill, or are they going to look to try and get a little bit of control towards back church?
Yeah, Denzer still lurking at the back, but Sukri takes him down. So decent life count from Sukri's Bakery at the moment. They just need to try and push it out further, because I believe the deficit is probably standing around 10 at the moment between these two.
Yeah.
So they need to try and echo exactly what Vengeance did before, and nice work there from Super. Managed to grab another pick. So another wave of kills as the kill feed lights up blue again, combining now for 8 between Super, Yakko, and Eric Boom, and make it 9 now as Yakko's now on a 5 streak. So really good work from him. He is doing literally exactly what Wee Man, I was about to say Wardy then, what Wee Man was doing in the previous round, and he's going to get some shots in. He's not going to finalise the kill, though, on towards Denzer. It looks as though he might just leave it into potentially his teammates' hands. But at the moment, 20 seconds left on the clock. Vengeance, they have not even had a sniff at this.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite, you know, how much effort Eric Boom's put into it, 33 and 24, he's dominated this in terms of kills. But again, it's just, you know, they've got to carry this on, because right now, you know, they've managed to bring this back to around about 9 lives. So overall, I think maybe Vengeance still with a slight lead. Maybe that's just being ticked over, though, as they get that 10, now 11, now 12. Huge plays right there from Yakko as he dons the AR, switches back to the MP40, and that Major could be, you know, a huge moment in this game. They've got an 11 life lead. Is it enough to get them that defensive side? That was a huge play in the previous round from Vengeance, but Sukri's Bakery have slapped right back. No A for Vengeance, no B for Vengeance, and have Sukri's Bakery, are they going to get that defense?
Well, that's the question. It's going to be hella close after that one, because they pretty much did exactly what the boys of Vengeance did to them. Who's going to be on the defensive side? It's going to be Sukri's Bakery. So they managed to come back from a really, really big life deficit there, and just playing patiently, playing for Pixie aggression as well, just to try and pin back Vengeance, has gone well and truly in their favour. And Vengeance now, they are right up against it. They need an attacking round. They obviously can't drop this map, otherwise they will be knocked out of this losers semi-final bracket game, and it will be down now to them to try and take an attacking round. But the question is, Pablo, how on earth do they do it?
Well, it's a good start. Wardy manages to get in and around the back. He is going to get tagged up by Yakko and Church. Eric Boom going to follow that up, and that is going to be a 75% kill feed going away. Make it 100% kill feed if you want. A Super, no, he's not happy killing the opposition. Let's kill his own player as well. And that is a nearly all blue kill feed right there. And then 20 lives to 25 is a superb defense. And the last thing you need is a roaming Eric Boom. He manages to get dealt with. Wardy with a big kill there, and that's going to go big as well, as Denzer manages to relive remember how to shoot back. He has struggled entirely in this game. He hasn't managed to pick it up. And if there is going to be a time to start reliving, those last year's glory days, it's right now. Denza needs to go big, but that's not going to help as Super manages to get 2, and Eric Boom's going to get in support as he drops Maple. Denza is in and around mid, so he's going to start the next push. As I say that, of course, Major Sukri is there right in response. Major Eric Boom about to drop a 40 potentially in this map.
Yeah, well, he's going to get stopped there. No bullets that required. They needed
40 kilos of bomb on his head.
They needed a glide bomb to stop him there, because at the moment he has been an absolute menace on this map. And the boys of Vengeance still getting that A progression through with 29 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to do this very quickly and very efficiently over towards the B point. Now Denza going on the hunt over towards through to P5. There will be one man ready and waiting in Super. They know he's there. The bait and switches are going to be perfection. Yes, it is. So they managed to get the pick onto him. Denza is just going to wait and try and nade out a couple of lanes before he does subsequently push through. But good work there from Wardy to take down one. And now it looks as though, can they make the bait and switch? Denza, no. He's just going to try and dip out at the moment. So maybe potentially just a reposition, or maybe the confidence at the moment, just not being able to win some gunfights. We're so used to seeing him win as he just dip out and wait for his team to regroup. So probably the smarter move of the two. And now, see those players ready and waiting for him over towards that plat side. It's just a question of when Vengeance push in Pablo, but they need to try and do it oh so efficiently. And Weeman's got some god timing. Oh, but he gets shut down.
Absolute patience out of Eric Boom and Yako there. It's just unbelievable. As Eric Boom and Super, they allow the players to flood in. They just check in their respective corners, and they just get the kills on those players trying to come up around the back. So it's a really nice solid. Wardy goes huge, though. That is a massive kill on Suki. And as those players fall towards the back, it's going to be left to Eric Boom, who's got to go big right now if he wants to get these picks. He gets one. He's already got one. He's going to get the second. No, Weeman is going to tag him up, but that might have just been enough for the boys in blue to be able to get back into position and see those out. That is huge right there from Eric Boom as he pushes over to 42 and 28 kills.
Yeah, Eric Boom is not stopping anytime soon, but he does get taken down. But Eric again is there for the trade. Denza's just going to be getting on towards the point, but the stun kills him. So it's 44 on the board for Eric Boom. I'll tell you what, he has absolutely battered Vengeance, especially in terms of kills at the moment. And with 10 seconds remaining, Vengeance have to go quick, otherwise their time in cup number 7 is done. Wardy down the side he goes. Super cuts him down. They are dropping by the wayside. Denza, can he touch the hill with 2 seconds remaining? He's just got to try and get on towards the hill. 0.4 seconds remaining. He's going for the challenge towards the back truck. He can't win it. Sukri's Bakery, that defensive side pays off, and they will progress through in towards that losers final where they will face ROKKR Academy.
And they're going to be warmed up when they go into it, which is something we can't often say. But what a performance right there from Eric Boom. It goes absolutely huge. Sukri's Bakery, I mean, again, it came down to defensive side. And they did, that slap back in that round 4 where they managed to go 11 kills clear. What a huge response. And you talk about teams going through the gears, going through pace, and they just managed to do it. They went from 4th gear to 6th gear and just absolutely dominated Vengeance in that 4th round. What a huge response to what was a monumental round 3 from the team in gold, and they're going to head into the losers final against a very the trickiest opposition as we do head back into Spanish Civil War, and it's going to be Sukri's Bakery taking on the ROKKR Academy.
Yes, no, it will be the boys of Sukri's Bakery who progress through the bracket. Really good work there from those boys. They get it done in 3. Unsurprisingly, their respawn looking strong. The search, though, surprisingly, 6-2. Really good work from those boys. If they've managed to work that as a team and they've improved on it, then they might be a bit of a menace here in this cup. Really good work from those lads, and they will progress through to face the boys of ROKKR in that losers bracket final. So there's confirmation coming through there. Sukri's Bakery up against ROKKR Academy in that losers final, and obviously Ultra Academy will be waiting. So we're down to just 3 teams. Sukri's Bakery, ROKKR Academy, and Ultra. One of those will be crowned our Challengers Cup number 7 champions. But we will just cut to a short break, guys, as the guys sort out their vetoes and get lobbied up for that series. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a second.
House party don't stop.
People travel millions of miles just to see you, but they never conquer this way. I can tell them the gray has stains have conditions. They're too far to hear what I say. To
Kicking it, take it off. It's no sin. Be like me, show me you're alive.
close when the darkness finds you, faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. We can 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 make it, make it. We can make it through. We can make it through. We can make it through. You came to me with your heart on your sleeve, bags packed, you're ready to leave. There's hope in your eyes, I can finally see. You were lost, but now you're free. Keep me close when my body breaks and you can't fix what's on your mind. Keep me close when the darkness finds you, faster than the speed of light. I wanna sing it at the top of my lungs. I know we can make it through. I'm gonna scream it from the top of my lungs. Yeah, together we can make it through. We'll make it through. We'll make it through. I don't even wanna taste it. I don't even wanna try. All my friends are getting faded, but you're the one that make me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should give up. I can go hard if I want to. I can get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Hey, you got the shit I like. You from the money, you don't it right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Hey. Nothing got me tripping. Hey. I can get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. I don't really wanna fake it. I don't really wanna die. And all my friends are getting shady, but you're the one that made me fly. I know you said this thing was over. I know you said I should give up. I can go hard if I want to. I can get high if I want to. Nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like you got the shit I like. Even the money, you don't it right. No, nothing got me tripping. Nothing got me tripping. Like. Nothing got me tripping. Like. If I could hold you just for a minute, what would you say? I should have told you from the beginning I couldn't stay. You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. If I could fix it just for a minute, baby, what would you do? My head is spinning, this isn't finished. Are you missing me too? You've been hurting, but it ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. No, it ain't my fault. And I've been hoping you could break my fall. Baby, break my fall. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away. What do I need to say? It's too late, turn back. I can stand your pain. Please go far, far away.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. We are back with the El Clasico of amateur COD here between Sucre's Bakery and ROKKR Academy, and there'll be plenty of Vamoses in those comms for this one, I'm pretty sure, Pablo. We always get a banger of a series here between Sucre's Bakery and the ROKKR Academy lads. Obviously, bragging rights is always on the table between these two. We know pretty much what both of these teams are about, and again, it's just going to be a question of who can be on top in Spain once again.
Yeah, and this is the thing, I was thinking about this before, was, Major 6, where am I going? We're not quite there yet. Cup 6. Major 6 would be nice, though, wouldn't it? Major, that's what we need. But yeah, Cup 6 was a really weird one. I think it was Cup 6 where we saw, Suki's Bakery come up against the ROKKR Academy in the early stages of the winners bracket. They put ROKKR Academy down and then had to come across them again as ROKKR Academy made their way right the way through the losers bracket, and I think they were able to turn that deficit back round. So this is another opportunity, I suggest, for Sucre's Bakery to potentially get one back over on that team. And this is really important as well, because they haven't had to face them previous in this round. So this is a massive opportunity for them, maybe to put the cat among the pigeons and give the ROKKR Academy a well-deserved Sunday afternoon off. They've been right deep every time, so this is a good opportunity, for Lucky and Metals maybe to spend some time with the family instead of spending all day, every day, hogging all the Call of Duty.
I think is it one cup? I think ROKKR Academy haven't been in the grand final, or they have been in the grand final in pretty much every single one. It's one of the two.
I think they've been in every one. It's just that they've lost to the Revenge
Denza.
Tour.
Yeah, Denza's lot. Twice, so they did obviously get through to that grand final. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Moneyform versus Denza got in one of the grand finals, but I mean, regardless, these boys never have a Sunday off. They're always here.
Wait,
they're always
you
right
might be
to
right,
the wire.
Let me just check Cup 6, because there was that might have been Suki's Bakery versus Moneyform. Let me just check Cup 6.
Yeah, just have to double check, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, regardless, the lads never have a Sunday off really. They're always here. They're always at the business end of it. So they've kind of been here, done it to that extent. Obviously, we know kind of what both teams are about in terms of raw aggression, gunfights, just any kind of Call of Duty skill. These lads have got it in abundance. But it's one where, with these two teams at the moment, the way it stands, obviously ROKKR Academy, you would still argue they are right at the top of Europe. Obviously, it's considered a bit of an upset, really, whenever we see these guys lose a series, to be honest. So for them to be down here in losers final, it's not the end of the world. And to be honest, if you want a team that's going to potentially be able to win those two best of fives in the grand final, it's going to be these boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always a shocker when we see them get beat by anyone. I mean, outside of maybe Suki's Bakery and maybe Moneyform, and then that one-time Revenge Tour managed to come through. Again, it is a shocker, but you know, we're in this part of the season now where this is going to happen more and more. We're seeing teams get a little bit settled. We're seeing them get to grips with this game in ways that they necessarily didn't get to grips with at the very start. And ROKKR took full advantage of that fact. Don't forget, you know, this is like Real Madrid's European Cups. You know, they largely were won, you know, at a time when people really didn't understand how to play the European Cups that well and didn't understand some of the facets. Well, this is very similar. They took advantage of that very early part of the season when teams were still getting settled and still getting to grips with it. But they've managed to see it through, which is one thing. But this is huge. Now Sucre's Bakery with a massive opportunity to really put these boys to the blender and to just take that next step, which we've been waiting for them to do.
Yeah, so in towards losers final we will go. It's going to start off with a Gavutu, and for anyone who doesn't know what the map set is, it's Gavutu, then double Tuscan, Bocage and Berlin. So a bit of a mixed bag here, but right off the rip, it's going to be the ROKKR Academy lads looking to try and push out a lead right off the start here on towards this P1 journey. Going to be hunting for a couple of kills. Yakko going to fly straight up towards that P1. We'll get traded out though by Metals, and this is a map that we know Sucre's Bakery. We flagged up Eric Boom, kind of running that almost that flex role and that auto additional player on the side of Sucre's Bakery. When he's on top of his game, Sucre's Bakery played this map very, very well. Obviously, at the moment, it looks as though he might actually be running SMG on the roster. And I was going to say he's struggling because he hasn't got a kill yet, but courtesy of one of the explosive barrels, he is now on the board. Oh, there you go, and Eric Boom has now arrived to the party.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one player that I said earlier on, man, put the man an AR in the man's hand because he plays it so well. But again, you know, he's most well known for his MP40 plays and his kind of raw aggression. He does seem to have tempered that this year. We are going to see trades go back and forth, and ROKKR Academy, you know, despite the heroics of the team in blue, are going to take the large chunk of time at P1 and get set up quite nicely for P2, where they are already doing some work. So Sucre's Bakery got to fire back, and Major, just looking back on those match, it was actually Sucre's Bakery put ROKKR out in the very early part of the losers bracket run in Cup 6, and were able to go right the way through to the final, where they were eventually beaten by Revenge Tour. So Sucre's Bakery, no strangers to going all the way on Sunday, and also, mate, more importantly, no strangers to putting ROKKR to bed early.
Yeah, so now this lead at the moment is looking pretty sizable here for the boys of ROKKR Academy. It's going to stand at around 50 seconds, but more importantly, though, Sucre's Bakery, they have still held on to this rotation over towards P3. We talk about the importance of holding this P3 hill and then the subsequent P4-1 as well, and there you go, Mr. Eric Boom. Couple of kills to add to his belt early on in this series. It's a strong start here from the boys of ROKKR, but Sucre's Bakery, with the help of this hill, are going to look to try and claw this one back. We know how difficult it can be at times to break through, Pablo, so the boys of ROKKR Academy are really going to have to work this together as a team.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a very solid setup right now from the team in blue. They've got to get the picks, though, and this is a big fight going to go down. Number 7 with a lot of responsibility, and Super has got to get those picks. He has been tagged up, but it's going to give them a solid 30 seconds right now, and again, if you're looking at that 40-20 split, which some teams do take quite seriously, they're going to be able to get a nice 40 seconds, particularly when you've got Yakko and Sucre dominating like that. The one drawback you would suggest, Major, to potentially taking a large chunk of time on this is that you're not going to be set up for that next hill, and ROKKR Academy already started to think about it. You can see how far back they are. Number 4 there, and Journey is going to be in a really nice position to take advantage of potentially killing. Has he seen number 8? Eric Boom goes huge, though. Destroys Journey, who was set up waiting for that push, and this could be big if Eric is going to get big moment. Lucky is going to back himself up, though, Major. That was huge from Eric Boom right there, and Major, there's only 5 seconds between them right now. Yeah,
so now ROKKR Academy, they have at least held this rotation towards P4. If you're going to not grab a lot of time on P3, make sure you got P4. And it looked for a second over towards that P1. It looks as though Sucre's Bakery might hold a lot of time, but never mind, because they push through, and Real now is starting to arrive to the party. So here's a site that we don't normally tend to see Real with an auto. Can he manage to cut down a few more players? Spots Sucre. The shots aren't going to be crisp enough on that occasion, and Eric's going to make him pay. So now an opportunity for these lads to push through the back here. Sucre going to take down one. Are the trades going to be nearby enough for them? And no, it doesn't look as though they are. So those close spawns proving exactly why they matter. Apologies. And it looks as though ROKKR Academy, with the help of that P4, will pretty much push that lead out back to exactly what it was. But Sucre's Bakery, again, it's just battle of the rotations at the moment, Pablo. If they're losing one, it looks as though the other team is going to be on the top of their game and holding the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Metals who'd pushed all the way through to the back. I don't know whether that was a spurious spawn or whether he'd made the flank, but he gets dealt with by Sukri, and here is it right back there again. It's going to be Sukri having to deal with Metals one more time. He gets taken down, but it is going to be number 8 there, Eric Boom, on the hill, but he is about to get potentially overrun right now. So a big fight going down towards this back dock area. Real looking to jockey his way around with the handgun, not able to get a pick. Yako goes huge as he drops Jenny, and lucky Sukri backs that up with a team wipe there, as you see the entirety of that team in purple, but they're going to retain spawns towards this back jungle area, so this is going to be another opportunity for them to break the hill. But again, Sukri's Bakery doing well, Major, to take the majority of time from a hill and keep this within, you know, 5, 6, 7 seconds.
Yeah, they are battling for every single second of time at the moment, these two teams. Lucky and Yako going to fight it out towards scrap time, but there's also some important gunfights going down back over towards P1. You can see 2 bodies from both the respective teams come flying through as Sukri is going to drop one onto Journey, who did manage to take down both Yako and Eric, so they've now got an opportunity to maybe flood this hill. It is a difficult one to work up towards once those players get locked into position, but Real just looking to try and fend off a couple of players that are pushing in towards that section, in towards that inner ring, and he's able to take down one, and his teammate in Journey, good work, flies around the corner, grabs one himself, looking to try and take some shots onto Yako. Isn't going to come through that time, but you can see now the positioning from ROKKR Academy. They're pretty much set up. They've got their autos ready to go. They're just going to look to try and push this lead out even further.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice setup for them. They've got good mid-map coverage. They are going to get a player coming in behind. A big fight about to go down. He's managed to play his life really well, Metals. He's 12 and 11. He's stayed in that, and that's going to cost massive right there as Sukri does fall. So that small flank they attempted, not really going as well as planned, but they have got that artillery, that air gun control right now, and they've got going to get a reasonably important amount of scrap time as well. It's going to keep them within 20 seconds. It's the first time in the game that we've really seen any kind of lead. It's usually been around on about 15 seconds to 20 seconds right now. That has been pushed out to 30 seconds. Killfree going back and forth though, Major, but again it's ROKKR Academy with a solid amount of control over towards boat kill, and they're just doing just enough at the minute to keep these players off. We can see that player up top though is going to be getting picked, so it is going to be Sukri with the use of that AR just looking to get kills. Jenny mops up at the back though and manages to get the kill towards the middle as well, so despite his efforts it's still going to be control of that hill towards the team in blue. And 165 to 137, they've managed to sneak out a 30-second lead.
Yeah, Real, fundamental to that at the moment. Sukri's doing the best he can, but at the moment, ROKKR, they just seem to be in the right place at the right time for all those important kills. So now can the boys of Sukri's Bakery start to reduce this deficit? Sukri flies around the corner, but Lucky puts a stop to that as he shuts up shop. And you can see Eric now already realising the importance towards the next rotation. Real going to slap him in the face with the grenade. It's not going to be enough to kill him, but the gunshots will as he takes Eric down. So now this is difficult for Sukri's Bakery. They need to push their way in. Real just literally shooting the hairline of Yako as he takes him down. Sukri going to try and fly down to maybe try and reinforce him a little bit here. Real is just trying to keep his head down to stop any players transitioning over, but Super makes the read. He flies around the corner. It's becoming a really messy hill at the moment, but Lucky arrives to the party. 2 kills to his name. Looking for the third onto Yako as well. The nade is going to try and look to back him up at the moment. He will get taken down, but a big 2-piece coming through from him. And the all-important factor, Pablo, they've now got Metals in the hill.
Yeah, 70-second lead or more as well. Make that an 80-second lead, and it's been a huge performance over the last 3 kills from the team in purple. Almost exemplary Call of Duty. You know, playing the lives, getting picks, more importantly, getting efficient kill time. You know, where you know, at points where Sukri's Bakery were able to get a handful of kills, they've just not been able to turn that into time. And again, Kavutu, you know, lends itself to potentially being that kind of map where things can turn quickly. But when you've got players like Real, like Lucky, already in P4, this is a problem if you are the team in blue, because they put everything into getting the scrap time, and they're not going to get announced. They're going to get a handful of seconds, and now they've only got 18 seconds to make that break, and Major, the glides are coming out.
Yeah, this is the difficulty when you start to trail on Gavutu. You need to get that P3 to P4. They're not going to be able to do it. Sukri's Bakery, they're surely just going to get cut in transition. There's only 5 seconds left. I think Sukri's Bakery have just resigned the fact that they are not going to take this map. So ROKKR Academy with a really big statement in map number 1. A very convincing hold from those boys. They take it 250 to 144 over a 100-point difference. Pablo did not expect to see it that big.
No, I mean, on a map that we expect Sukri's Bakery to do quite well on, well, it looks like ROKKR Academy have been working hard with their analysts and their coaches to really do a good job on Gavutu hardpoint, and that work has paid off. Real, 27 and 18, 20 non-traded kills, goes again to prove the young phenom is one of the best in the world, if not the best rookie right now in the challenges scene, and they've put Sukri's Bakery to bed, so learning, quite early, they had trouble with them in the previous cup. Well, it looks like they're already not getting that trouble right now. Thank you, the wife's just put down a lovely cup of tea. Thank you, my beautiful wife. And but yeah, you gotta love that, haven't you? But yeah, a 1-0 to ROKKR right now, and it's the good news, if you're a Sukri's Bakery fan, they're going to be heading into 2 maps that are potentially their hunting ground. But again, I don't want to be the one to plant a flag in this one. This is insane.
Yeah, like the way these guys are going at the moment, it's looking like you could really you could still make a justified argument for either of them, but to be fair, ROKKR looked very, very strong on that hard point. I think Sukri's Bakery, when it started to get to around 50, 60, 70 points, that's when they were they were fighting for scrap time that arguably they probably shouldn't have. But when a team's on 238 points, if they get even 3-4 seconds and edge it closer, you're in a position where you're pretty much forced to make every single second count. And unfortunately for them, it just kind of snowballed from that point on. They weren't really able to get over towards that P4 side, and we talk how difficult if you don't have P3, you need to have P4. In the first set of kills and rotations, Sukri's Bakery did a good job of getting P3, and ROKKR Academy kind of demonstrated the importance of making sure that you have P4, because although they gave Sukri's Bakery a lot of time, they literally slammed the door on P4 and then brought themselves straight back into the game again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that was really interesting about the performance was that they didn't allow Sukri's Bakery to really get a challenge onto P3. They made it so they had to commit really heavily over to P3. They had to kind of get the scrap time. Whereas, sensibly speaking, at the point where you've got 25 seconds remaining, you haven't really got a solid chunk of change on the hill at all. You would look to just get contested and then get set up for the next hill. Well, ROKKR Academy did a great job of just making it difficult to get even a contest in, which forces them to play even more aggressively, and they win the game on P4. Great opportunity now. Real, though, with the first blood, and we know how vital in a journey. Going to back it straight up with a drop on Sukri, that in-game leader and talismanic figure for Sukri's Bakery. It's going to be a 2v4 in round 1, already shaping up to be very tasty for the team in purple.
And Real just being a real thorn in the side here, just lurking around Church, and there's a really clean round there from ROKKR Academy. They have come out with a vengeance here in the El Clasico. First round on the board for those boys. And I'm pretty sure they didn't drop a life in that one, if I'm not mistaken. Yakko going to be the final man to get dropped. But Tuscan, we know how back and forth it can be, Pablo. Obviously, that attacking round is the more preferred of the two if you're going to probably pick one. But it's now a case of Sukri's Bakery. They just got to try and keep pace with ROKKR Academy in this one. You don't want to end up with a position where they maybe get blown out of the water, maybe 5-1, 5-2 in this map. They're going to have to try and just keep toe-to-toe with them, you feel?
Honestly, the pace that the ROKKR boys are playing right now, you would hope someone like Eric Boom or someone like Yakko would be able to match it, and it's, particularly just start to put them under pressure. But the whole team are absolutely flying. At one point there at the start, I thought Rail was going to take off into the sky. He's absolutely flying on a 2-0 right now. It is going to be Yakko getting bombed down. Lucky does get the first blood and major its advantage again to the team in purple.
Yep. So first blood goes in their favour. Next pick's going to be huge, and they've managed to hang up Yakko here, so he's going to be dead to rights. There's nothing he can do about that one. Lucky, he's going to try and work some magic in middle map, but Eric's going to shut him down, so now it's going to be all on Super. Last man up. Can he clutch up? Oh, he manages to take down Royale and Journey, and he's made the read onto the last man, and the pistol whip is going to be enough, and Sukri's Bakery, that is why you do not count them out. What a moment there for those boys, and more importantly, what a moment there for Super. 3 quick kills in succession, shuts them all down.
Well, we said it at the start of the game, and my personal feeling is outside of these 4 players from ROKKR Academy, Super is the best player in the EU. You would argue as well, you'd probably be able to slide into a team like this without any problem, and he just goes to show just how effective he can be. He reads the game really well. His shot is second to none. He can rock an AR. It wouldn't surprise me if you put up numbers with the MP40, and you put a sniper in his hand, and he is the absolute devil right now. 3-1, and Sukri's Bakery back to parity, largely in part to that performance right there. That round. 0-1 right now for Metals, who's continuing his problem. Eric Boom with the first blood and second blood, as it looks like Sukri's Bakery just in the ascendancy right now, and 4-2 as we head to the minute mark, Major.
Yeah, Sukri's just watching this cross hit. It's going to be difficult here. They are going to group up, try and take this as a team.
Is he baiting them out?
Ooh. The shot isn't going to collide. Oh, he's going to get caught with the stun as well, trying to run away here. Lucky's got a lot of work to do. Metals, though, they are caved in here, but they are getting picks. They've got to be careful not to feed them too many here. And Lucky get picked. See him, surely. He's going to be so close, he's going to fly around to plat. Takes down one. Lucky, good work from these two. They are really working this, and all of a sudden, it's now Super last man up. The duo of Metals and Lucky have just come through right when they need to. The teamwork on point, as per usual with this team. And now Super last man up. Is going to be none the wiser that this bomb is going down at 8. They've got to try and get this next kill, though. Super, 1 versus 2. Oh, it's man bottom mid. Super grabs 1. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be this man right here. 1 versus 1 up against Lucky. Can he manage to clutch up here in the 1 versus 2 Super? 30 seconds on the clock. What timing. They're just going to potentially graze past each other in terms of line of sight. He's not got much time, though. He's going to have to try and stick the defuse. He's not got a huge amount of time here, and I think Lucky spotted him. He's going to try and hunt him down here, and it's a gunfight. Oh, but Super wins it. Super gets another important kill. He's going to get the defuse to go with it. 5 in a row now from him, and another clutch from Super.
Man, he has got his underpants on the outside of his keks, and he has got that cape flying, because right now he is putting up some huge numbers. Super going absolutely huge to give them the lead in a way that they should never have ever got. Huge plays from him, and we talk about the importance of these clutches and how rare they are, and Super going to prove just how effective he's be. And Major, he is 2 off a glide bomb, 5-1 on a 5 streak. He's got 2 players who haven't even, decided to start the game. Sucre and Yako, both heavily on the struggle bus. With one of them about to get the keys to the struggle bus if they don't get a pick anytime soon.
Yep, first bloods again. Be those all-important ones. It's going to be a really passive approach here from ROKKR. Got a lot of players lurking around Church, so it looks as though, but Lucky, the sniper, he is able to get another first blood. This is why they can afford to play this passively. They're going to try and nade Yako off the site, and Metals just cleans his bonds straight off of his shoulders. And now it's all on Eric Boom. He will fall, and there you go. There's a statement. ROKKR Academy come and smack them straight back, and we're tied up again.
Yeah, this is the back and forth we expect. Just when you think ROKKR are on the back foot, they just have this round where no one drops. They get the first pick, Lucky with a World Star snipe, and everything just seems to be back to normal. And it's this Jekyll and Hyde almost performance from Sucre's Bakery that sees them off. More importantly, though, it looks like Sucre and Yako are vying for the keys, because right now they are driving around Tuscan and not getting any passengers, 0-4 each. And that is the real statistic that's hindering them. Despite them being 2-all, they've got to pick up this performance, or ROKKR Academy are going to run away with this. This could be a pivotal round right now, Major.
Yeah, Real's going to spot a few of them, and the absolute firing line that was waiting for him outside P5 is going to drop him. So now, ROKKR Academy, they do, unfortunately, fall as the first man. Metal's going to look to reply with 1. Metals with the second as well, with the stun. It doesn't matter. And Journey's going to pick off the 3rd as well. So now Eric, he takes down 1. 1 versus 1. Has he got the beams? Oh, he's going to back up Journey just for the time being. Is he going to try and stick the defuse here? And bait it out. Going to try and bait it out. He might have done this to perfection. Journey flies around the corner, and Eric Boom wins the gunfight. It is just clutch moments here for Sucre's Bakery. That is 3 rounds now where one of their players has managed to clutch up right when they need them to, and this time it's none other than Mr. Eric Boom.
One of only 2 players, Eric Boom and Super. They're the only guys who've turned up to this party, and they are absolutely bouncing it around the map. Huge kill right there. He manages to bait the player out, and he's going to get the defuse, and that's going to put them into the lead 3-2, with 2 players only managing to amass 2 kills right now. We've got to suggest that if Sucre and Yako can get into this game, this is going to be an absolute crushing of ROKKR Academy. Right now, each one from ROKKR Academy playing, really good, S&D, but just not able to put these to bed right now. The heroics out of Super and out of Mr. Boom, who right now is feeling himself immensely. 5-4 and 5-3, 10 kills between the 2 of them. Real, though, does manage to get a pick, and that is going to be 2 to fall, and it's going to be Super and Eric yet again. This time, Super is going to be left with the sniper in a 1v4.
Let's see how big his cape is this time. He's now in a really, really awkward spot.
I got a 1v3 the other night, so I expect him to do it. Be fine.
Yeah, I was waiting for the... Never mind. Off he goes. No, for a second there, I thought he got caught and sniped himself, but he's just going to yeet himself off the side of the map. It's going to now be 3 rounds apiece. It feels as though if Sucre's Bakery don't get these clutch moments, I do worry for them, because those 3 rounds have literally come from rounds that they probably shouldn't have won. And ROKKR Academy, every time they've won a round, They've absolutely battered them. So you feel if Sukri's Bakery, if their clutch moments start to run out a little bit, you do worry that ROKKR Academy might start to run away with this one.
But this is the thing. I thought this at round 5, and now we're at round 7. So I just don't know. Right now, you got to argue if Sukri and Yako turn up, this could go completely the other way. Right now, everyone from ROKKR Academy is pulling the weight, playing the part. They're getting first bloods. They're playing really, really well. Super manages to get the first blood, but again, it's so on the shoulders of those two players. That's going to be huge for Super again. 7 and 4 right now. Sukri manages to get a kill, but he also manages to topple Eric Boom in the process. So calamity and disaster married with some really great plays.
So lucky. Ooh, there's one. Hello. Bing. Off goes one. Knows there's going to be another man around you. Or I think Sukri's going to shoot him in the back. Yes, he will. So Sukri's Bakery, much more consistent round there from them there. They now retake the lead. The waft of the round 11 is slowly starting to seep its way in, as we see many a time on a Tuscan search and destroy. But a much better round there from the boys in blue, Pablo. That was much more consistent in terms of positioning and getting trades. It didn't feel as though it was down to one man to kind of do it all.
Yeah, finally we do get to see Sukri just get on the board, get a couple of kills. And again, we talk about this Jekyll and Hyde performance from Yako. He's a player who can dominate an S&D. We saw it in Desert Siege previously. And, you know, we've seen it from him in Berlin. Tuscan does look like it's eluding him a little bit in terms of its quality. Lucky looking to get yet another disgusting snipe. And it's going to be a solid setup across the board from the boys in blue. But Super with the first blood again. Surprisingly not tempted to pull out the sniper another round where he's decided to stick with the shorter range weapons. It's going to be a nade for Yako, who manages to double his kill count in the 8th round, Major, which is ridiculous when you consider he's on 2. Bomb is down, and it's a 2v4. Much better play from the boys in blue.
Yeah, this next pick's big. Pistol out from Lucky. Can he catch him out? Yes, he can. He manages to grab one, but he's still got to go through 3 more players here. Lucky. Sniper's out. Whoa! For a second, then I thought he might hit that one. He knows that the players are going to start flooding him. He's going to try and work his way around the back here, run straight in towards another player. So Sukri's Bakery, they now push the lead out even further, 5-3. Another solid round there from those boys on the attack, and it looks as though Super is going to get that final kill onto him. And 1 round away, Pablo, from tying this one up.
Absolutely, and you know, we expected from the outset, we expected Sukri's Bakery to be a little at least in control of this game. So far, it's been entirely on the shoulders of Super's 10 and 4. Eric Boom's just slipped off a little bit, but if they, you know, again, it's another one of these games where the players are going to owe their countryman and their comrade the pint, because right now he has carried them through. So himself and Harry Payne going to be getting a lot of free drinks if they manage to get through this. But Sukri's Bakery in the ascendancy, 5-3. Again, first blood going to be vital, but never write these boys from ROKKR off. They're going to be potentially disgusting. The plant is going to go down. They managed to get that very kind of characters plant rail with a pretty easy kill as he drops Eric Boom, followed by Lucky, who manages to drop Sukri, and Yako manages to bite back. It's going to be a 3v2. It isn't over yet, Major. 34 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, so Yako going to position his way towards this side. Oh, he absolutely beams Lucky there. Probably shouldn't have won that one. So now 2 versus 2. But the timer might be the issue here. Metals is in that all-important position up in top fire. They're going to have to try and bait him out of this one because they've got so much control over towards the side. But they take Metals down. They take Metals down. And Real now, last man standing. Can he just manage to work the timer? He's just got to play this smart. That is exactly what he'll do. Super will have no time to defuse the bomb. So ROKKR Academy will notch another round on the board and edge it ever closer to the infamous round 11.
I thought we were going to see some more heroics coming out of Super, but again, just a little bit too slow to get into position, get that mid-control, able to get the pick up to top fire, but again, Real just doing enough to let that count go down, and it's going to be, you know, advantage still with Sukri's Bakery, but again, just puts that seed of doubt in your mind. Again, look at those scores across the board. They're just so consistent, everyone pulling the weight. And we are 5-4, and again, Major, that waft just coming through slowly but surely of around 11.
Tell you what, if it goes around 11, Super's going to be like, come on, lads. That was that a little bit here. He's having an absolute stormer of a game here at 12 and 4. He's now on a 7 streak as well. So that glide bomb is going to be a huge factor here. And would assume Sukri's Bakery might use it to try and force those players to remain inside as they try and transition over towards the B site. Bombs coming through, that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and force those players inside. In Arches, though, Lucky, he's going to get caught out. They're going to manage to take him down, and they're actually going to take the bomb over towards the A site. So now, bomb going down, but Eric's going to grab a pick as well. So now it's all on Real. Can he work some magic that we're so used to seeing him do? It's going to require a 1 versus 3. Not going to be an easy task by any means. So now, this first pick with 30 seconds left on the clock. He's got to be so quick here. He's got Sukri just awaiting at him in you. Oh, spots him. He gets all the information. They know he's there. They can just afford to play the time here. He's going to fly around the corner and try and break a few ankles potentially here. They're struggling to keep track of him, but he might manage to grab one. Real takes down one. Surely not. There's only 50 seconds left on the clock. They've just got to play this smart. They take him down, and Sukri's Bakery tie up the series. The Spanish El Clasico is providing once again.
Mate, we are getting that waft right now, aren't we? I get a feeling that Tuscan Control might potentially go the way of Sukri's Bakery. Might have sense in a game 5, but whatever happens, you've got to say, super. What a performance right there! 9 non-traded kills. He drops a 14-4, only second to Harry Payne on the day in terms of monumental S&D performances. Just again proving just what a caliber of player he is and how vital he is to the Sukri's Bakery side. At times, it did look like it was a one-man show. In the end, it's going to be 6-4 as the rest of the players do manage to contribute somewhat. But the boys in ROKKR on the back foot. Parity is restored in the El Clasico. It's 1-1 as we head into a Tuscan Control.
Yeah, so now, if Super can keep that up, I'll tell you what, Sukri's Bakery, they're going to be in with a shout at this one. We know how good both teams really are, to be fair, on Tuscan Control. This is probably what you would consider to be one of their stronger maps. Might argue that Sukri's Bakery might have preferred the Gavuta Control just because of historically we've seen how good they have been on that map, so it wouldn't surprise me if the boys of Sukri's Bakery are looking at this Tuscan and thinking, right, we might be outsiders on this one. I mean, to be fair, with the ROKKR Academy lads, it feels like any respawn, a lot of teams are going to go in as the underdog in that one. But Sukri's Bakery, they do exactly what they need to. As I've typed in the wrong score, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, but there you go, 1-0. There you go, that's much better. Normality regime. But yeah, now it's a one map apiece, Pablo. They do exactly what they needed to. They tied up the series where they needed to. They didn't win the respawn, win the search, and now kind of this is where it's good to have control back rather than having kind of that 3 search or 3 hardpoint meta. This is arguably going to be the swing one because 9 times out of 10, this is one that usually sees one team just either run away with a 3-1 potentially out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, if ROKKR take control, then you've got to expect them to do absolute business on a Bocage, but it's a Bocage, so who knows? I mean, it could go any way. Bocage itself is just going to be problematic. I think as well, I mean, if memory serves me correctly, Sukri's Bakery is super confident on a Tuscan Control. I think they've put these to bed before. I actually think they've beaten ROKKR on a Tuscan Control as well. I think that there's something about the way Eric Boom and Yako played it, just his odd angles and kind of a very kind of janky way of playing the game that really puts people at unease when they play. They can't get a rhythm. It's very difficult for them to do that. So this could be an opportunity for them to take a really important lead. They need to take this 2-1 because going into the hard points, you've got to put ROKKR on the pedestal there as being the favourite, and then hopefully you would suggest then that would see that game 5. But again, I mean, we have been made to eat our words time and time again. Don't be surprised if from nowhere ROKKR just 3-0 this control and just then destroy Bocage. I mean, anything is literally possible. These teams have put each other to the sword the last couple of times that they've met, so I mean, this might be the swing game as such as well. This could be the one that really says, that the team that you'd look to in Spain. But again, there's a lot of history there between both teams, so it's going to be exciting no matter what. Tuscan Control is a difficult one. It's again, I'm surprised. Obviously, Gavuta, you avoid Gavuta Control. Sukri's Bakery, super strong on that. But it's all about that B, mate. At the end of the day, is anyone going to be able to break that save on B?
That's the thing. This is what Ultra were very, very good at doing against ROKKR Academy in this control. They managed to win that attacking round and they just stayed strong on the defensive ones. So we tend to see a lot of teams kind of play it a bit more passively over towards that B side. We tend to see the teams kind of get the picks, try and spread out and go for kills rather than just stack the hill. And more often than not, when we've seen teams throw bodies at the hill, you'll at least get 1 tick if you've got 3 players on the hill, because by the time those nades land, you can usually get quite a bit of progress from it. So obviously we know how difficult it can be to stay on there for long periods of time, but if you stack it with 3 or 4 players that we've seen a lot of teams do, it does often tend to work. It's just a case of getting 4 dead and doing it straight away. I think it matters kind of where you get the 4 dead from as well. Obviously, if you're getting 2 kills and you've got 2 players kind of over towards Church, by the time they've got on towards the point, they're going to probably be dead to rights because the nades are going to land in their pocket by the time they get on towards the hill. But if you get those 3 or 4 kills around Plat and around top radio, that is literally the green light to say, right, go, stack the hill and get that progression.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one thing we've seen time and time again. It's something that I think Infinity usually talks about is stack that B point, even if it only gets you the 1 tick. Even if you get wiped off by the side, it's going to give you the opportunity then to go back to A, which is going to be clear, get your time over to A, and that's going to give you the minute 30, minute 40 or so to get the remaining 2 ticks, which is eminently doable. We've seen that strategy win time and time again. The problem with it is it's almost kind of magic dust how you get those 4 picks initially. Like, you've got to be so lucky, you've got to be, you know, drop the opposition without really losing a player in the process, and then get that 3-man or 4-man on and have one maybe roaming. And that is the difficulty. It's getting those picks at that kind of speed as well, because you've got to remember, you can't afford to hesitate. If you're going to make that B push, commit to it, so that you know, if it fails, you've still got a lengthy amount of time. And again, this is why we see this right now, while the life count is the determining factor. This is why we're seeing this kind of reticence to really push B. So I think once it goes back over to ticks, I think you're going to start to see a slightly different strategy. But again, we know what this comes down to. We know how strong Sukri's Bakery have been on this map in the past. The question is, are they going to turn up? I mean, we literally just saw Sukri and Yakko just disappear. They practically put the pads down for that game. It was really unusual. They disappeared for large portions of it. So yeah, this is huge now for Sukri's Bakery. Them.
Yeah, and we saw it in the previous series against Vengeance, in that they got absolutely battered in 1 round when they were on the defensive side, and then they did the exact same back to Vengeance and somehow managed to bring the life count and get on that defensive side. So we know kind of they can blow a bit hot and cold on Tuscan if they're consistent, which I think they will pretty much need to be though against ROKKR Academy, because we know what these lads are about. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They are so good on respawns that if they start to get into the swing, and God forbid they take an attacking round as well to go with it, it's going to be one where it might look a little bit bleak. But Sukri's Bakery, we know what they can produce on this map. It's just whether or not they can produce it consistently across all the rounds. If they can hold strong on the defensive side and just get a little bit of a glimpse to capture that B point, then it could be their game, and all of a sudden they're 2-1 up in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing as well. They've got that defensive side, so this might actually work against them. You know, if they've got that attacking side, you're going to see Eric Boom look to get a flank. You're going to look to see them push straight out and potentially get like a weird mid-map control. Right now on the defensive side, you know, it's easier for them, but then they're going to have to play at a slightly different pace, which might put them on the back foot coming into the game. That's important kill though. Yakko drops Real to start things out. 1 tick is going to go over towards A. That is a very exposed push right there from Eric Boom. It gets dropped, and Jenny manages to take down Yakko. So life advantage going the way of ROKKR Academy right now as they look for a more general kind of A push. And again, Major, you've talked about it before. Despite you know, the heroics of the team in blue, they're going to leave 1 player on there to get that time, and already looking to try and maybe get some map control towards, you know, already thinking about that B point.
Yeah, and so ROKKR at the moment on this attacking round, there's 6 lives to the good, and they've got 2 players on the point or in and around it, at least for the time being. Eric's going to fly around the corner, and that's a big win there from Journey. He's had a really strong start to this map at the moment, currently at 6-2. Real still waiting to get his first kill under his belt, but they're still getting the progression. And with Lucky just keeping his head down. Oh, the contest, I think that came through just before he manages to get the tick, but regardless, he gets the kill. And it looks as though they're not going to be able to get the tick done, but they will now surely, as Journey hops his way on towards the point, fires around the corner, and he absolutely beams one. Can he beam Eric as well? Journey with huge kills coming through. You can see, though, those blue arrows, they're going to look to try and pinch him from that plat side, from top radio. He's going to hop off the point for the time being, but at the moment, he is really damaging Sukri's Bakery in terms of kills.
Oh, I thought he was going to get the headshot on him as well, but he doesn't. Yakko able to finally deal with him. But right now, 1.5, and A is already down. This has been an absolute madness from the team in purple, who have blown Sukri's Bakery out of the water. They've got another player on hill. He is going to dip as he looks to try and get control. But right now, Sukri's Bakery look lost at sea. They are getting done and dusted, and it's 2 ticks down on B with 1 minute 58. They are looking absolutely disgusting now. And Major, this could be an early break of serve.
Well, there you go. That's what you need to do. You just need Journey to absolutely batter them relentlessly and then get the kills, hop the hill. I mean, it's really that simple, I'm joking. Really good work there
kills and
from
hop
the boys
hill, man.
of ROKKR. I mean, that is literally how you want to play that and how you want to break the serve. Really good moments coming through from pretty much all of their players. Real, he was 0-3. He's now 5-3 on a 5 streak. And that life count as well, Pablo, the thing we talk about, even if Sukri's Bakery manage to grab an attacking round themselves, they are going to have to do it by a fair few lives because they have been absolutely battered in that opening round.
Oh man, they are blowing out the water. Super's on a 1 and 6. You know, a player that we know can put up big numbers right now is hugely on the struggle bus, but not just that. It's just a very passive approach. You're not seeing that pace, you're not seeing that aggression out of the team in blue right now. They're getting some nice picks. Boom does get a couple of important kills, and that's nice control actually from the team in blue right now. There is a player in and around mid. He's going to get chased by Suki, who's manages to get that. So a nice little slap back. They've got a 4-life advantage, and point A has been secured, giving themselves maximum time of 2 minutes and 18 to 2 minutes 20 seconds. This is going to be huge, Major. We could be seeing a crazy attacking round out of both teams. Right now, it is the boys in blue just with the ascendancy, but can they repeat what ROKKR Academy just did to them in the previous round?
Yeah, Real. There's another important win for him. Manages to clear out the ranks. They're not going to opt to push up just too readily, though. They are just waiting for a little while. Lucky going to tag up so many players as they come towards that P5. Metals is going to be forced just to dip out. Those players are all coming over towards Plat. Shots into one. You can see, though, number 2 Journey. He's just hitting the quick flank. This is what we saw work before. He's quick enough. He's going to pretty much get all of them. He's just playing it patiently. He's not sure whether there's any more players there. Surely the comms are going to come through that there's more players. They do manage to push through and get on towards the point. He's going to finally fly around the corner, but Super is going to make him pay for the hesitation. He gets the pick, and they're still playing their lives pretty well at the moment, Super and Yakko, so they're still lurking around nearby. They just need to try and suss them out and take them down. Lucky, nice shots, though, to clear out one player. Yakko will finally fall as well. It looks as though Sukri's Bakery are still just going to try and hang around nearby. They're not going to be able to do it, though. Sukri, last man standing. Journey is going to tag him up a little bit. Oh, just runs out of bullets for the time being, but it looks as though they're going to have to try and work this one again.
Yeah, looks like they were so close to being able to get control of it, but again, just the aggression out of the team in purple was just too much for them. And some big picks there from Rail, from the likes of Lucky as well, just gives them that little bit of point control. And again, you know, after that first failed attempt to try and get B, you just felt that then once ROKKR were able to get set up into the defensive strategy, that it was going to be very, very difficult for Sukri's Bakery to continue that momentum. And you know, from a point where they had like a 4 or 5 life count, it's now back down to just 2, and we're just going to see this back and forth. We kind of expect to see between these two sides. This is huge, 2 fights, both of them picking the wrong player, and it's going to be huge from Jenny. Just guns through Yakko, guns through Sukri, and it's going to be advantage back to the boys from ROKKR Academy with 15 seconds remaining, potentially going to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, Journey, 4 in a row for him. Make it 5, manages to get yet another kill, and he is absolutely flying in this round. Make it 6, make it 7. Journey is just pulling their pants down left, right, and center. There's another one potentially. No, the timer is going to be the only thing that stops him on that one. ROKKR Academy, 2 absolutely blitzing rounds, pushes them out in the lead, and now all of a sudden, Pablo, it is now map point for them.
Mate, Jenny with the 7 smacked cheeks right there. A huge plays, 18 and 9, and you know this is going to be a quick round. Lucky 8 and 7, just huge plays across the board from these teams, from these players, and they've got a glide in the back pocket. And we saw the kind of aggression and control that they got in that first round. And if you're Suki's Bakery right now, you just do not have an answer. Everywhere you seem to go, there's a player waiting for you. It doesn't matter if you're in the sky falling, you're going to get Metals there picking you up. And right now, the kill feed has been consistently back and forth. It's been purple. It's been unreal right now. And that has been one player that we've been able to watch out for. Practically double positive, 12 and 7, only 2 kills away from it. We've got Jenny, who only needs 1 kill to go double positive. Major, this has been an incredible performance so far.
Yeah, they really need to try and get some,
oh my days,
no pun intended, control on this one, because at the moment, it's just a bit of a bloodbath here that Sukri's Bakery are struggling to keep up with at the moment. See the kills. Eric, you know how important he is to this roster. Currently standing at double negative. Super really struggling as well. Journey, the man at the moment who is putting the sword into them, is finally going to get taken down. Good teamwork there from the boys of Sukri's Bakery. Do just about enough to take him down. Real's going to drop Yakko though, so a little bit of breathing space here for the boys of Sukri's Bakery just to get into position. Over this P5, Super's going to get all the information that he needs. Real's going to try and just wallbang in there through the window. Eric's going to fly out on towards the chow. And is he going to manage to get any more here, potentially? There are a few players still lurking. They've still got to try and get Metals out of middle map. It feels as though Sukri's Bakery, Pablo, they've really struggled to kind of get any sort of control in and around mid-map. Finally, Sukri's going to grab a pick and look to position himself in this one. But they've got to be careful as well, because number 1 in Real going all the way around the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And the life count's being kept pretty passive in this one, so it's a bit more of a performance from the team in blue. Real is going to look to cause some problems. He's got that nade going over the top. He does get dealt with. Eric Boom's on a 5 spree himself, so he's only 2 off Rito to get a gliding. Again, this is going to be huge for them if they're able to get this round. But they just can't seem to get that kind of difference in lives that they're going to need to retain the defensive side. So this could still be a problem for them if they're not able to put the boys from ROKKR Academy to bed. With 1 minute remaining, it's 17 lives, plays 18, and right now, the boys in purple looking very, very solid. They're going to wait. It's a bit more of a passive play. Journey is going to invest the glide, and it's going to take out Yakko, and that might be the green light, as you say, Major, for them to just force their way onto the hill. We can see that time already going down. It's a badly timed nade. He is going to get dealt with, though, and there's going to be 2 to fall, so they are stacking that kill one more time. Super does jump in, though. He manages to get a pick. Lucky is going to be there to deal with him. Eric Boom is going to be that player that needs to get these picks. This is going to be huge. He managed to play his life and does get dealt with. That is going to retain control of point B for Sukri's Bakery.
Yeah, but also importantly, Eric didn't manage to get anything further in terms of streaks. The glide bomb has been used, though, so that's one shining light here for Sukri's Bakery. There's going to be another one now. Here comes one from Real. They are just taking turns at lobbing ordnance down on towards that point, and there's the green light again on towards the point. Spanish Armada goes. Number 6, Yakko around the back, though. How many can he pick off? There's a couple of players underneath him. He's getting shots into a few of them, but oh no, there's just so many options to pick from. He really couldn't choose. He was like a kid in a little candy shop almost. He just, his eyes went absolutely everywhere. Couldn't get the bullets in, and ROKKR Academy, that is how you do a control. 2 attacking rounds, 1 defensive, all combining for a 3-0.
Mate, talk me through that trade again. That was exemplary. We've got a player, manages to dip out. He manages to get the pick and manages to get the kill and manages to get one of the nicest, smoothest trades that you're likely to see. Journey with 22 untraded kills, mate. ROKKR absolutely solid for the money. And going into a Bocage hardpoint with the tails that high up, 3-0 against Sukri's Bakery in a map that they've absolutely put Sukri have put ROKKR to the sword in that map previously. Well, it looks like, the support they've had and the kind of analysis and coaching that they're getting, these guys are looking absolutely solid. And right now, the boys from Sukri's Bakery on the precipice of an early night, and it looks like ROKKR potentially on the precipice of round 2 against Ultra. We're not there yet, and Sukri's Bakery have got the best opportunity, you would suggest, to really, get to that game 5. Bocage Hardpoint is a devilish map right there, and it can produce any result.
Yeah, this is the thing where it's like, if you want a map where you want to almost confirm that you can go through and win it 3-1, this is not the map to do it on, to be honest, because Bocage, we know how mixy this one can be. Again, it's a case of both teams, they can take this map relatively easily against either team if they don't come out flying here on Bocage, and we know how messy this map can be. This is the hardest map probably in Call of Duty. For a considerable amount of time in terms of predicting who is going to take it, because of how mixy it is and how difficult it can be to control some of these hills. Obviously, with ROKKR Academy and potentially more coaching going on behind the scenes now with addition into the org, we might potentially see that switch a little bit here, but regardless, it's probably going to be a messy one from what experience is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Over the last couple of days on Twitter, I've seen a couple of people who can predict quite heavily Prezi and CD getting a lot of money in the bank from betting on the correct kind of maps and correct information. So we need to go and maybe get some lessons, because time and time again, this Bocage has thrown the cat among the pigeons in terms of predicting where it's going to go. And now you've got these players, we know how good the ROKKR boys are. We know the kind of potential we see in Real, but they're going to come up against the Sukri's Bakery on a Bocage. This is perfect hunting ground for Eric Boom and Yakko. Yeah. The question is, are they going to go off? I mean, we've seen, Super try and rock an AR in this, and it's just, there's so many questions that right now, the boys from Sukri's Bakery haven't really been able to answer, and this is their final opportunity, you would suggest, to do it. They need this round quite badly, otherwise they're going to be putting the slippers and the pipes out for Sunday evening.
Yeah, so we are now loading in towards our map number 4 for the Bockish Hardpoint, and you flagged up the likes of Yakko. I think Eric Boom as well, he needs to have a good map here. We know how good he can be in kind of close quarters gunfights. He's looked very good, to be fair, with that auto, but you would assume here he's going to be into kind of his more traditional grounds of running that kind of that SMG role, kind of being nothing but aggressive. But they're going to look to at least try and keep up with the slaying power that ROKKR Academy have. We saw it in there, especially towards the end when they just started raining streaks from above. It's so difficult to stop if you give these guys any sort of momentum in terms of kills, in terms of time on the point. We know how good they can be when they're not getting kills. So if you give them 5-6 kills in a row for players, they are just so hard to stop, and they are going to really have to try and put a halt to these players, the likes of Journey, especially in that previous map, the likes of Royale, of just popping off at any moment.
Yeah, this is huge. They need to get to control. They need to apply pressure, though. This is one of the things that we suggest ROKKR really struggle with. They don't like being put under pressure. And right now, as the boys from Sucre's Bakery try it, they get absolutely cut apart. Major, look at that kill feed. It is almost entirely purple, and they've got control of that P1. And again, it's going to come down. That number 5 there, Suki, just managing to hold, a really nice angle. He manages to get picks, but not just that. He's going to be able to push his way around the back potentially for P2. There's going to be a huge fight going down, and we can see from Suki's point of view as he's able to deal with Journey. That could be monumental in the very early phase of this first rotation.
Yeah. Messy. P1. Woo-hoo. I'll tell you what, it wasn't messy though. Journey shots there, manages to fly out towards Super and beams him. They've still got Sukri out the back though, and I don't think they know he is all the way back here. Journey going to try and finesse his way around, but Sukri has absolutely none of it. 3 in a row now for him, and 3 important kills which are going to guarantee his team the rotation. He is going to be forced to back up though with that nade pretty much pinpoint perfect to land right next to him and force him out of that back tin location. But at the moment, we've seen a lot of teams actually, Pablo, hold a lot of time from this less preferred side. But saying that, I just absolutely jinxed it. Eric Boom just comes around on the pinch, takes him down, and they've got to be careful because Sukri's now on a 4 streak, so can't afford to feed him.
Absolutely, and this is, Suki's hunting ground as well. We know that he'll always have one big game, one big map, and right now he is on. He does get taken down finally. That's going to be a big kill early doors, but it is going to be fighting from the front. And you're right to point out, we've seen ROKKR do this time and time again, not necessarily in that preferred side, but doing a good time. Right now, it is going to be Lucky who manages to get the pick, and if he's left to his devices, he's going to get a solid 20 seconds, so he does need to be dealt with. It is going to be number 7 there, and Super gets the pick across to him, and again, another fight for the scrap time. As we see towards the back, it is going to be number 8, Eric Boom, who gets that pick. He's going to try and get the spawns out towards the back, but right now, just 2 on the hill. A little bit of a fight going to go down. That is going to go the way of Suki as he drops Metals. Again, Metals not having the greatest day, mate, so far. 2 and 8 right now, and not really gone off that much in any of the series so far. And you would suggest, just from an overall perspective for the day, if Metals starts to pick things up, ROKKR Academy could be an entirely different force to reckon with.
That's the thing. I think if you're looking at Metals at the moment, you're probably more worried for Sucre's Bakery than you are for ROKKR, because if he pulls his finger out and puts up numbers that we're used to seeing him doing, the fact that ROKKR Academy are still in this and he is struggling quite heavily just goes to show how efficient they can be sometimes. And Metals flies round, able to grab 1, grabs a second as well. There you go. That is what commentary does for you. He's able to grab a couple of kills. They fly in towards the hill. Eric's going to probably look to try and at least contest it for the moment as players try to reinforce him out from spawn. But at the moment, it's just ROKKR Academy doing exactly what we're used to seeing them do, Pablo. They're not exactly slaying out loads, but they are just always in respawns.
Yeah, they just... how many times I think we've had this conversation about their kill to hill time efficiency is unbelievable. They mightn't be getting huge numbers, but they do put up the time across the board. And you've got to look at, again, it's the likes of Real. He's kind of got a reputation for being this young, aggressive, phenomenal player, but he puts up good time. He doesn't always get that responsibility to put up the numbers. Sometimes he'll just go and do a fairly balanced game, but drop a nice minute 30 in the hill. Well, that is the strength of ROKKR Academy right there. They're very flexible in terms of their ability to just change in and out, and right now they are being dealt with. Sucre's Bakery being put a little bit to the sword right now.
Yeah, and as we come to expect from Barn, it is just kill one way, kill the other way, kill back the other way it was before. It's just absolutely messy at the moment, but Metals, through that madness, did manage to grab himself a 5 streak. But again, time between these two, pretty much next to nothing. Lucky flies round, is able to grab 1 pick, gets the second onto Yakko as well. Pistol out, looking for the 3rd. Oh, and Eric going to stop him just short of a potential Twitter clip there as he almost grabs him with that pistol. But Rayal and the boys now going to look to try and get positioned over towards this next subsequent P5, and Super good shots, takes down 1. Lucky though, just being a bit of a nuisance down towards L, but likewise Yakko is going to be there as well. There's a really rogue spawn actually. I don't think they're going to realise that Journey's actually managed to get over towards this L portion of the map. Yakko's going to be dead to rights and wondering how on earth he's got there, and all of a sudden it will be the boys in purple ready to go on towards the hill. But at the moment, Pablo, not much time for either team.
Yeah, that was a very heavily fought first 30 seconds where people were just trying to get the correct position, and sometimes you look at decisions. Number 8 in Eric Boom, you know, if he goes out towards L, he gets a free pick and potentially gets to wrap back and get another kill, but he decides to go out to the middle of that back alley part, and he only gets one kill, gets dealt with, and that allows the boys from ROKKR to just walk in. But Major, this is something we don't often see on this P5. It's like barn kill feed. We're seeing this back and forth between the teams, and more importantly, there is just nothing between them in terms of time. Yako about to get tagged up by Real, who's a little slow off the mark, but mate, it is 91 to 97 as we end at the first rotation and go into the second rotation. There is very little between these two sides.
Yeah, there isn't much separating them, but there's a hell of a lot of carnage at the moment because it is just bodies left, right, and centre, limbs being blown off, bullets being scattered and exchanged, and it is just constantly back and forth in this tug of war between these two on the ROKKR as we go back once again towards P1. It looks as though, again, just endless gunfights. There hasn't really been an opportunity, though, for ROKKR Academy to try and push their way through. We tend to see a lot of teams early doors try and work their way through to P2, but Suki's Bakery, credit where it's due, they've not allowed them any sort of positioning. You can now see, though, Journey has got a bit of an opening, and he has got Real near towards him, but out the back again, like last time, is going to be none other than Sukri, and he does have the young phenom in Eric Boom alongside him as well. So the teamwork coming through once again for P2, and now this is potentially a good opportunity to hold a lot of time here, Pablo. They're getting the kills they need to, but they need to be careful from Real on the flank.
Yeah, I think he sees that player, but that's just going to cause him to get tagged up pretty easy. And it's going to be Super who drops some metals with an important kill, but I think he's pushed too far forward. Suki over towards Battles with a pretty easy kill, but a great job there from Journey as he drops Suki, gets in round the back, and they're going to be able to hold this from the back and from the front. Look at that spread right the way across. Number 1 in Real, so far pushed up. He's going to need to be dealt with, and he's just cutting players down. Lucky as well, absolutely going off. Number 2, you can see him, and that is huge map control right there from ROKKR Academy, who've turned things completely on the head, and you do not want to peek your head out if you've got Lucky facing you down the other end of an AR.
I think the only way I would peek these boys is like, I don't know if you've seen those sniper films where in World War they used to have a gun and they used to put a helmet on the top to try and bait out the sniper. That's the only way I'd ever even consider challenging these guys, because you know you're just going to get your head cleaned off straight away.
I'll let you put your helmet out against any of these. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep it nice and pristine. And 144 to 115. But you're quite right. These guys are so accurate, and the play is just so back and forth, Major. It's been crazy. 20 seconds between them. Super is on the point, though. And again, Major, one thing that's been surprising is every hill, the kill feed has been back and forth.
Yeah, there hasn't really seemed to be a particular hill where you could stamp a player or one of the teams to say, right, yeah, they've held a big chunk of time on this. At the moment, there just seems to be players that are pushing in left, right, and centre. One thing, though, that ROKKR will have in their favour now is the opportunity to potentially pin a few players back. They are spawning in the back. Metals is going to be tucked away in the corner. He's going to get spotted, though, and just like that, exactly what we come to expect from ROKKR, and these two absolutely phenom teams as they just punch their way straight through with nothing but raw gun skill and aggression. And it will be Sukri's Bakery potentially with around 10 seconds of scrap time. It's surprising not to see ROKKR Academy maybe working over towards that rotation. It looks as though they want every single slither of scrap time off of this hill, and with 3 seconds remaining, it looks as though Sukri's Bakery are going to be ready to go for the next one.
Man, you know how interesting it is, you know, sometimes when you're casting and you're like watching the game, just listening to the other caster, and you get wrapped up in the game. Literally, I think that's happened for the players over towards that hill. I think they've just been so it's one kill after another that they've just completely thought, no, screw it, we won't rotate. We're just going to have this huge fight. We know Barnes close. Let's get the fight in. And it's still incredibly close. I mean, Major, I wouldn't want to call it right now either way. You know, a slight advantage to the team in ROKKR, but the kills are just so being fundamentally accurate. They go back and forth. Finally, we do see a kill feed going the way of one team, which is what we would expect out of ROKKR's barn. But right now, it's just been wild. Yako comes in and gets a 2-piece, and that's going to allow the boys to maybe get a little bit of a contest in. They're going to stay in and around, but ROKKR done a great job. And this is one of the things we talked about. Despite the chaos around them, they do so well at getting time out of nothing. Super with an important kill, though. One of the players who started off relatively slowly, but he's come absolutely solid since then. 26 and 23, just behind the kill leader in Jenny, and Lucky, 28 and 28. What a bizarre performance right there, but a solid 1 minute of hill time. And again, there is only around and about 20 seconds between them. Plenty of time for this game to flip back on its head.
Another man who struggled at the start was Metals. He's now come pretty much straight back to evens again. So ROKKR Academy with only a 20-second lead. Hill is just really messy. Look at all the bodies out the back. It's like a 12v12 public TDM. They are just here, there, and everywhere at the moment. Metals is still just lurking out the back, waiting for the right time. Flies round, takes down Yakko. Can he take down Sukri off the point as well? No, the team shots from the boys of Sukri's Bakery are going to be crisp. They're going to look to try and take Sukri down out of the hill. They will manage to do it with the help of that nade. And with 15 seconds remaining, it feels as though every single scrap time of every single hill is going to be absolutely important for each team here now. As we go towards the later stages, ROKKR Academy will surpass that 200-point mark with the help of that scrap time. And nice shots there from Lucky just to help cement it. But we go back in towards the messy P1 Pablo. And with only 20 seconds separating these two at the moment, this looks like it might be a stellar one.
Yeah, absolutely. Metals waiting outside the back of Tin for an immense amount of time. He does get red, but he manages to get the kill. That's going to give the spawns over to ROKKR towards that back, maybe in preparation of P2, and they just swarm onto P1 on this third rotation, get the kills, and they're going to force that Team Blue right the way back, and that could be huge right now with only needing, and at 30 seconds, you know, they've got plenty of time, and this has been superb control. Big moment right now, though, as we see Yakko get dropped right in the middle of the hill. It is going to be a big kill right there, and I do believe it was Eric Boom with the two-piece who manages to go huge. Real drops that player, but that is a huge contest over towards P1, and number 5 manages to get the kill. So Sukri, your team leader for Sukri's Bakery right there, going absolutely monumental, and there is major about to be a huge fight as we see Metals and it is Real making their way over, and there's going to be a huge moment in this game right now.
Eric's got a big job on his hand here. He makes the reads, and Eric Boom gets the kill. So he's still out the back, and they mop up Real, who was just nearby. And Yakko just might slap his teammate in the face with that stun there. The wrong direction on that one occasion. And it looks as though he's going to get taken down, but the kill feed lights up. Purple once again for ROKKR as the pistol. Oh, surely not.
No,
Super. That was a bodacious chow there. He's not going to quite be able to get the pick now, but with 15 seconds remaining, ROKKR Academy are still clawing away this map here from Sukri's Bakery. They need to try and get somebody on towards the hill. Super going to get caught out and caught in the crossfire. They take down another man, and this is looking worrying. 10 seconds remaining. Sukri's Bakery need to touch the hill and at least contest it for just a split second. 5 seconds remaining. Yakko surely going to fly out on towards the hill any second. Is he even going to get there? I don't think he is. And ROKKR Academy, they are going to get the map done, and more importantly, the series in a sublime 3-1 fashion, and they will go through in towards that grand final.
Man, that is how you hold a P2 right there. Despite all the fights that went back towards Tin, despite the heroics of Eric Boom getting a two-piece to hold back Tin, they just weren't able to do it. And again, you know, we talk about the strength of the boys from ROKKR, how they are able to just push from the front, and they just don't miss at all. And just put put Sukri's Bakery to the sword. 3-1. You know, we expect to see these teams so much closer, but they are just so difficult on respawn to deal with. They're so accurate, they're so quick, their rotations are almost flawless. You know, at times they seem to get themselves locked into a wall of attrition, but it didn't matter. They just made the move to the next hill and just dominated there. For a lot of the time, those P2, P5 hills just seem to be pivotal almost in being able to get them the time they needed to see that over the edge. And what a performance right there. And 3-1 is a bit of a statement when you consider how good Sukri's Bakery are, and they're the guys who are going to be back into the grand final to face Toronto Ultra Academy. We're about to see the clash of the Bisons one more time.
Yeah, battle of the EU Academies is going to be in stock here, guys, for the grand final. It will be Toronto Ultra Academy versus Minnesota ROKKR Academy in the grand final, which will be starting straight after this one. Obviously, the guys need to sort out all of their relative vetoes and get lobbied up, but as soon as they do, guys, we will be back straight away for our final set of series, potentially a second best of 5. We can always pray for that, can't we? A nice little game 5 on the second best of 5. But regardless, we will just cut to a quick break, guys, and ROKKR Academy going to punch their way through in towards that grand final. So it will be Toronto versus Minnesota in EU for the grand final of Challengers Cup number 7. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back for the grand final in just a second.
Nothing I wouldn't do. You know I'll never let you go. There's nothing I wouldn't do. I'm never walking away, 'cause my body knows I'm home when I'm seeing your face. And I'm never letting it fade, 'cause my body knows I'm home when I'm seeing your face. I'm never walking away, 'cause my body knows I'm home when I'm seeing your face. There's nothing I wouldn't do. I don't need somebody when I got you to hold. I can't see the future, some things you just know. And the way that you love me, I can never say no. Cause you give me this feeling, it's the best thing I know. 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 Best thing I know. Waking up for the first time and I can't go back. Cause now I'm finally seeing what I always had. Lost in all the confusion, oh it hurts so bad. And no, it hurts me just as much, tell you that. There's things I haven't told you, but I still need to say. I'm sorry, it's not too late to show you. I've always felt this way. I don't need somebody when I got you to hold. I can't see the future, some things you just know. And the way that you love me, I can never say no. Cause you give me this feeling, it's the best thing I know. It's the best thing I know. You're the best thing I know. You're the best thing I know. You're the best thing I know. The best thing I know. You're the best thing I know. Best thing I know. You're the best thing I know. You're the best thing I know.
Tell me now if you love me. It's the end of time. I'll slow it down and wait another second just to call you mine. I've
much harder to even get started getting over you. When you leave behind these bittersweet reminders, don't know what to do. So burn the sheets and memories of you and me. Oh, help me erase you. I can't searching for the answer to our trials. We came so far through our weakness. We found a love, even the stars between us won't marry us. One day we can be together, and this moment could last forever. I say that you and I have found a piece of heaven, so I pray we can be together one day. So I pray we can be together one day.
No, you drive me crazy, baby. You got me turning to another man. Call you on the phone, no one's home. And if you wasn't for the music, I don't want what I do. Last night the DJ saved my life. Last night the DJ saved my life, yeah. 'Cause I was sitting bored to death, and he just come breath. You said, you gotta get up, you gotta get off, you gotta get down, girl. Last night the DJ saved my life.
no one destroy this house. Let no one mess up this house. Only let the people in who's gonna know how to make this house the house of love. 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 Forget of me, the devil trying to take control of me, and it's still trying to get rid of me. Oh Lord, how could you ever forget of me? The devil trying to take control of me, and it's still trying to get rid of me.
Let me show you how it's done right.
Oh Lord, how could you ever forget of me? The devil trying to take control of me, and it's still trying to get
I
rid
come
of
from
me.
nothing, the Lord is my witness. I've been on my grind and now that's a part of me. Ladies is feeling me, can't get enough of me. They fall in love with me, ready to marry me. Damn.
Oh Lord, how could you ever forget of me? The devil trying to take control of me, and it's still trying to get
They
rid of
told
me.
me no, I had to insist that that was a lie. You gotta resist, can't take control of me. I got the Lord with me. Went from the street to the stage, up is proud of me.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Oh, I did ask if you were ready. I don't know what you've done in those 3 seconds, but we're back once again. Thank you very much for your patience. We just had to wait for the guys to I'll probably grab some food and do their vetoes, but we are back now with our grand final, and none other than the 2 academy teams, Pablo. It feels like it's meant to be, really, with these 2 in the grand final, to be honest.
Mate, I've lost count of how many times I think we've cast this particular game. We're definitely leading Europe in terms of casting these 2, because it is insane how often they've met, and how often they've met at the very end of a 2K or any kind of competition is insane, and testament to the capabilities of both teams. You would suggest this time, though, slightly different in the Ultra Academy. Have been waiting for the last few hours for ROKKR to catch up, come through the losers bracket and get to them in the final. So advantage finally to Steve Vortex, who's with the support and with the kind of stability that an organisation offers, able to start showing what they're absolutely capable of given the right conditions.
Yeah, so letting the lads know we are ready to go. But yeah, it's one where this is now the opportunity for them to finally lift the curse. They're coming through from that winners bracket. They've got to win 1 best of 5. You don't want them really for the boys of Spain to push it to that 2nd best of 5. I feel if they do push it to that 2nd best of 5, that's when you start to go, oh, maybe again we might have another position. But this is a really good opportunity for them to get this one done. Obviously, for anyone who doesn't know, this is how the boys have worked their way through the brackets. Obviously, we are now left with that grand final here between the boys of Ultra Academy versus ROKKR Academy. And for anyone who doesn't know, these are the maps that we are looking at. And it's an odd map set, Pabs. It's obviously one which is, there's no blockage on it. It's very much a structured map set, I think you would say, apart from maybe having that Gavutu control in there. It's pretty much as structured as you're likely going to get.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, looking at that, it's a very Ultra kind of an Ultra really set up right there. Gavutu hardpoint, you know, we've seen Steve-O go off. We know that both teams are going to be very capable at it, but there's just something very Ultra Academy about that. Bail-in could be anyone's, literally. They're both amazing at it. And Tuscan Control, again, we've seen just how good ROKKR Academy, they probably put the best Tuscan Control team to the sword in the previous round. So, again, you've talked about it before, how that map can be pivotal. I mean, I know it's just at that middle point, but again, it can be huge, and that could go either way. We've seen, you know, absolute performances out of both teams on that Tuscan Control. So again, where'd you plant your flag? Well, Major, I'm going to put you in the position this time. Where are you planting your flag, Senor?
I'm going to go with my heart today. I'm going to say that Ultra finally managed to take ROKKR in a grand final, and they're going to finally get their first cup on the board. I'd love to see these guys finally do it. Obviously, ROKKR, they've got so many under their belt at the moment. It feels like they've got plenty to pass around to almost every team in amateur COD. So I'd like to see Ultra Academy potentially be crowned a new champion, because we know ROKKR, they're going to be back another time and probably win another one from now. And obviously Elites as well, they're probably going to be very strong in as well. So my heart is saying Ultra Academy, apologies, and my head is saying ROKKR because of just the history and prestigious kind of like ongoings that these lads just seem to prove time after time, and it looks as though that's already starting to show right out the gate.
Yeah, they did get the kind of like the side they prefer, I think, where they can get that mid-boat control fairly early on. You can already see number 3 Lucky thinking about making his way over as we hit the 15-second mark, and not a second on the board for Ultra Academy. Still fairly early. I'm almost certain we've seen these guys go 100 behind on a Gavutu hardpoint and then come back to win the game against the very best. So don't be too surprised if Ultra, you know, if you are out there as a fan or, you know, even as an org member, that these are reasonably slow out the blocks at any given time in a series. So, and they haven't had time to warm up nearly as kind of competitively as the boys from ROKKR, who are proving just how good they are at hardpoint. Again, Respawn might prove to be the fatal flaw really in Ultra Academy's arsenal right now. It's particularly when it comes to this puzzle, Major, and the question is, can they, you know, get themselves back? Can they unravel the enigma that is ROKKR Academy's Respawn game?
Yeah, I mean, they managed to take that Respawn on the Berlin hardpoint, and obviously that one has snuck into the theory, so it'll be interesting to see how they manage to try and work their way around the Gavutu, because ROKKR at the moment, they've had a really, really strong start here. Real and Metals doing some good team shots there to take down both Steve-O and Furious, and Harry's going to drop, and so too will Bean. So full man wipe there coming through from ROKKR Academy. It is a strong start in terms of slaying. You can see the combined streak of 6 between 3 of their players. Make it 7 now as Journey manages to get another one, and at the moment the kills are really coming through thick and fast here. Furious, a man that we flagged that was being a pivotal player in this team, probably alongside Beans as well. When those two are playing well, you know what you're going to get from Steve-O and Harry. You're going to get that consistency, and if those two can show up, that's probably where they're going to look to try and plant themselves. But it looks as though Lucky at the moment, 6 in a row, looking for 7, and Beans might potentially be on the receiving end of that all-important 7th kill. You can see, though, ROKKR Academy, they have got a lot of time from that hill, and that's a big nade there from Beans, because no glide bomb will be available for them now.
Yeah, that is huge right there. But again, they just haven't been able to get any real control. This is probably their biggest moment. And we saw how effective ROKKR were at just making this incredibly difficult to get a contest on. The contest is going to be in, but it is going to be Steve-O gets tagged up. And again, that kill feed, Major, has been white almost predominantly from the start. And we're about to see potentially a 100-second shift. It is going to be Ultra set up for P4. And this is going to be a big opportunity for them to finally get some Hilltown. But this is going to be a true test of just where they are in terms of how warmed up they are, their gun skill, and their general awareness of where they are in this game. Because right now we are approaching the 100% mark in terms of a differential, and this has got to go big right now. They can't afford to lose players, and when you've got Lucky, Beam, and Furious like that, that is not good, and the swarm is about to break in.
Yeah, Beans and Harry, though, 2 important kills, and you can see number 7 Steve-O just lurking over towards that side by Cliff. So now they're going to look to try and funnel those players down through this bottleneck, and how many can they manage to grab? There's a couple of players ready to jump up, one of which is going to be Real, going to just pry too far in the corner, takes down 1 though. Metals is going to grab a kill as well, and this is what we know ROKKR can do. They can just punch into hills. They do exactly that. 25 seconds is still there to be had. They are still spawning out the back though, Ultra, so they might be able to at least take 1, maybe 2 of these players down and maybe get some scrap time potentially here. Beans is going to look to fly around the corner, but Journey laying prone, ready and waiting. Number 6 Harry going to look to trade out 1. There's still going to be another man in Real, ready and waiting, and over towards the next hill. ROKKR are there, ready and waiting.
Metal's just got that sight over top as well. He's going to cause absolute problems for them. He drops Steve-O's again. Just on the struggle bus with Furious. 5 and 12 and 5 and 11. Those two players who previously were struggling in S&D in the previous series. So they really do need to pick things up again. Steve-O maybe might be better with the MP40. I don't know whether it's affecting him or not, the use of the AR. But right now, the boys from ROKKR Academy, not just running riot, but again, now they've pushed that out to a 110-second lead. And that is an enormous deficit to try and claw back. And right now, the Ultra Academy all at sea. You'd suggest maybe they're just not warmed up, or maybe just not really kind of got themselves into the series so far. Long way to go though. On 5-8 place, 42 again of ROKKR Academy. Obviously need to reset the bracket in order to be able to see this cup out. So a long time, Ultra Academy just taking the time, feeling in. They have got the time on the kill, so manages to get a little bit of scrap time there. But again, look at that setup, Major, from ROKKR Academy over towards P1. That quality mid-map control that we're so used to seeing them get.
Yeah, and Rao up in the top, ready to go with his teammate alongside him in Metals. Metals going to tag up one, and they're combining for some nice team shots to take down another one. And Real gets a pick inside the inner side of that artillery gun, and round they go as players look to try and fly through in towards the hill. Beans is going to grab one. Harry will grab a pick as well, so now Real just going to have to try and finesse his life. A nice slide cancel there to take down one. He's looking for a second on the Beans. He's not going to be quite able to get the second, as Beans will manage to come through with some really big kills there. And the man that we flagged that was being pivotal in terms of slaying power for this Ultra Academy roster is proving it once again. 5 in a row now for him. Still needs 2 though before he gets that glide bomb. And it looks as though he will have some help, but the stun's going to catch him out. He will fall, and that could be a potential map-winning kill there that comes through for those boys. Because if they got that glide, it might have been an opportunity for Ultra to work their way in, but nope, ROKKR slammed the door.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that glider is going to be pivotal in the same way it used to be so important in this Gavutu control. I think for P3, and just in terms of getting some map control and just pushing through and getting, you know, any kind of time on that P3 hill, well, that's not going to be there now. They're going to have to do it the conventional way. They're going to have to rotate efficiently. But more importantly, they're going to need to just get some more kills across the board. Right now, Steve-O and Furious Klaus are double negative and more. It's been a really, really poor performance from them. When the combined time of 9 seconds, you've got 2 players trying to do everything themselves. This is not the way you want to approach the ROKKR Academy boys at all in a respawn. It's insanity. Lucky manages to drop Jenny in a comedy TK. Right now, though, there is nothing funny about the performance from the 2 players from Ultra Academy.
Yeah, 70 points. They need to start clawing them back now. With 20 seconds remaining on this, I would argue that they need pretty much every single second of this. They can manage to hold on to it. You can already see that Harry is over towards P1, getting ready for the new hill. It looks as though ROKKR are going to try and again just get them by death by 1,000 cuts, as you like to say, Pablo, just slowly eking away that time, little by little. But now, where are the spawns going to come through? They are spawning out the preferred side for the new hill, and Harry is just trying to play this patiently. He's got 2 players right around him, and he might be able to grab both of them. There's 1 for Harry. There's 2 for Harry. Good reads to hear the man cooking the nade as well. He knows there's a man down towards that beach side. Lucky is going to potentially be the unlucky one in this sense, as Harry manages to rip through 3 players. Much better from him at the moment. 4 in a row. And they've got to be careful, though, because Journey round the back might be a bit of an issue here if he gets in.
Oh, the COD timing on that, Journey just makes his way round the back, but he gets dealt with right there by Beans, who does get tagged up, but that has been a really, really big break from a position of absolute strength from Ultra. The guys from ROKKR Academy are just able to flood through that little bit of confusion over towards back jungle, just allows them to get the occasional pick, and now they've got themselves back onto the hill. The contest goes in, and they don't get that maximum time. But more importantly, right now, that deficit has been pulled back to well within 40 seconds from a position where they would look like they were going to get absolutely walked all over. Furious does try and get in the back, but again, a little too eager, gets tagged up. They're going to have to make this push to P4, and the guys from ROKKR can't win it from here, but they can certainly get as close as possible. And right now, this has been a huge performance. Number 2 in the back in Journey, just causing a lot of problems for the team in purple. They do get the picks. This is going to be a great opportunity for them, though. But Major, look at number 3, Lucky, causing problems again over towards middle.
Luckily, number 6, Harry, has managed to work an angle, but again, he just gets cut down by those shots from ROKKR Academy. They are really putting them in the blender now, and this is an opportunity for them to just keep edging ever closer to that 250-point mark. A big kill comes through, though, from Furious, who's really struggled on this map. He's going to get instantly traded out, though, but a good nade again from Beans right when they need it to. The Steve-O out the back takes down one, going to try and play his life. It's getting a little bit messy in towards the hill, but Beans is still alive through all the madness as 2 players still spawn out the back. And this is huge time here, but Beans, again, another important kill comes through for him. Spots Real out the back, and the kills come through as he gets both, actually, on that occasion. I thought he might get traded out, but 4 seconds of scrap time. You can see, though, the map control that Ultra have. They're looking to try and push out these lanes. Harry is just going to try and stop as many players from transitioning over this cliffside as possible. And again, another couple of important kills from Harry. The pistol not going to be enough on that occasion, but already a good start to this hill, Pablo, but they're probably going to need pretty much every second.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a full team wipe as well. They cannot allow ROKKR to get any kills or get through to that, and that is not a good start as Real drops Stevo in a really kind of like you would consider a stronger position for Stevo. Real nearly bags it up, but it's going to be Beans with the AR shots, and that's huge right there as they're able to get a little bit more time. And more importantly, this has gone from being a 100-second game. We talked about how strong Ultra Academy be. They're about to break the 200 mark and bring this back to a 10-second game, and Major, they are looking very, very strong right now. A resurgent Ultra Academy is furious, makes up for all those mistakes earlier on and goes on a huge 3-piece. Is he going to get the fourth? The handguns out. He is going to get tagged up. But Major, we are going to see a huge fight go down to P1 man. With 5 seconds remaining. We hit this third rotation.
This break is make or break for Ultra Academy now. Lucky has been spotted. Harry knows he's there. He's going to try and just nade it straight on towards his bot. He's not going to be able to get it as he takes him down. So now Beans, up he goes. Can he provide the moment that they need? No, he's going to get cut down. Stevo will take one down beachside, so they're still going to try and work their way up and furious. Oh, another snap. Absolutely leathers Metal straight in the head. And that is the break that Ultra Academy need at this moment. They break in towards the P1, and they can actually still win off of it as well. So it's going to be down now to ROKKR to try and work their way in, but Stevo's watching his representative lane as he needs to. Harry is just waiting for those players to go for the chout. You can see, though, the shift, and Real with a really good nade takes down one. And it's now a position where ROKKR can still win off this one. They're going to have to at least contest for a split second. Real just trying to jump, almost dodge every single bullet as a corpse lands straight in front of Stevo there as he's going to fall. But now they get in towards the hill once again. They're still on. It's a huge one-on-one now between Harry. Can he win it? Yes, he can. Harry, at the moment, is winning so many important gunfights, but now Furious, he is going to be absolutely flooded with players. He's slowly starting to come to life, but can they do it in the nick of time? 8 seconds remain for Ultra to take this one. ROKKR need 15. Somebody has got to try and get on the hill and get on the contestant. Stevo, that's a massive kill. Ingo, Ultra, they are flying left, right, and center, and they've broken towards the hill again. Number 3, Lucky, needs to try and punch his way in, but with 3 seconds remaining, Ultra Academy have just regained like no other, and they managed to take map number 1. What a map from the Ultra.
Oh my days, Major, when these two teams get together, they produce absolute insanity right there. 250 to 238 from a position where they were over 100 seconds behind. At 1.1, 10 seconds behind, they managed to do it again and flip this game on the head. Beans goes huge, 31 of 25, 22 non-traded kills. Man, that is a wild performance. Ultra Academy looking stronger than ever before.
My God, that's map 1, Pablo. We might potentially have 10 of these if it goes game 5 in the second best of 5. But what a regain there from Ultra Academy. We don't see many teams do that on Gavutu. That is the first time in a huge amount of time that we have seen somebody come back from that deficit on Gavutu. But give it to the boys of Ultra.
Steve Vortex again?
Yeah, they just managed to do it. And obviously Furious, he was really struggling, but he came through with 2 and 3 pieces exactly when they needed him to. And fair enough to those lads. That is something that is not easy to do.
Oh man, my brain's fried, man. We're going to get to control, and I'm going to need to replace my eyes, my brain, my teeth. Everything's going to be gone. Literally going to be a different person, because honestly, we have only ever seen one team do that kind of turnaround at this kind of level, and it was Steve Vortex's side. Again, letting themselves get into this position where they were 100 seconds behind, but they don't care. They absolutely string some kills together, and they just come good in the end. And it was, I mean, mind-blowing performance. And you talk about players on the struggle bus. When you get 3 massive kills like that over towards the boat hill, then you got to look to Furious. He might be down bad, but he gets some absolutely huge kills. Steve Vortex again started off so badly for large portions of the game, was on a massively negative KD, but again he just stands up right at the end, and as a team they just, you know, they've warmed up, and they, again, it's just a mesmerizing performance, and they left it to the end, they left it to the wire, but they were able to do it. 1-0 up and 2 rounds away from what is potentially their first weekend cup.
And that's
bizarrely to say.
Although it's literally the first map, it felt like with the way ROKKR was starting, that was looking like a very typical ROKKR, right, first best of 5, we'll get it done in a 3-0. It was very, very one-sided. And then that middle portion of the map where Ultra was still trailing by a lot, but then they just managed to just chain hills and stay alive. That P5 as well. We don't tend to see a lot of teams hold a huge amount of time on that P5, but they pretty much held, I would say, about 50 seconds on that P5 on the second rotation. And then the P1 as well, the big plays to stay alive from Harry, Steve as well, was just being a pain pretty much, and Furious as well. They were just kind of hanging around, which is what we're used to seeing the ROKKR lads do so much. So to take that map off of the ROKKR boys there will be a real blow for them, because the way they were going at the start, they're probably thinking, right, okay, business as usual for us, and now all of a sudden they find themselves 1-0 down.
Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde rotations. You know, you talk about that first rotation where ROKKR were just so dominant, but then you see this performance. P4, they push from the front and manage to get the contesting. They manage to get some time and get some control, but they make that transition over to P5. They get middle control, get a few picks, and then they do really well just to stave off that first advance. And then when it becomes a war of attrition, they're just in and among the kills, and they maintain time, which is something they didn't do in the first rotation. And as we obviously hit that very beginning, kind of P3, that third rotation, on P1, some big kills coming out to Harry in particular inside ring, who goes absolutely huge and gets a 3-piece that just sees them on their way, and just, you know, marvelous performance between the whole team right towards the end. But again, we know that they can be slow off the blocks, but this is looking great for them. They've got a handful of maps potentially where they can really dominate and really, you know, potentially see this their first cup of the season.
Yeah, so map number 2. Oh, take a breath. We'll have a quick ping over to.
At least there's no blockage.
Yeah. Thank God it's not a blockage map too. Holy moly! But yeah, Berlin Search and Destroy. Obviously, the last time these guys played, Pablo, in that winners final, it was indeed the boys of Ultra that managed to take that Berlin Search and. Oh, sorry, apologies. The guys of ROKKR that managed to take the Berlin Search. It was the boys of Ultra that took the Berlin hard point. So it's an opportunity now for Ultra to obviously hit a regain on this one. Try and maybe switch up a couple of players and maybe take this one themselves. Because if they go 2 up in this series, I mean, again, we call it time after time. You do not count either of these two teams if they're trailing 2-0. ROKKR discovered that in the winners final. But, I mean, we've seen it so many times where ROKKR have gone down 2-0 and then all of a sudden they come back and win 3-0. But Ultra Academy at the moment, it just feels like momentum. That's the main thing for this team. They just need to keep their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I think it's just the right 4. They've got the support they need, and maybe this is the sea change that they required in order to be competitive against this ROKKR side, who are just being a juggernaut of success right the way from the start of the season. And finally, it looks the way that we talked about, that there might be a change, the way that this season settles. And obviously, this has probably been the wildest beginning to a season for Call of Duty in a long time, with the 3 hardpoint meta and the kind of lack of control and all the other issues. The very beginning, people probably forget just how bad this game was, just not only to play but to watch as well. It was very difficult for all sides, and it settled really nicely now. And now with that kind of support from these huge orgs, that they were seeing the best kind of possible Call of Duty coming out of these players. Well, Steve Vortex looks like he's finally on that path to pro, which he was on last year, and he did so effectively, but he's been forced to do it again for another year. This could be this moment where we see them hit that final form. Still a long way to go, and we've been made to eat our words before. ROKKR are absolute masters of filling our bellies with our own words, because just when you think the other team are on the ascendancy, well, they just suddenly go through the gears. We saw it earlier on against Suki's Bakery. They just plow on through, so it becomes very difficult to predict almost all the time.
Yeah, although we've labelled ROKKR Academy as being a very good respawn team, you cannot count how good their search is as well. They will sometimes come out the gates and batter teams 6-0, 6-1, 6-2, and you think, whoa, bloody hell. They're a respawn team and they're doing that to teams on Search and Destroy. So it's one where, although they've been labelled as good as respawn teams, they are also very good at Search and Destroy. So this is why I think, personally, Ultra, they need to be on top of every single game that they play against these lads, because you cannot overlook ROKKR to pinch a map or even batter you after being on the receiving end of a potentially morale-draining map, because obviously they had such a good lead. But how many times have we seen it, Pablo, where one team gets absolutely smacked in map 1 and then the other team does exactly the same to them in map 2? So
we've seen it when ROKKR absolutely bodied Moneyform in map 1 and then Moneyform in a Tuscan S&D won 6-1. I think the real difference here is that previously, before they were Ultra Academy, when they were Moneyform, if a player had a bad game, they just didn't win. There was no way they could dig a victory out. And now they've got players who could be on the struggle bus, and they actually look like they've potentially got the other 3 players or other 2 players who can then rise to the occasion. So right now, that's the perfect mix, because they're going to need that. ROKKR are the kind of team, They very rarely have their players have a bad game. Metals is probably the only player who's a bit down bad this week. The rest of them are flying, so you do need to be firing on all cylinders. But this is the first time where I think if Steve-O doesn't have a great game, well, Beans is going to go absolutely off, and we saw it in S&D when Harry absolutely dropped, a huge figure. 16 kills at this level is just, it's mind-blowing. So it's the first time we've seen that where, when they had Denzer in the side, if Denzer didn't play well, they did not win a game.
Yeah, that was the thing. And then obviously Denzer left, started playing well, and he took all the kind of the glory with him, which was a bit of a kick in the teeth for the old boys of Money Form. But now, I say we flagged it up before. It feels as though they've got kind of a roster that they're obviously very set on. Obviously, Ultra, they're not going to want to try and twist and change everything all the time. They're going to probably look at this form and go, right, okay, this is the foundation that we want. And the two players that they've brought into the roster in Furious and Beans, especially in respawns, has looked very good, and Furious, likewise, in the Search and Destroy, has had really, really big moments for them. And again, you know what you're getting with Steve-O, and you know what you're getting with Harry. You're just getting that consistent play and that consistent top-level performances from them pretty much all the time. And then, we've seen what Steve-O does when he goes into this God tier mode, like we saw on that Gavutu control when he went on, what was it, an 11 streak and literally just would not die. They just go into a completely different level. So it's a roster that, with a lot of work, I think there's no reason why they can't be right up at the top. And we're seeing, even in the early stages, we know ROKKR Academy, they've been with each other since day dot of this COD. The Ultra Academy lads, they've had a lot of twists and change. Obviously, Harry and Steve are obviously the remaining two out of that original roster, and they've kind of been like almost a duo and a staple throughout. But the way it's going at the moment, it's one where they're on the right path. They've just got to keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they need to stick together now. I think this 4 is really healthy. I think, as I say, given the right support, they can make that jump, but they've got to prove it. Today's pivotal, I think, in anything, and you've got to consider as well, there's a little bit of pressure on them. There isn't just one academy side for Toronto Ultra. They've got an NA team as well, that one with Vikel in, and again, so they've got a little bit of added pressure in that there isn't just these 4, vying for potential spots in the top pro side. There is another 4 players that the Ultra team have picked up, so there is that little bit more pressure, so they need to potentially look to win this cup. And as you say, that Rail goes and gets an absolutely dirty 2-piece, and it is going to be a 2v2 though, Major, as we hit that beyond that 1 minute mark.
Yeah, they've got to be careful because Journey has got a bit of a pinch on here onto these two players. Number 5, Real, over towards that P3 side, and Journey on the other side is going to... Oh my god, never mind. Steve-O is shooting absolute nuclear rockets out the end of his MP40. He's absolutely fried him, and now they are going to get the bomb down. It's all on the young lad in Real. Can he work some of his magic that we're so used to seeing? We'll spot one on the bomb, takes down Harry, so potentially a challenge that Harry didn't necessarily need to take. But now Steve-O just going straight for the aggression, goes for the trade, and a good round there for the Ultra.
And more importantly, that's a massive confidence boost because they had a really appalling S&D in the previous series, and he got off to a really slow start. That's great for him to get off the round and really just get that round underneath their skin, really, more than anything else. And 1-0 is massive for them because this Berlin can be a huge battleground, and ROKKR really do know how to play it quite effectively. Real goes huge, 3-1, and the rest of the boys are just a little bit on the struggle bus. And Steve-O just decides, anything the young phenom can do, well, I've got a bit more experience. I'm going to go 3-0 right now, looking good. Lucky with the sniper out, Major, though. This is what we like to see, though. I'm not sure whether there's going to be any reciprocation, though. Harry sensibly with the AR, and Furious gets that all-important first blood.
Yeah, and Journey's hunting for a trade. Man, right above him. There he is. Takes down Steve-O, so Steve-O's streak will come abruptly to an end. And it will now be Beans and Harry left in the 2 versus 3. So, again, just waiting for the next pick. This Ultra pick is going to be a hell of a lot more helpful, because otherwise it leaves one of these boys left up in a 1 versus 3, which is not ideal against this ROKKR Academy roster. So bomb in the hands of Journey. They are just playing this patiently. You can see number 2, Harry, over towards this B bomb site. Meanwhile, Beans is all the way over towards A. So they've gone for this split approach, Pablo, but it looks as though Harry has got a lot of players right around him.
Ooh. Yeah, I thought he was going to be able to play his life. Jenny quickly in with the trade, so it is going to be that 1v2. It's not impossible, but a lot of ground to cover for Beans. One of the really kind of ascending players right now. He is going to look to get into that exposed position. He's going to look to guess he realizes there will be a player in and around back warehouse. Timing going to be all important, though. Is he going to touch any of the doors? That could be a huge giveaway there. A little bit of noise. Decides to take it up the top. The chase is on. I'm not sure he realizes that player is going to be behind him. Metals just watching over. He's going to get that pick, and that was a nice round from ROKKR Academy. Able to play that super cautious, super slow, and it really plays against that aggression from Ultra, and it plays really into the hands of ROKKR, who just bring that back to parity, Major 1-1.
I suppose that's the thing we talk about quite a lot of players when they're kind of their two remaining, kind of splitting it down the middle and saying 1A, 1B. Obviously, that one person, if they commit a lot of bodies over towards that snipe, which you tend to see a lot of these top tier teams do, if that man only gets one kill, then the other guy's still left up in a 1 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3. Whereas if they kind of play together as a group, there might be a chance potentially of grabbing maybe 2 kills. But tell you what, Bean, so you hear the crack of the sniper, you don't see Lucky get his head ripped off, but he definitely feels it as Harry manages to grab a pick as well. So it's now a position where it's now a 2 versus 4 here. Rael and Metals going to have to try and work some magic between them. Metals is going to manage to take down Furious, but the bomb will go down over towards that B site, but we know how difficult this B site can be to regain. And Beans, there's another one with the sniper. He is just ripping heads off at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Rael taking his own head in his own hands there as he decides to peek. And absolutely flying Beans right now. Beans with the full spice. Rael is left in this 1v3 with 21 seconds. I think the information is going to be out. He's potentially going to get pushed. The tags are in. He's going to look to try and play his life and maybe just see the clock out. Not feed any more kills, as particularly to the way of that super sniper right now. He is just going to sit and hide with 7 seconds remaining, and that's potentially going to put Ultra Academy 2-1 up. And the ascendancy, Major, what we talked about, that importance of just managing to keep that foot one step ahead of the Spanish side, and it's going their way right now. The boys from Ultra are looking very, very sharp at the minute.
Yeah, it just feels like keep those first bloods coming, keep toe-to-toe with these boys, and you'll be in with a shout. We know how close these guys have played Search and Destroy throughout the entire season, pretty much since this Call of Duty has been out. It's gone back and forth, sometimes with one team battering another, but it's usually a case of when you get to around 3-all, that's usually when the series tends to go towards those round 11s. So Lucky's still waiting for his first kill at the moment. It looks as though the bomb in the hands of Journey and the boys is going to head over towards this site. So Steve-O's going to be a busy man. Does get some info that one player's there. He's going to be watching this outer lane. Stun is going to go through, but it's not going to tag anyone up. He does have help in the form of Beans as they try and pepper him with shots there through the door. And Beans going to do the same and tag him up as well. He's going to need a bit of help, though, because it's starting to get a little bit messy. But Rael, he's managed to get his way around the back. Steve-O's going to get a first blood, though. But there's the pick potentially. Oh, no, he's not going to get the kill. He's not going to finalize it. He knows he's weak. He's got to be careful, though, because Furious is just watching this back angle. And they've got to try and get this next pick here. But Rael comes through right when you need him to. But Furious takes down one. He's still got 2 more to go through. If he can manage to get this next pick, potentially, it might be the all-important one. They are going to try and wrap this bomb all the way over towards the B site, ROKKR. So it looks as though Furious has read this. But this next pick is huge, and he gets it.
Blimey, Rael with some massive kills does finally get taken down. Furious left in the 1v1. The bomb is down at B. 40 seconds remaining. Can Furious do this? Is Jenny going to bring us back to parity? The much experienced Spanish player right now, just making his way around. Has Furious read this, though? I don't think he's seen the player, so Hunt is still on. I think he's got that information now, though, and with that AR, he's going to look to try and get an angle on him again. 21 seconds, not a lot of time remaining. Should be a pretty easy kill. Furious not only gets the kill, but giving himself plenty of time to get that and Major a 3-1. This is a completely different S&D, and the ROKKR Academy on the back foot, finally under pressure.
And another round again from Furious. Another important search and destroy moment from Furious. He is just seemingly always there for clutch moments for Ultra Academy in search and destroy, and that is a huge 1 versus 2. Although it's still early doors in the search, every round that these lads can notch on the board is going to be an important one. And Furious now 3 in a row from him. Important one for Ultra. Now back on the attack. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can keep up this momentum at the moment, Pablo, because it looks as though with Lucky not really firing on any cylinders, this is looking to be difficult for ROKKR at the moment.
You remember the position we saw Maple in a couple of weeks ago where he just refused to put the sniper down? This has got to be that position right now for Lucky where he's got to consider Rael with a huge first blood, though, that he really needs to put the AR on, maybe just start to reposition and get a little bit more aggressive. Harry manages to get things back to parity. Steve-O with a huge kill as well. 5-2, a resurgent Steve Vortex in this game. It is going to be a 3v2, though. Metals and Rael both playing reasonably well right now. Rael on a 6-3, so a good opportunity. The question is, are they going to read this correctly? He's going to look to nade over the top. Some shots are going to go out, and Major with 37 seconds remaining. This is still a big round right now for ROKKR Academy.
Oh man, Rael's got some god timing to sneak through. But they've still got to go through so many players. The fact that they don't actually know where they are is probably going to hinder them more than it's going to help. Harry's going to take down one, so now it's all on Real. They know where he is. They take him down, and Ultra Academy, their search and destroy so far on Berlin has been absolutely immaculate. 4-1 up. They lead now at the moment. And the boys of ROKKR, they need a regain, Pablo, because these rounds are really starting to slip away from them now.
Yeah, this is the mirror image of the previous series where we saw Ultra put the boys from ROKKR into the losers bracket. Right now, they are on the ascendancy. They're playing perfect Call of Duty, and you've got to argue the pickup of Furious Klaus, you know, a renowned S&D player. This is something that's really solidified the game mode where they would allow themselves to slip off, and part and parcel being the real cause of them not being able to win any of those first handful of cups. Well, right now, 4-1, and when you've got Furious 4 and 3, Steve-O utterly resurgent. We do see the first blood go the way of Metals as he drops Harry with Beans straight away with the response. And this is something we hadn't seen previously from the boys of Ultra Academy. Journey with a massive shot, though. The laser beams again from Journey. And it's Beans Major in a 1v3 with a minute remaining.
Yeah, they know where he is. Ooh, a little bit windy, but Beans gets the gunfight win. He manages to make it a 1 versus 2. He's still got to go through 2 more players, though, and you can see they are just dialed in on his location at the moment in towards that P2. So Beans is going to have to try and position himself here. He's going to manage to tag up 1. He's going to get caught in the crossfire. So ROKKR will stabilize the ship. They will get another round on the board. It's still a 2-round cushion, though, for Ultra Academy, but a much better round there from the boys of ROKKR. I think it was 2 kills, actually, where 2 of the Toronto Ultra lads got actually caught out with a grenade in their hand. So some misfortunate timing there from those boys, but nonetheless, an important round for ROKKR.
And we talk about punishing mistakes. Well, Jenny was right there to get 3 kills in that round as well. So a huge moment for him. Resurgent as well, because he was on the negative side of things. So it just goes to show, you know, you can't make a slip up. You know, you've got to peek your grenades and make sure that you don't get tagged up in the process. We see it time and time again, but that's huge, huge play. Harry with bomb, though. And this is a very aggressive push from Real. Those trying to get himself involved. Furious with a huge kill. Harry follows it up with a second. We do see that become a 3v2 as Lucky drops Beans. That sniper is still rocking the sniper right now. Steve-O is going to make his way up towards stairs. That's a huge pick right there. Harry again with a shot. Lucky still rocking the sniper though, mate. And as we hit that minute mark, is it time for him to put it away at 1 and 6?
Oh, now you've said that, you know what's going to happen, right? He's probably going to pick both of these players straight in the jaw. So we'll see how he potentially works. This bomb will go down at B. He's going to keep an eye out just to make sure that nobody wraps out the back. Looks as though that's not going to be the case. You see number 4 Steve-O in towards P2. Just going to be watching the cross, and meanwhile Harry out the back. Oh, sees the clean, but Harry doesn't miss a bullet. He does exactly what he does best. Absolutely fries him with the auto. They go 5-2 up, and they are now 1 round away.
Absolute beams, though. Look at the center anonymous. Absolutely destroys him almost as quick as being sniped. Huge plays by Harry, who's continued to just, you know, dominate some of these games. In the previous series, he was absolutely superb. Well, he's the kill leader just in this round, 8 and 5. He's on a 3 streak. Just Pip and Jenny and Real, who've both tried to carry this team right the way through, but Lucky not having the greatest game. Not a great decision, I think, to just continue with that. He has moved over to the AR, but with 1 round away from potentially going 2-0 up. Is that too little, too late, Major?
Yeah, so now, see here, Beans alongside Steve-O. Steve-O's going to try and go through secret, and he manages to get the first blood, so Steve-O grabs it. He gets out of there, and Harry just watching the lane over the top of him. He's going to catch out, I believe, Journey just trying to push through for the trade, so this next kill is huge. Lucky grabs 1, but on the flank, if he can get this next pick, and Lucky stays alive, this might be huge here. Number 4 in Steve-O is just underneath him. Is he going to check the right corner? Yes, he is. So Steve-O going to be killed. So now 2 versus 2. You can see Lucky. Oh, did he spot the end of his gun? He did. He's going for the trade, just playing it patiently. 1 versus 1. Furious versus Lucky. Can Lucky come through right when they need him to? He's finally managed to get himself off the mark here. He's now on only 3 kills, though. And now this next one is going to be the game changer. Can he manage to clutch up against a man that we know has been so pivotal? Oh, man, the timing on Lucky. He's going to run straight past him. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Hello? Call of Duty. Why does it do this to us? It looks as though he might get a free bomb plant here, Pablo, but nonetheless, Furious is coming back. He's checking it. Surely he's going to get him now.
Oh, he's managed to miss. Unbelievable. Right there he goes to the penetration and gets tagged up. Oh, my days. ROKKR Academy coming from the jaws of defeat to get a round on the board. It is 5-3, Major. Are we going to see the unthinkable? We've seen them get 4 rounds on the bounce before now, but are the ROKKR Academy about to do the impossible and get that huge amount of rounds? But that is, I mean, Furious is good. He's got to get that kill, surely.
Yeah, you feel that that was the prime opportunity. Obviously, he got caught out planting the bomb there, but Lucky just manages to sneak his way away from the site and then manages to subsequently just turn onto him and absolutely beam him now. So Lucky, woo, some shots across the map that aren't going to quite connect. And number 5 here in Real, he is going to be a busy lad. There are a few players ready and waiting, one of which is going to be Furious. This first blood, we call it time after time. Nades coming through just to try and clean out the area. Real just trying to get any sort of aim assist, yeah, through the walls. Is he going to get anything here? You can see literally the little purple man just the other side of the bomb. Bomb will go down though, and surely Real is going to strike any second now.
You don't know whether he's going to just keep this quiet and just try and maybe jump on the bomb. He's going to get around the back, so some god time, and he's going to get dropped before he gets the pick. That is huge right there. First blood goes the way of Ultra Academy. Not only get bombed down, but they've got the man advantage. It is going to be tied up as Lucky manages to drop Steve-O. Metal's looking for a pick. That is an enormous pick there as he drops Furious Klaus. And it's going to be a 2v2, and I think he's going to get taken down. He doesn't take the shots. He manages to get it. Beans with the hesitation. One player alive. He's on bomb. Did he get the defuse?
No. He's not stuck it. It's still 1 versus 1. Beans.
Oh, my
Beans.
days.
Beans. Okay, he gets the kill. Oh, my goodness. I was getting so worried then. But Beans comes through right when they need him to. The composure is there for all to see. And Ultra Academy, it was a messy end, Pablo, but they get it over the line.
Man, the way he stood up, I was like, he's just stood there. Has he got the defuse? What the hell's going on? And no, he didn't stick the defuse, and that probably plays into the hands with some incredibly windy moments there. Steve-O with an 8-5 and Harry with a 9-7 goes to show that their teamwork is coming to the fore. Huge performance, man. My mind was blown towards the end of that. Crazy plays, and, you know, Furious probably could have put that to bed a lot earlier, but we're going to head into what is potentially going to be a series-changing Tuscan control, and, man, we have seen some plays today, but can Ultra Academy do the unthinkable? Can they drop ROKKR for the 3rd straight map? They did it in the previous series, but they were 2-0 down. Are they going to be able to continue what would be 6 maps on the bounce in all reality, as they took the final 3 in that winners final? Are they going to take the first 3 in this grand final?
Well, I'll say the thing is now, for me, Ultra Academy, get it done in 3. Just get it done in 3. Don't let ROKKR Academy, for the love of God, get a sniff of this series, because as soon as they get their teeth into it, they are very difficult to shake. They just really...
This man really wants his dinner.
Oh, mate. I'd just like to see these Ultra lads. I feel so bad for the amount of times they've got that close to winning a cup, and then they've just had it swept out from underneath them. It's just been a case of so close yet so far for these lads, and it just feels right. Okay, this is the moment. You've got the first best of 5. You can get it done in 3. Do it on the control. We're on the Tuscan control, Pablo, which they won 3-1 on the last time these guys played. So now this is another perfect opportunity, as if to justify and say, right, this is Ultra Academy's game to lose now.
Yeah, absolutely, and not just that. I think, you know, although ROKKR looked very good on the control against Sucre's Academy, I don't think it's not the same at all. The players from Ultra are just a little bit more disciplined. You know, we talk about Eric Boom and Yako, how good they are, but sometimes they can kind of like go off the rails a little bit, go quite rogue. So this is a totally different kettle of fish. If ROKKR want to get back into this game, they're going to have to, you know, bring their A game. They're going to have to go through those gears that we know we've seen them get, and they're going to have to apply them now, because Ultra Academy just look really good, and we talked about it before. There's the one difference between money form, you would argue, and Ultra Academy is they can afford now to have a player not play so well. The other players will pick up the slack. We've seen it with Harry, now we've seen it with Steve-O and Harry, and we've seen it prior with Beans. And more than that, Furious Klaus has really brought a solidity to their S&D, and he gets important kills. You know, even if he's like 5-7 in S&D or 13-20 in hardpoint, those kills have been vital, like game-changing, hill-changing kills. So that's something we didn't see from the previous money form roster, and this is just great news for the Ultra Academy guys, who really need to be on that pecking order at the very top of the handful of players that Ultra have picked up from both NA and from EU.
Yeah, so guys, we are going to get ready in towards Tuscan control. Obviously, we talk about the attacking rounds, that B point. We know how difficult it can be to game from what we saw previously. You got the other game on in the background as well. It's ROKKR in it
Yeah,
as well.
and just literally both ROKKRs being put to the sword right now. 1-0 Paris Legion, 5-3 in the S&D, 1-0 in the series as well. I mean, I said some mean things about Paris Legion today, and they are making me eat my words. So it looks like the pick up of Gravity and Jimbo, that little duo right there, paying off for them right now. But the big boys, the big ROKKR side, look like they're on the struggle bus as well. So not a great day so far for Minnesota ROKKR main team or academy team.
Yeah, one thing I will say though is we've had moments with this ROKKR academy team where we thought, right, okay, I think now it's an opportunity for the other team to win. And what do? They come through and they win 3 maps back to back. Obviously, Ultra are in this position in the winners final. They lost the first 2 maps. They went 2-0 up. So they're probably having the exact same conversation that we are now, saying, right, we're 2-0 up. Don't let go of this one, because I say you give an opening for this ROKKR academy team and they will fly through it. So we're just getting ready in towards the Tuscan Control. I believe we're just waiting on Furious to lobby up, and then as soon as the guys hit the big red button, we could go in towards the Tuscan Control. But we saw the big plays coming through from Ultra on this Tuscan Control. Pablo, obviously the B point is the more important one. A pretty much is a given unless the team is having an absolute mare on the defensive side, on the offensive side, sorry. But it's one where they're going to need to work some more magic here as a team, as a unit, look towards those players like Beans, especially to put up some big numbers in respawn. Harry, again, we know what he does. Steve-O, big plays. Furious, big plays. They just need everything on the table now, you feel, at this stage.
Yeah, I think it's not going to lynch on Furious, but I think if Furious can have a good game, not particularly outstanding or stellar, I think if he can have a good respawn game, the other 3 are going to play quite well. The big question is Steve-O going to employ some big ball plays and just go to that, hit that B point and try and get the stack and at least get 1, maybe 2 ticks over as soon as possible. They're more than capable, going to be able to take A on the attack. And again, we know that both teams have mixed it up a little bit. They're not really they're not a team that stick to one particular strategy. They've got a number of strategies, which is why they're successful. They don't just have a plan A or plan B. And the other thing is they assimilate quite well, and they're able to take on information and then really use it strategically to make a change. We saw it when they were the first team really to start utilizing the life difference to get that defensive round in the 5th round. Well, don't be surprised if you suddenly see what we talked about earlier on, which was that B strategy where you've got to get this almost perfect push over to B, get the full team wipe, which is the most difficult thing to do, realistically speaking, and then stack. Don't be surprised from either team if you see that. I suppose, Major, the real question is who's going to start on that defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a case as well of keeping counter kills. It's going to be a case of making sure the maths is on point. Somebody on that team, Stevie Vortex, get your calculator out. Make sure you're not missing anything, because we've seen a couple of series where, I think it was actually in the CDL, where one of the teams actually miscalculated how many kills they got. So they sat back and then realised, oh, hang on a minute, we haven't got the number that we need to be on that defensive
Trust when
side.
B-Sport Josh is there right now with the calculator. If you're right there, straight in the DMs, lads, you've got to drop 35 kills in the next game or we're out.
Yes.
No, he's going to be right on top of that, don't worry.
Yeah, so now make sure the math is on point. And we'll see if they can manage to get it done in 3. ROKKR Academy. Now, do or die for them here in this grand final. They need the reverse sweep. They also need to do it in another best of 5 if they manage to even do that one first. And they're obviously going to be looking, especially towards Lucky. He had a difficult search and destroy, Pablo. We know what he can do and what he can provide this team. That one map, obviously, he only really came to light in the later stages of the search and destroy, which pretty much you could argue was the main reason why they struggled to pick up so many rounds, because I don't think he got a kill for, what was it, maybe 5 or 6 rounds? But he's definitely a player that they're going to be looking towards again on this respawn to put up some consistent numbers like we're used to seeing him do.
Yeah, let's face it. I mean, pick a player. Have we ever seen them have 2 bad games in a row? It's probably unlikely, particularly from the ROKKR side, who've obviously been a juggernaut of success right the way from the start of the season. Right now, capturing A at a frantic pace, you would suggest. Another big kill there, Jenny goes to body yet another player. That kill feed, though, Major, ominously white right now. They managed to take the life can just about over. They've got that 1 life advantage. That's going to be a nice big kill for Steve-O. Over towards Radio. That point A is secure, and it's going to give them the 2 minutes and 10 seconds potentially to push over to B. But still, you would suggest advantage Ultra Academy. We know how difficult this is to break down. That's a very, very solid setup from the boys. And as soon as that information, I guess, is relayed from Furious, the 2 players are pushing, he's going to get that support in from Harry, and those players are going to get those picks. Furious just kind of transitions. He gets tagged up, though. That's a huge pick by Real. 4-1, and the flood is in.
This is where they need to stack it. Get on the point, boys. Get that progression done. Those 3 players from Ultra, they are legging it over. The first tick has already come through. I assume they will hit it quick enough in order to stop them from capturing it fully. Stevo, though, off the top rope, takes down Journey. Big work there from Stevo. They've still got Lucky on the point, though, so Stevo's just waiting for the right moment. Harry catches him on the cross, and although the door was open just for a split second, it wasn't open for long enough. That player in the back that wasn't able to stay alive for long enough allowed the boys of Toronto Ultra just to get back on towards the point, and now this is where you come to expect the turtling to begin from Ultra. They're just going to get everyone into position, and ROKKR going to look to try and coordinate some magic once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Real been an absolute pain so far. He touched the hill and then ran off and got himself 2 kills. Stevo and Furious do team up to manage to get that. The kill feed goes the way of the boys from Ultra, who manages to tie the life count out, more importantly, but only 1 needed to be, and that's huge. That Major, that is such a quick, if they even get 1 break, that's going to be game, and that kind of break of serve we talk about straight away for ROKKR Academy. So a huge defense needed right now. I don't think people understand just how big this defense is going to have to be, because if they get 1 player on this, it's only going to take 10 seconds for them to win this, and that is straight away Stevo with a big job to do. He needs to get this pick, but he gets dropped. Real has gone absolutely huge, Major, in this game.
Oh my goodness, Furious, he's got to get on the point. Can he manage to clutch up right when they need him? I don't think they're going to be able to. No one's near to contest, and ROKKR Academy, they do exactly what they need to. They take the attacking round. They flood the points. Stevo, that kill against Real was absolutely massive. He wasn't able to get it, and he allowed the Spanish lads to get back on the point, and that is what we talk about, Pablo. It doesn't matter, even if you struggle and you drop a lot of life counts, if you get on that point early on and get 1 or 2 ticks, it just means all you've got to do is do it 1 more time, and that's exactly what ROKKR did. And Metals at the moment just chilling with his feet up, and his team take that all-important attacking round.
Man, that is wild. I mean, you get them 2 ticks, and I don't think people realize just how difficult it is to defend such an aggressive side. But for that, they only need to be on that zone then for like 7 to 10 seconds. Just 1 player as well. If they stack it, it's even quicker again. And to be able to slap back, this is going to have to be some, big cojones coming out of Ultra Academy right now. They're going to have to go big, because that was such a dominant performance, and they don't want to repeat, don't want a reflection of what happened in the earlier series. They certainly don't want to get reverse swept and then have to go deep into a second bracket. Beans is on the push, but Real, Major, is proving why he is the phenom right now. He caused absolute problems for them. Journey just at will just dropping players, and right now, mate, the kill feed has been very, very white.
This is the thing with ROKKR Academy on a respawn. When they get going, they are so difficult to stop. And when you've got Journey, who is just lobbing himself round corners, he's so confident. And he's going to fly out towards Beans, but good work there from Beans. The man who consistently puts up numbers in respawns is looking to do exactly the same thing once again. Lucky, though, going to transition over towards the point, catches out Harry. They know that Stevo's there. I assume Journey will try and make the trade. He will manage to take down 1, but they've still got Furious over towards the A point. Now going to lock himself onto that Godhead. It's so difficult to shift players. He is just going to get on towards the point. Journey going to fly straight off the top rope, but it's actually going to be a team kill nade that takes him down. Lucky will at least take Furious with him, but it looks as though with 24 seconds left, ROKKR Academy, they will do quite a good job of delaying these players over towards the A point, and with Metals on the flank here, he's got to be careful. He might be the game changer.
Yeah, I think that's been read, though. Really nice plays there as we see Furious just read the flank and read the push, manages to get the kill, and we are going to see that progression go over, and 24 seconds remaining. It could be closer, but Ultra Academy have left it almost the last possible second. They're not going to have a great deal of time, and with so many lives remaining, they are going to need to try and secure that point B, because I don't think they're going to be able to do it with lives unless there is an incredible flurry of kills. We know how cautious the players from ROKKR can be. They will take up positions, they will look to make sure they get trades. Again, another big kill. The second trade does it go out. Real disgusting again. 12 and 6, Major. He is on a 2 streak. He's got double positive, supported by Journey, who's 13 and 6 as well. Right now, Metals, is he even playing? I don't know whether he's put his pad down. He's got the kill that he wanted, manages to double his kill count. Real is going to be a middle. I thought he was going to miss that. Major, this has been an unbelievable defense right now from the boys from ROKKR. They've got themselves a 5-count lead, and with 44 seconds remaining, this has been an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, Real has just commanded this well area so well, no pun intended, as he looks to try and grab another one. There's another one onto Harry. Real is just tearing through Ultra at the moment. It's now going to be a 7-life deficit as Metals gets only his 3rd kill, and Real at the moment, him and Journey are combining for 30 themselves, so It's just going to be a round that has really, really slipped away here from Ultra. This control is looking very, very solid here from ROKKR in one that they dropped in that winners final. You wouldn't have thought they would, because at the moment it is pretty much impeccable. Beans is going to grab one. Beans gets a second as well, so an important moment potentially. But he's just going to fly around the corner. Metals is waiting. He's patiently playing it. He's now on a 4 streak, so he's done really good there. And the boys of ROKKR Academy will manage to take another round.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you come up against a team whose respawn is this strong. You've managed to take 1 hard point. You've probably got the S&D you thought you were going to get if you were going to map the games out prior, but I'm almost certain Ultra Academy didn't expect to have this kind of performance in the control. Right now, they have been absolutely bodied, and almost regardless of what happens, you know, even if they get this round and take it, if they're able to get to that 5th position, the life count is going to be, you know, so detrimental to them unless they go absolutely huge here. They need to respond in kind, almost in the same way we saw in that Suki's Bakery side game. So right now, huge plays, and Real's just unstoppable. Right, can anyone do anything to stop this young phenom? Finally, Furious puts a bullet into his face and gets the kill, but it is going to be time being captured over towards A. They have got 1 tick down, and this has been again a really solid performance from the boys from ROKKR Academy so far.
Yeah, and they're just reading every single time that Ultra try and send someone on the flank to try and disrupt something. They read it every single time. It's going to be Furious on that occasion that gets taken down, going all the way long around the back. All that running.
Beans.
Not going to come through for nothing, but Beans has done a good job of staying alive on the A point. 2 ticks have been completed. A spot journey as well. Beans with another kill. Really good work once again from Beans. He's just absolutely battering ROKKR Academy in terms of kills at the moment. He just needs a little bit of help from his team because everyone else is just struggling alongside him at the moment. He's going to look to try and snap onto Real. Not going to be able to. Stevo's going to catch a stun grenade straight to the face. And meanwhile, over towards that point, it looks as though the stack should pretty much get this A point done. Harry going to catch a couple of shots in towards that top church area. But the way this is going at the moment, Pablo, the boys of ROKKR, they are just waiting for that right moment to strike once again.
And they're back in this position that they were in before, where they just look really, really solid. They're not missing shots. They're absolutely bodying these players, and they just seem to be there for the trades all the time. And right now, they're going to do that one thing we haven't seen Ultra Academy do, which is get themselves a foot over towards B, and they're taking control at the back as Journey absolutely goes insane. And Major, they are back on the point, and not just that, they've got a slender bit of control. Finally, there's going to be the boys from Ultra Academy just manages to get the kills, but they are being sliced through like butter. I've never seen an Ultra Academy side this soft. You know, they've just been decimated almost single-handedly. They've lost the life advantage. It is advantage ROKKR Academy, and with 1 minute to go, they are right on top of the hill again.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. They're waiting for the go light. There it is. Real's going to fly on in towards the point. Goes Stevo as well, who's able to pick off a player. There's still a couple of players for ROKKR just waiting to go as well. Metals and Lucky. Metals is going to be alongside him. Lucky snaps straight on towards the point, and Metals gets on the point now. But now Harry down that alley side takes down one. There's still more players ready and waiting, and the pinch is coming through now. Beans is looking for the right time to strike. He manages to grab his 19th so far. You can see the other players have really struggled just to even hit double digits at the moment. So it's now a 9 versus 9. Ultra Academy, they will manage to push back ROKKR just for the time being, but they've still got to put up with at least one more big push.
Yeah, absolutely. They've managed to steady the ship. They've got themselves into some reasonable positions, ready for the trades, and you can see almost the respect that they've given this team. They're allowing them to push right the way through. That's going to be a big pick, but is he going to get round the back? Manages to get that kill towards lower steps, but it is Real gets dropped by Bean, so a nice setup with Jenny, able to read that, finally gets dropped, and another nice solid defense right there from Ultra Academy. But again, the respect they show this team, no one wanting to take responsibility on their own. They kind of duo up in order to ensure trades, and now they've got this really big geography right the way, this L shape almost right the way around, and the boys from ROKKR Academy have got themselves on the kill with 3 seconds remaining. They do need to get one more foot on there to stop the time. But 1 second, it is going to be a big kill, and Harry is going to get a round on the board for Ultra Academy, and that could be huge, Major.
Yeah, there you go. There's the first one on the board for Ultra, but now they're obviously going to go onto that attacking side, and they are going to need to take it. It's going to be the boys of ROKKR on the pretty much ever-deserved defensive side now, with an opportunity after taking that attacking round themselves in the opening rounds. So now, can they manage to work some Ultra Academy magic here? Harry, really quiet game by his standards. Stevo struggling as well. Furious has managed to come through to the forefront a little bit more. Beans, though, has slowed down ever so slightly. And now can they manage to work a little bit of magic here? You can already see there's some aggression going in towards bottom church, and Furious and Steve-O, they are both going to get made to pay for it. Harry is just going to get this progression though over towards the A point. Just stop the timer, but you can already see the boys of Ultra, they're trying to line up a potential push over towards that B point. Number 6 Harry, he's going to be quite a busy lad at the moment because he's all the way on this point on his own. Will take down Metals, but look at those purple arrows, Pablo. They are already on that B point.
Yeah, nicely set up as well. You can see that player below just looking to take out Lucky, but he gets tagged up and that kill feed goes entirely white again. So despite the kind of strategy, they managed to stack the kill, but unfortunately do get picked apart. And again, we just see how strong it is to get that kind of B defense in. And again, A is going to go over with 1 minute and 6 seconds left. It's a great idea just to have that player, one player over towards A to stop the clock. And it allows you to then potentially get some time on both. But that B is being drained back. And we are going to see 2 progressions over towards A. 2 ticks go down. 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining. Solid performance right now to the boys in purple. They are 3 lives down though, so they're going to need to get some picks, or they're going to face the prospect, even if they get this round, of facing another attacking round in game 5.
Yeah.
But they've got to go huge here, Major. This has got to be massive right now.
Yeah, they need the best of both. They need the best of both. Steve-O though, start, takes down 1. There is going to be a man in Journey just hopping up right next to him. Oh man, there's some timing. He's going to get shot in the back, and Journey.
Oh.
Journey with a second one. Oh, Furious. For a second there, I thought Journey might have maybe fired off for the third there. He is going to tag him up. Furious is going to go hunting for some kills though. He's going to chase Lucky down, chases him down and gets the kill. So you've got to be careful though, because Real in P5. Is Steve-O going to check this? Yes, he is. The wise mind there of Mr. Stevie Vortex gives him absolutely nothing. Checks that all-important corner. And now those purple arrows, they are ready to go. Can they get the kills though? Journey snaps onto 1. Harry's going to be there for the trade. They're looking to try and push number 8. Infurious out the back. And those are big kills. Toronto, this is their opportunity to get on towards the hill. But Real with an absolute Kobe nade takes him off for the point. He gets in with the shots. He gets in with the nade. And I think as though Steve-O, I thought for a second he might get all 4. But Real with a huge moment there for a second. Ultra, it was there in their hands. But Real just snatches it straight back out.
Man, you got to consider, despite how well Real's playing, he's still not the kill leader in this game. Journey is 28 and 21. This guy has been dominating this thing. Between the pair of them, they've absolutely fried. You know, that kind of this 55 kills between them. The interactions are just ridiculous. It's been a performance and a half. Journey on the foot race to 30 right now. 1 away at 2-1. We are going to see a player manage to get on the kill. Is he going to get that read in? The timing not great. He does get dropped. It is going to be Steve-O potentially on there. There are a few players in the round, but that number 3 right there is going to be absolute work as Metals in radio, and it just shows you how important radio control is to maintaining any kind of dominance. Although Harry has been left almost all alone, is he going to get that pick? The windy shots aren't going to help him. He is going to need to go big. He does reload though, so this is a big moment right now. Doesn't get the pick. Lucky able to drop him.
6 versus 5.
25 seconds.
6 versus 5. It's got to be quick. It's got to be efficient. But they're down to 3. They're down to 2 with a kill coming through there from Journey. And now it's all on Harry and Furious. They need to try and work something here. Otherwise, we are going to that map 4. We are going to that Berlin hardpoint. Furious gets a nade kill. But unfortunately, he will fall. So now it's all on Harry. Got 1 versus 3. Shot in the back, and the boys from Spain. First map on the board, Pablo. Do we dare say we are going to see something from these boys that we potentially thought we might not?
Absolutely, man. I would not surprise me at all if we find ourselves in a bracket reset. This team have just started to hit that pace we talked about. They've started to go through the gears, and man, they are putting up the numbers. Real and Journey. Oh, that is disgusting right there. 40 untraded kills. That is good night in control. And again, you know, you think you've got this enigma that is ROKKR solved. You go 2-0 up, and then they just go, no, we've got control absolutely wrapped. We can do it on attack. We can do it on defense. We can do it against the deficit, and again, they just provide one more headache. But if you want to win one of these majors, if you want to win one of these cups, you've got to get through the best. And right now, still advantage Ultra Academy if you are out there as a supporter or as a member of their org. They are still in the driving seat, but they've got to do it in probably the hardest game and map mode that you could ask for against this ROKKR side. Berlin hardpoint, the absolute strategists on this particular map, and it's going to really show us just how far Ultra Academy have come with that kind of support that they said that they definitely needed, and we think that they needed as well.
Well, I mean, not that it means much because we said it last time, but when these guys played in that winners final, the team that won this map was Ultra Academy. But obviously we called that in the control, and then we had the complete flip of it. So I mean, if you're a betting man, flip a coin, because we're in another position where we can look at previous statistics, and on Vanguard it feels as though a lot of them mean Sweet FA. So it's one of those where Ultra Academy, again, looking back at previous stuff, they've looked very good on Berlin, especially as this as a roster. But ROKKR Academy, man, I mean, the chat's probably predicting it as well. They're probably getting the waft of that game 5 at least from these guys. But man, it's just one where, can you call it at this stage? Is it too early? But again, Ultra Academy, this is now another opportunity for them to get this series done. We just need to wait and see if they can get it over the line.
Yeah, I hate to make this a linchpin thing, but I just feel that you need Furious to go big in this game. You think he's another player that in Respawn, he's possibly the weakest member of the team. If he puts up some good figures, or at least gets some good hill time, and manages to nullify that discipline between Real and between Lucky and Journey, then you're going to see them. And also, you've really got to take advantage of the fact that Metals isn't playing tremendously well. Yeah. Like, they need to punish that. Like, at this level, those kind of mistakes and that kind of performance has to be punished, and they're not able to do it. You would suggest they're still not quite the final form. They haven't quite made it to where they need to be if they're not able to take advantage of just this performance this week out of Metals. I honestly think as much as ROKKR, a great Respawn side, Ultra can potentially do this, but they just need that performance. And again, we talked about it earlier on, Steve-O's been off the boil this week, and he's managed to carry through that kind of tepid performance into the series despite being in the final. So another good opportunity for him to just throw on the MP40 and maybe do some damage. Who knows, he might have to throw on an AR on a map this size again. But again, you can hear it in the voice, the fear to predict.
We'll leave the chat to do it with their channel points and say it's one where you can make a justified argument for either of these teams. This is the beauty of EU COD at the moment. It feels as though any single map between so many of, I would say, the top 6 teams on their day, they can take a series off of anyone. Ultra Academy, it just feels like this is the curse that they can just, the speed bump, so to speak, that they can just finally get over. Then it feels as though it might be a bit of a kickboard for them to finally go through and be a bit more consistent and get some more Challenger Cups under their belt. Obviously, Denzer's lot, when they got it the first time, they obviously got that one done. They've got their second one recently. Obviously, slightly different roster now. But it's an opportunity now for these guys to get that bad juju out of their system and say, right, okay, we can finally say that we've won a cup, because they've come so close. Again, they're on the brink here. But one thing that you flagged, Pablo, if Metals starts to show up a little bit now, because he has been very quiet by his standards, if he comes through and starts to put up some big numbers, boy, game 5 probably, if this is the way it's going to go, especially on Berlin.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just, I mean, he is gonna come good at some point, and this is his last potential opportunity to do it. He has been off the boil a little bit, but I mean, even by his standards, he's still putting up reasonable numbers. But literally being dragged through almost by just Jenny and Real on their own, their interactions in that previous control, ludicrous kind of figures, and we've seen it time and time again. But this is Ultra's cup to win. You would suggest they're still in the driving seat. They've got, you know, they're very good at Berlin hardpoint. I know the margins we talk about in terms of the difference is so slight that, you know, both these teams can punish each other. This is going to come down, though. We've seen this before in this Berlin. No, ROKKR just, they rotate so well. They commit to the next hill almost perfectly. They don't usually send just one player. They'll usually have 2 players. And then you've got to usually contend with Lucky or someone who can drop 2 or 3 players in the hill. And the responsibility they give each other, and they're happy to give each other, is really what makes them such a formidable side. So this is going to be huge right now. This has got to be played perfectly if Ultra want to see this now.
Yeah, so guys, we are loading in towards our map number 4 on the Berlin. And can Ultra Academy get it done with 2 hard points, which not many teams can kind of brag, really. If you take 2 hard points off of this team, you've had a hell of a weekend, that's for sure. But can they get it done here in the grand final where it matters the most? That is the question. They're obviously going to be looking towards that team of 4 to put up some big numbers once again as we get the Berlin underway. And it's going to be the Ultra on that, arguably the preferred side on P1, Pablo. When these last 2 met, I believe Ultra Academy had a really strong start, if memory serves me well, in that winners final right off of this side. So you'd expect a similar approach as well from them here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they went 80-odd seconds clear. They did manage to get a number of picks early on, and that's a bad read right there, and they're going to get dealt with. And rather differently this time, it is going to be ROKKR who get the man advantage into the hill. So a slight change of events from the previous building, where we did see the boys in purple get an absolute, like it was 40-0 or 50-0 going into P3, I think, at one point. So much closer, and this is potentially quite worrying if you're the team in purple, because one thing we do know is how strong an end and hard points ROKKR Academy have once they're warmed up. So big moments right now, and they just need to make their kills count. And Harry being stuck with the handgun in that lobby not going to help. But they do manage to eke out a slender lead, and already we can see the fights going down to P2 as we see Furious Klaus again with an important win. But you can see just how well committed, Major, they are to this next hill.
Yeah, Furious is on his lonesome at the moment, just waiting for the right time. Make the play, slice down the steps, nice work there, just absolutely fries Metals with the hip fire. He's got teammates coming through, and looks as though the patience has really paid off for them here. Journey is just lurking on this outer lane, and he might spot the head of Harry there. So there it goes. Straight towards the death cam he will go as he gets it ripped clean off, and the reinforcements coming through from ROKKR are looking clean as Journey gets a second as well. They're looking to try and just throw bodies at this hill. They've still got to get Beans out of that position. They do manage to do it, but it looks as though Ultra... This is the tug of war that we talk about, Pablo. It was a strong start on that hill, but ROKKR Academy have just snatched it straight back.
Yeah, and it was just a flawless break as well. Every kill counted, everything's super accurate, and it just made Ultra Academy look a little chaotic at times. They're able to sneak back in. Are they going to get the contesting as the players from ROKKR start to prioritize that P3 side? And you can see number one in Real is already in and about that hill as we see players in purple start to make their way over. But it's that player there, number two, Lucky, got that angle, that off angle needed. So when those players do push out, he's got a sight not just into old, but he can see almost right across middle. So big responsibility now on the shoulders, number 6 in Harry, as he's going to have to get, potentially the majority of the kills going into this. So big moment right now as he faces off against the young phenom. He is going to try and pre-nade. He's going to pick a random corner. That player retransitions and gets the kill. Real goes big inside the hill, and Steve-O now with a big job to do.
Yeah, they've got to try and hold these spawns. Don't allow anyone to pinch through the back. Number 6 Harry is still alive out the back here as he tries to work his way in, but you can see number 4 Metals should get caught, and he will get taken down. So good work from Ultra Academy. Still 20 seconds remaining left on this hill, and it looks as though Real's going to look to try and at least grab a few of them potentially, but he's just getting shot from absolutely everywhere. So it looks as though ROKKR Academy, they've resigned to the fact that they're not going to get any more scrap time potentially out of that hill unless Real actually gets some good timing here. Onto Harry. Whew, never mind. Doesn't even matter. He takes him down. And number 4, you can see Metals does not want the same outcome. He's going to rotate over towards the new hill, and number 2 Lucky has got a lot of work on his hand. The teamwork at the moment from Ultra is looking as though it's pretty efficient. They've got everyone out the back. They've got everyone in position on the rotation. They take Lucky down, and now this is a really good position for them to form a lead themselves.
Yeah, and the one problem they do face is they've not been able to spread themselves out and get themselves into that preferred position, so they are going to have to fight reasonably bunched up, and this is something we know that ROKKR are very good at doing. They're able to break and hold as quite a close-knit team. They don't spread out and look for information nearly as readily, and that allows them to almost like a battering ram into a certain channel. There's huge plays by Metals as he manages to get a few picks, and you see just how easily they're able to wipe that out. We do see just how vital it is for Ultra Academy to try and get some presence on the hill. Harry is going to be there, and they're going to have to go big individually now. This is going to be massive for them. They managed to get the time, and that's been huge. They've got themselves a 20-second lead. They've got control of the scrap time. More importantly, they've got themselves into a really nice position for this P5, which we've seen them get good time on before. But Major, what did we say at the start? Furious needs to go big. He's on a 5 streak right now. The next 2 kills, if he can get them, could be all important.
Yeah, glide bomb is the phrase. And Furious get it. Oh, shots with Journey being exchanged. He's not going to get it. They're going to cut him down there. The shot's a little bit preemptive. Give away his position. He gets teamed up on, and he gets dropped. So now Ultra still with a decent lead at the moment. They will clear out those players. They know where they're spawning as well, over towards that warehouse side. And we have seen quite a lot of teams do a really good job of... Oh, well, that was not a great job. Beans is just going to lamp Furious right in the face with the nade there, but we've seen a lot of teams do a really good job of pinning players back over towards warehouse, getting those automaton players in position. Harry's going to take down one, and the nade of Steve-O, that's a big nade actually, take him at least off of the time and force the boys of ROKKR to try and get on towards the point. You can see already the priorities that they have over towards that rotation. Stevie going to drop down on towards Journey, but Journey makes the reads, turns around, wins the gunfight, and that kill feed is very, very white.
Oh my days, that is an absolute, huge plays by ROKKR there as they get that 4 kill, and that is massive for them. They've brought this back within 10 seconds of Major. I am starting to smell like game 5 as the Spanish lads refuse to give up. This is why they've been so good time and time again. This is why they've won so many cups. This is why they've been, the first team to be picked up as an academy side, and, the guys who look the strongest in the elite. So right now, proving their pedigree, they've taken the lead, and again, that kill feed goes ominously white as Ultra Academy starting to get put to the sword right now. You look at that setup as well. They've got a solid setup, right the way through fire. They can see right the way across the middle, and it's taken a look at the flank from that player in beads. He's had to go right the way around in order just to be able to get any visuals on anyone. He manages to drop metals, and Journey manages to get dropped as well. So this P2 in the second rotation could be absolutely huge right now, but they have got to deal with Real. The information is out. But Major, this is everything as we see the car explode.
Beans there, the perfect nade to take him off of his streak. So Lucky is also working towards streaks of his own. Can they clear out the players in the hill? Ultra here, Steve-O going to stick his feet in the ground and have absolutely none of it. Lucky's going to look to try and transition over to help out his teammate. Real's going to do a good job to take down one, but Lucky, he's still getting caught out. He's still playing this patiently for streaks. Does he know that Beans is up there? He's going to fly around the corner, and Lucky with the absolute beams to take him down. He's going to get traded out, though. So again, no streaks, but Journey with 1, Journey with 2. The ROKKR Academy lads are now rocking, that's for sure. They are tough. They are chopping down players here, there, and everywhere at the moment. It looks as though that lead should be pushed out a little bit further, and Steve-O and the lads can go absolutely huge here because there's still players all around this point. They are stacking this to the ends of the earth at the moment, ROKKR. They will have the rotation Ultra Academy, but that lead, Pablo, is getting bigger and bigger.
Man, they just looked a little lost at sea. Like, they've got the spawns, but they're still not entirely set up. They've still got players still heavily pushed towards ult. They are finally going to make their way back and get onto that kill in time. But again, it just looks so weak in the defense of that hill. They got absolutely cut apart by the team from Spain. And again, the shot's just ever so slightly off. Going to allow Real to push right the way through. He's going to come through fire, so support there. He's got number 3 in Journey, just bodying players over towards Docks. It is still got control of the back, but this is going to be vital. They've managed to push from the front, and Major, we see this time and time again. Just what is it about this Spanish side that they're able to just walk through the front door almost unimpeded?
It's just coordination. They are just so efficient at calling trades out, and they do it every single time. But nice shots there from Harry. This has been a really good hold so far from Ultra. They are reducing that lead down quite considerably, and you can already see Steve-O is putting the faith in the players to hold the front of the fort as he rotates over towards the new hill. But Journey, big gunfight. Beans wins 1. Beans, can he get the second? All the shots a little bit left and right. The auto aim doesn't come through, but Harry mops up the pieces, and you can see Steve-O, just by rotating early, he's at least going to be nearby to maybe disrupt something here. The ROKKR Academy are going to try and organize and orchestrate here, and nice shots there from Steve-O to rip the head clean off of Real. They know he's out towards this warehouse side. He's just going to be a nuisance, as Metals will get on the time. He will tag up one player, but now can they get the kills? Beans on the point. He knows where 1 is. He will at least take Metals down surely. Off the point, he will finally get it down. I thought for a second he wasn't going to get the kill, but they are still spawning out the back, ROKKR Academy. But Harry, you can see him just locked up in position, doesn't want anyone touching that hill, understandably.
Yeah, this is one thing we've seen Ultra do really well. I mean, it's something ROKKR does quite well time and time again, but it's not just necessarily about getting the time on this hill, but just making sure that the other team can't get time on it. And right now, they've done a superb job. And with 24 seconds remaining, if they get this pick on Real right now, they might be able to get themselves not only set up to control it, but get the rest of that scrap time, which is going to edge them ever closer. But this next rotation is going to be absolutely vital. We saw how strong ROKKR were on the previous rotation. They absolutely dominated this P5. So this is going to be huge. And Metal's already set up and waiting for those players potentially to push through. I think he's read that, but he gets absolutely tagged up by Harry there, who goes huge. And right now, mate, with only, what, 20 seconds separating the sides, this P5 is going to be absolutely huge.
Journey on the pinch. Takes down Furious. There's still a few players above him, but Steve-O takes him down. So the kill feed going back and forth a little bit now. Metals has been spotted going around that side towards the P2. Has he distracted the players enough in order to work his way on towards the hill? We will exchange a couple of shots and back one of the players up. Steve-O, though, just still commanding the top of third. He's been absolutely immovable from up here at the moment, and he's having an absolute god map at the moment. Is Stevo 30 and 21. There's still currently nobody on the hill, but now Metals is on it. He's just toying with the fact that maybe Stevo's going to try and commit to something here. Metals will get spotted, and Stevo grabs his 31st kill of the respawn here. Big time on the cards here still for Ultra to at least push this lead back just a little bit. There isn't still currently anyone on the time, and with 10 seconds remaining, the rotation is in the boys of Purple Pablo, but this scrap time is going to be huge still.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they cannot win it off P1. That's absolutely... Oh, no, they can. Yeah, this is absolute madness right now. 59 seconds remaining, and the boys from Ultra Academy need 52 of those seconds. We've seen them go huge. The pre-fires are out. Stevo, is he going to get tagged up? He can't get that second player. Furious is going to be back towards the middle, but when you've got Lucky shooting like that, is he going to be able to take him down? No, Furious and Bean's able to take down Lucky and Journey, and this is huge right now. 30 seconds away, 40 seconds away from potentially taking the first cup. Major, this has been an absolute performance out of the likes of Steve Vortex. Beans going huge, Harry going huge, but they've got to make a big defense, and right now, Major, ROKKR Academy have broken their way in.
Oh my goodness, they've broken in. They've broken in. They can win off of this hill, I think, if it goes exactly the way I think it will, because they are so close. It might come down to the millisecond mind, and Harry's going to have to try and at least touch the hill. You can see the players that are being committed. The contest comes through, but my goodness, that scrap time is going to put them within touching distance now, forcing that game 5, and they've got so many bodies in towards the next hill. Ultra have got to go, and they have got to go quick. Number 7 on the outside, Stevo takes down 1, but there's still players on the hill. I don't think he's going to be able to touch it. He is not going to be able to, and ROKKR Academy do what ROKKR Academy do all the time. Game 5, baby.
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, Berlin is their hunting ground. They do so well at it, but they were so close. Ultra really needed the biggest defense. And right, when you've got Real playing like this, 3 pieces at the front of the kill, that is absolutely huge right there. Real 26-25, but Journey again, man. Journey has been absolutely unstoppable. Yeah. This whole series, if you go back and look at his stats, he has been #1 the entire series. And, you know, again, we talk about someone needing to get there, bought a pint. Well, if it's going to come down to that reset of brackets and ROKKR end up doing the business, you've got to look to Journey, who's been monumental today. But we're going into an S&D. This is definitely the kind of environment where the boys from Ultra, you know, have potentially got that little bit of an advantage. You know, it's slender, Major, though. We are talking margins of a hair right here. But, mate, are we about to see a mirror image of the game in the previous series?
Oh, my goodness. Well, we've seen it one way. Are we going to see it the other? ROKKR are on the precipice of forcing this second best of 5. So in a position where Toronto looked so good, they now find themselves right on the edge of being forced to play another best of 5 here against the Spanish lads of ROKKR Academy. So the way these two are going at the moment, boy, can you call around 11 this early? Probably. I mean, it's Tuscan. We know how close some of these search and destroys can be, but then again, Pablo, when we've seen these two play search and destroy on this, we've seen somewhere Ultra have smashed ROKKR. We've seen ROKKR absolutely batter Ultra on it as well. So it's just one where I think we've just got to sit back and just let the Call of Duty talk for itself, really. It could go either way, this one.
Man, literally, like, the first time we saw this, we were like, the guys, they went down 1-0, the Ultra Academy team, as money form, and then we went into the Tuscan search and destroy, like, oh my god, ROKKR are going to be, like, unstoppable, and then they got 6-1, the Ultra Academy came back so strong. So the next time we went into the Tuscan S&D between these two, we were like, man, the boys from Ultra have got this sewn up, and they got absolutely bodied. So this is why we're so reticent to call it, because just both teams have done absolute work on them, and a lot of the time it comes down to that 1 or 2 players who go absolutely huge. This is massive right now, though. I don't think the Ultra Academy team can afford to get the map reset, psychologically speaking. I just don't think they've got that kind of consistency, discipline, and energy levels that the boys from Spain have proven that they've got, because this isn't their first reset bracket rodeo. They've done this before, and they've got just endless and boundless energy. So this is a huge map right now, and this is massive for Steve Vortex and his team. But with maybe this could be the thing where we talked about Furious Klaus and this pickup and how much he's solidified the S&D. This could be, it's time to prove it right now. Furious, my boy, time to do the business.
Yeah, this is now the opportunity for these lads to say, right, this is why we brought Furious into this roster, because this is the opportunity now for him to come through with those big plays on a map that we know is very, very minimal for margins of error. It's one where if you make the wrong play, it can cost you a round, especially in one where at this level, the rounds go back and forth. It's 1-0, 1-0, 2-1, 2-0, 3-2. It just goes on and on and on. And then eventually, when you get that one little nick in the armor of one of the defensive or the offensive sides, that can potentially be the game changer here on Tuscan. So it'll be interesting to see how these two approach it. We didn't see this one in the winners best of 5 when we saw that winners final between these two. But I mean, man, I don't envy the chat for predicting who's going to win this one, because I certainly am not going to call this one, to be honest, because I don't want to jinx it, because this is going to be, regardless of how this one goes, it's been a brilliant series and a brilliant day of COD either way. And we might even have another second best of 5 to come up after this one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the madness that it could ensue. And right now, the Minnesota ROKKR main team just in the same position, 2-2 as well. So a nice bit of parity across for the whole org. But again, going into this wild S&D, I mean, we need both these teams to step up to the plate. Again, this could go to around 11, and we could be seeing ourselves with another best of 5. And the map choices, again, are going to be vital. From what, I mean, we kind of felt this was a solid opportunity for the boys from Ultra Academy to get this Cup 7, get a cup under the belt, and just start to maybe, you know, at least get some competitive edge between these two teams. And then the boys from ROKKR just like, no, not going to happen. We've got 2 absolutely awesome rounds back to back. We're just going to control that and take it to the S&D. And a lot of the times, this isn't going to come down to better strats or better gun skill. This is going to come down to nerve. In the end, we've seen Furious play really well in the previous S&D, just great brain, and he's just able to get some big moments. We've seen some big clutch moments as well, coming out to the likes of Harry, 16 kills in the previous S&D, getting in a 1v3 clutch as well. So big opportunities like that are going to play huge parts in this round. I don't know who's going to take it though. I'm so reticent, and you know, I don't want to come across as biased, but I would like to see the Ultra guys, you know, get a cup in the board, at least make this competitive. Because right now, the juggernaut that is the ROKKR Academy, you know, if they don't get put to the sword at 1 point or more than 1 point in the year, then they could potentially just march right the way through into Challenger Champs and just be like the most dominant force that you've seen. I mean, it'd be great for them. It'll be great for the EU scene, especially when you consider that they'll probably end up playing in the Pro League next year. But this is massive right now in terms of EU Call of Duty, just to make sure there's a bit of competition.
Yeah, and speaking of competition in EU Call of Duty, we've got Mr. Hixie in the chat. Thank you very much for dropping by, Hixie, and obviously the man that we know to love, Mr. Eric Boom, is in the chat as well. So good shout out there to those two. Thank you very much for dropping by, guys. But we are now going to get started in towards our game 5 as Hixie and Eric. I think they need to be on the boxing undercard. They have it out in the chat, but regardless, it's good to have them on board. But yeah, Tuscan Search and Destroy now. Is this going to be one where the boys of Ultra Academy can finally say, right, we have got it over the line eventually? It's been a bit of a slog. When they went 2-0 up, we thought, right, get it done in 3. That was my call. I was like, lads, please, just get it done in 3, because if this goes to a second best of 5, I do worry for them potentially. But I mean, here we are once again.
Metals is going to drop a 20, isn't he? Let's be perfectly honest about this. He's going to absolutely just pick things up in a way that he's never seen before. Look, he is going to have bomb as we head into game 5 of this first set of 5 in the bracket. It's going to be Harry with first blood, which is absolutely huge. We talk about how important it is, particularly in Tuscan, but right now it is going to be the boys from Ultra with that slight advantage. Look, he's still with bomb. Bomb has gone down. Jenny just going to play with his food a little bit, just making that decision just to wait a little bit, just to see what the rest of the team does. Is he going to get picked up from up top? And as we hit the 30-second mark, it is going to be 3v3.
Oh, big kills coming through from the Spanish lads once again. Harry, though, good work to take down one. 23 seconds remaining left on the clock, though. That's all they've got to do. Just try and defend this bomb. Beans is going to have to try and fly out here, and he's going to have to do it very, very quickly here. The time is not on their side. Is he going to check the right corner? No, he's not. Beans, he's going to fall. So now Harry left up in the 1 versus 2. We saw him have a monumental search and destroy against the boys of ROKKR last time. He's not going to have enough time for the defuse, and his head's going to come clean off with it as well. So ROKKR Academy off the gates, off the mark, quick. 1-0 up they go.
Man, and you know, from a position where Ultra had the advantage, they had the one-man advantage, just not really able to take advantage of it. A lot of it came down to that play in middle again, not checking your corners, and we talked about it earlier on. This is not necessarily about gun skill or strategy, but it's about nerve and not checking the corner again. That little bit of lack of concentration is what plays its part, and right now, Ultra Academy putting themselves under a great deal of pressure, and it's going to be Steve-O with bomb as he looks to go top fire, try and get himself a little bit of information. First blood, we talk about how important it is. Well, it wasn't that important in the last round. Right now, Ultra Academy with a lot to do as we approach the 1 minute 14 mark. Harry managed to get himself 2 kills, Major. But is ROKKR Academy in the ascendancy right now?
Yeah, Harry going to try and land a nade. Real's going to get the first blood, though, so no nade lands. And Journey's managed to get himself over towards this well side. So now, 1 minute still remaining on the clock. They just waited out for all those nades. They've got to be careful, though, because Journey has managed to work his way around the back. They're going to make the read here. Journey, I think he might have timed this to perfection. The man with the bomb in Harry is just going to have to try and work his way over, but never mind. Lucky takes him down regardless. So all of a sudden, it's now a 2 versus 4. They're getting taken down. They're getting chopped left, right, and center. And now Furious, last man up, takes down 1. Pre-fire. Is he going to snap onto the second? No, he's not. They take him down, and ROKKR take another round.
They just look absolutely solid, very cautious. They're getting the picks. Communication is on point right now. And we talk about those little mistakes now. They obviously not really reading where those players are. No one watching the flank. They get cut down with really clever plays. And right now, Ultra Academy all at sea. Not looking like the kind of S&D side that we are used to seeing them. And Steve Vortex again on the struggle bus. We have seen this, though, almost a mirror image of the previous game where Ultra went 2-0 up. And then the boys from ROKKR in the previous year is able to bring things back. But this is a big moment right now. Ultra Academy need to get a round on the board.
I think Real has just fallen off the map.
Days.
I'm pretty sure Real has just fallen off the map over towards Tile side. Well, that's one they're not going to want to watch back. And my God, if they end up losing this, it's not going to be one that he's going to want to see back. It is a 2 versus 2. So luckily his teammates, they are doing the work for him, regardless of just yeeting himself off the side of Tiles. And Steve gets some good timing, takes down 1. Going to try and slither away, but Metals doesn't let him get out. So now Harry, can he manage to pin him back? He spots him, gets the info. Right, Harry's on the chase now. Oh, they're going to run straight towards each other. It's Heady versus Heady, and Harry wins the gunfight. Ultra finally put their first round on the board, 2-1, and none other than the man who went absolutely huge in that winners final, in that search, Pablo. Harry, with 4 HP to his name. The finest of margins come through for him and his boys.
Can't watch the ADS. It was so slow. I was like, Harry, break your gun up. Harry, break your gun up. He manages to get the kill in the end, but the ADS absolutely freaked me out on that one. Harry 3-2 right now. Again, just carrying over that form. Beans, though, one of the players that we've been looking at all series, all week, in fact, who's had an amazing week. 0-3 right now. This is a player you would definitely suggest needs to get involved in this game. Metals in his customary 1-2. Don't expect to potentially still carrying on this kind of wild form that we've seen from him. The bomb is going to go down, though. Nice quick plan from Steve, and he is going to dip out with his life. It's going to be a 4v4 and 40 seconds on the clock, Major.
Yeah, Furious, his teammate here. Oh, I was going to say, his teammate and Harry, they were going to potentially run into a couple of bullets there, but meanwhile, it's a 1 versus 1 down well, and Furious able to win it, and the boys of Ultra put another round on the board. They tie it up to a piece. A really efficient round there. They didn't hesitate as much as they did in that last attacking round that we saw of them. They felt as though they might as well wait out for the nades, but on this round, they just got the bomb down. They managed to get those kills as well, pushing through P5, and a big round on the board, and they tie it straight back up again.
A lot more fluid from the team in purple. They've been so square the previous rounds. They were just kind of getting caught camping, getting caught only looking one way, not checking corners, no fluidity about them. Comms definitely off for the first 2 rounds. Looks like they've made their way back. It still is only 2-all in games, 2-all in rounds, and still a lot to play for. We are still potentially starting to get that whiff as it goes back to back a little bit of that round. 11 Metals is going to be there lucky with the sniper again. He did get a world start in the previous round. We weren't able to see it, but again, being very effective with that sniper. Steve is watching bomb, so he is going to try and get a little bit more information, get himself at a better angle potentially for that push around you. We are at the minute mark, Major, and it's Beans with the first blood.
Yeah, Beans has come to life now, 3 in a row for him. He was 0-3, he's now 3-3. And all of a sudden, Lucky and Real are going to be the last 2 up. It looks as though they're going to be counting on Real to make a play here. See if he can manage to get an important pick. This next one, 2 rounds defining, and Real gets 1, and he gets out with his life as well. So now 2 versus 3. And still see Lucky is just waiting for the right time to chow, but eventually pushes around the corner, gets taken down. They know roughly where Real is. You can see Beans is just going to try and do a bit of a U-turn to spot him. Real might get some good timing here, but Beans fries him, absolutely batters him. The Heady comes through strong for him. And the automaton shots do not miss. Ultra, they now take the lead 3 rounds in a row.
I'm not being funny, mate, but does your jump shot ever work like the accuracy out of beans? He's got the shots on him. He's already been tagged up, and he absolutely bodies Real, probably the most phenomenal young player in Europe right now. Makes him look like a dud. Unbelievable plays to take the round 3. It's 3-2 right now. Ultra Academy on the ascendancy. More importantly, every player, bar Stevo on the positive, and you know that Steve's pulling all the strings right now. So don't be too despondent if you are an Ultra Academy fan that he's off again with the bomb plant. He just no hesitation. This time they're playing it very aggressively, looking to try and get as much control as possible. No lives yet taken. Real is on the chase, looking for players over towards mid, and despite the gunfire, it is going to be furious again with the first blood, but he is tagged up, and Real manages to get Stevo and Major. We at the 30-second mark. It is going to be a 3v2.
Harry's got a big moment potentially here. He needs to try and get at least one of these players out because he's going to get pinched any second. Oh, he turns around. But Beans, meanwhile, helps him out, takes down one. But now with 15 seconds left on the clock, Harry just has to play the timer. They're going to have to rely on keeping the man on the bomb alive. You can see they're stacking bodies. They're going to try and get him off the bomb, but he gets them both off the bomb. And Ultra Academy take another round, 4 in a row. And Harry again comes through with the goods.
Man, that two-piece is phenomenally. Not only you're taught to body the bomb plant, and he gets both, not one, not two, but he absolutely destroys them to get that round in. Huge plays from Harry again, who's carried his form over from the previous S&D, and they are now 4-2 up, and Harry is very much smelling like that player that we've seen play before in the Bocage S&D. Right now, 4-2. ROKKR Academy on the back foot. Journey has got bomb, but Major, we have learned from absolute experience that you cannot write the Spanish lads off. They have got quality in abundance.
Yeah, Metal's going to have to try and get his way out of that one. Journey's just watching over mid before he gets this bomb down. And Real, there are 2 players in P5 at the moment. You guys can't see it, but they're going to start to push their way through well here. Evo going to check the right corner. He's going to check the right corner. He's going to tag up the player, at least for the time being, and be forced to back out. But now they've got the option of potentially trying to work a retake here. You can see, though, pushing up. Number 4, Lucky gets some good timing. Takes down one. Can't take down the second, though, Stevo with the trades. And they do have control over that side of the map still, ROKKR. They're going to need to try and push their way out. But Beans grabs a kill. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Metals and Real going to have to try and combine. And they do combine for 2. So now all of a sudden, it's all on Harry. Even a man of his ability that we've seen so far with 14 seconds left. This is not going to be doable, I don't think. It looks as though he's going to resign to the fact that even he's not going to be able to work this one. And now he's going to just dip out. 6 seconds left. He's going to throw himself off the map, and it's going to be a round going in favor of ROKKR Academy. They reduced that lead down to just 1 again.
Yeah, huge plays by ROKKR there in a position where they were almost completely dominated geographically. They were able to get the picks Real as well with the final kill. So not exactly what you want if you're trying to avoid feeding kills and potential streaks. It is going to be a 1-round deficit right now. ROKKR Academy just 1 round away from parity right now. Rail 6-4, Lucky 7-5. Metals is carrying on that kind of wild form that he's been having so far. But it is going to be Ultra Academy still with the advantage. Steve Vortex has got bomb. He is going to go towards Tile, so this is potentially going to be a surprise and be pushed. The nades go out. No information is gathered as far. Real's going to get that pick though so quick with the auto. He gets the 2-piece as well. Steve-O manages to tag Journey up. Harry manages to tag Lucky up. A Major with a minute remaining. It's going to be a 2v2 with bomb over towards B.
Huge kills from Real. The takedown 2 there in a position where he should probably only get 1 at most. Really, really good work. Now, the bomb in the hands of Stevo. They are wrapping this over towards Metals here. Are they going to check him? He's just prone. Chow, and there's 1. Takes down 1. There's going to be another man behind him. So now it's Harry versus Real. 1 versus 1. How's your shaky leg, boys? Both players are literally 8-4. Harry's just waiting in you. He's going to fly out. He's going to get him off the head. No, Real doesn't miss a bullet. And ROKKR tie it back up for all. Pablo, the waft of round 11 is well and truly here now.
Real as well. I mean, what streak is he on right now? I don't think he's been taken off his streak. Is he on a 5? Is he on a 6? That could be absolutely monumental. It could also change the way he plays. If potentially if he needs 2 more kills, it's 4-all right now. Plenty of rounds. He's on the 5. So, you know, if you've potentially got 1 kill that you need to get the glide, you might be able to play your regular game. But I think he might have to play that a little bit more cautious, look for a bait, and potentially get that. I think that is going to be on his mind right now. A 4-all. This is not where Ultra Academy needed to be. But again, you cannot write ROKKR ROKKR off at any given point. They are just so capable. Jenny gonna almost do a replication of what Steve-O does. He looks to try and get that bomb into position at the very least. He's looking for that push through mid. No one as yet being tagged up as we hit the minute mark. And Major still all to play for. And the question remains, can Ultra Academy see this out? Or is this going to be another one that tags go in? Metals gets first blood though.
First blood again. First blood again comes through for them. But 7 in Steve-O takes down 1. So now 2 versus 3. Lucky and Real up against Bean, Steve-O and Furious. And look to try and get the bomb down. They've got information of where one of the players is. One's really, really fortunate timing means that Lucky is actually going to manage to get away. Maybe get this bomb down. I think they were anticipating that they might be able to bait a switch over towards B. They're not going to be able to. They're going to try and keep that man off of the bomb from planting, but now they are going to try and stick the bomb. And now, are they going to check it at the right time? Number 4, Lucky. Can he get away? He's going to try and leg it across over towards field, but one man challenges it, and it's going to be Steve-O. He takes him down, so now Real, 35 seconds on the clock. 1 versus 3. Are we going to see some typical Real magic? Can he work something that is seemingly so difficult? He's still on streaks as well. He's still on streaks. They're not on the bomb yet, though, Ultra. They're going to have to be quick to try and bait it out. Real takes down 1. Real, he can't get the second, so they're going to get the defuse. Ultra Academy are right on the brink of taking this game 5.
And we talk about the potential for Real to have changed his game because he's so close to streaks. And I just think that is not the aggressive Real you would normally see. He's a little bit more cautious. He's very passive over towards Church. It's only, he dips out to try and get a better angle around the back. And it costs him in the trade. And that's a classic Call of Duty trade right there. Great plays from Ultra. And they've put themselves within 1 round of being Cup 7 champions right now. The pressure could not be more on. And you've got to look to the in-game leader right now. Steve-O 6 and 7. He's going to have to go huge. He's going to get bomb Major. This could be the biggest round of the year for the boys from Ultra Academy.
Where are they going to go? Straight towards 8. Going to try and bait out a few nades. He's going to get the bomb down. This is no messing around here from Ultra. They want this bomb down, but Steve-O's going to get taken down. He didn't wait long enough for the nades, and they take him down, and they are falling by the wayside. And now Harry, oh man, last man up. How many can he grab? I think for a second it looked as though his controller disconnected because he just kind of aimlessly walked in towards the middle of the map. I think potentially he might have wanted to die so that they get the attacking round, but at the moment, oh man, the way this is going, it is either way.
I can't predict it, mate. My heart's in my mouth right now. This is absolutely wild to be potentially hitting a bracket reset. Or we are potentially seeing Ultra Academy and Steve Vortex and co. looking to get Cup 7. This is huge right now. They've got the attacking round. Expect to see that bomb in the hands of Steve Vortex. Again, they've wrapped it round to A nearly every time with one exception. Lucky going to get that ordnance out. He's not going to get any information so far, but Jenny Major with the first blood.
And they know there's another one there. Oh my goodness, Beans is going to have to try and play his life so well. Steve-O does a really good job, actually, of getting a pick as well. So now 3 versus 3. Can they manage to put themselves in a position where they get this bomb down? If Steve-O sticks the bomb, this round becomes so much easier. Look, so he's in the Shotzzy spot. There's 2 players right inside P5 right now. Can Furious clutch when they need him to? Furious takes down 1. There's a free pick for him. There's another man underneath him. He's going to fly out. Furious gets the second. Oh, my goodness. Right when they need him to. He clutches up.
Lucky's on the defuse.
Lucky's on the defuse. Oh, my God. Steve-O. Steve-O, check the bomb. Steve-O, check the bomb. He got the kill. He gets it done. And Ultra Academy, they finally break the curse. They finally get their cup victory in the round 11. But my goodness, did they have to work for it?
Oh, did they have to work for it, Major? Both of us need cardiac paddles because my brain is fried, my heart's fried. But they managed to see out in the end. And again, Harry goes absolutely huge. 8 and 8 right there. Huge plays across the board. And it shows you just how difficult that ROKKR side are to break round 11. The puzzle has finally been cracked. Steve Vortex manages to get 1 on the board for the 2022 season. Cup 7. It's taken 7 cups. You consider how good that money form, that August team was last season. Well, we are at Cup 7 before Steve Vortex gets 1 on the board, manages to break the curse that is the ROKKR Academy. They're going to go home, they've got to go back to the lab, maybe. I don't think so. The hairs of the difference is insane, but Major, my brain is fried.
Oh, man. What a moment there. The boys finally get it done. Harry and Steve-O, they finally managed to overcome the curse of beating the Spanish lads in the grand final. Congratulations there to the Ultra Academy lads. Commiserations though to ROKKR Academy. It was a hell of a series. 4 maps were so close in that one, but they finally get it done in the final game 5. In the first best of 5 as well. They're going to be breathing a huge sigh of relief. So congratulations there to Ultra Academy. They will be your EU Challengers Cup number 7 champions, finally get their hands on a bit of silverware and a spare chunk of change as well to go with it. So
I got to give a shout out to B Sport Josh as well. He knew. He knew. You know what I mean? He was like, "Come on, lads, you got to cover the cup." He knew that these guys, he's seen them day in, day out in terms of their scrims. And so big shout out to not only the players and Steve Vortex and that, but a big shout out to the coach as well and the guys looking after them. They've stuck with them, and this has been a really big. I don't think they can underestimate just how big it is for them, because ROKKR have been a juggernaut, an unstoppable kind of Goliath of a team so far. And right now, it's been very difficult for teams to put them to bed. Denza had the motivation of being dropped, and then we've seen just how much it's taken. It's taken them to the grand final, game 5, round 11 again. So huge plays and GGs to those players.
Yeah, incredible performance from those boys. Deserved champions. I say it takes 2 great teams to make a great final, and again, EU just provides time after time. A huge shout out to everyone who's joined on board with us this evening. A huge shout out to the players as well for allowing us to cover the games. We didn't have the numbers for the old community stream, so a huge shout out to everyone who's dropped by, new and old, and for everyone who's dropped follows, subs, and there's also been a few of these. So thank you very much, guys. The Pablo still forever searching for a lady named Sue, but thank you very much, guys. That is going to be it though from us this evening. We're going to give Mr. Nooney a bit of a raid there for the RAF esports lads. I believe they are playing currently at the moment. I will just make sure, because I've raided people before and they've not been online, so I'm pretty sure they are playing. But that is going to be it from myself and Pablo, guys. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. That is going to be it from us, and hopefully we will see you guys very shortly for some more Call of Duty. Thanks again, guys. We will see you later.